The national title puzzle jumbled yet again. Florida State and Michigan now share the pressure at the top, while a former number one revels in a play for the ages.
First thing I thought about was keeping the ball alive. Probably last week at this time, no one had ever heard of me.
A beaten Penn State must regroup against Purdue. In the SEC, are the Volunteers hearing the footsteps of Uga's dogs? Out west, it's a four-way scramble for Pac-10 supremacy as frontrunner Washington faces a resurgent bunch of Bruins.
We have the feeling and confidence that we can go with anybody in the nation physically.
We're physically fit, mentally sharp for College Game Day, Week 12. Cold outside, plenty of hot air inside the cozy confines of the Corso Dome. Welcome to College Game Day. Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Kirk Herbstreit. Bunch of games today to talk about, all about bids for bowls and points in the polls and conference rings and trophies, but also a lot of pride ball games. It's about that. It's about putting away the pain of a long season and just playing on. Now, Judgment Day proved to be just that. Vast majority of the 132 pollsters changed their opinion on who the number one team is, down to 3 unbeatens now. Nebraska became the first top-ranked team in 2 decades to win and still drop 2 spots, and Tom Osborne has no complaints. He knows the pollsters have been consistent. You struggle with a big underdog, and you will drop in the polls. The coaches go with Florida State, a very thin 12-point margin. In the AP media poll, Michigan has about 2/3 of the first-place votes. Schedule strength has been part of Michigan's platform, but under the NCAA formula, opponents' winning percentage, UM's schedule is only 55th, weakest in the top 5. That'll change if they beat Wisconsin and Ohio State. Those teams get factored in. Michigan would have beaten 4 ranked teams. FSU's second-ranked opponent is Florida next week. At the moment, the Vols have the number 1 schedule. That'll change also when you factor in Arkansas, Kentucky, and Vandy. Lee, your take on the polls.
Well, Chris, you and I and Kirk have seen 4 of the top 5 teams in the nation live and in color. We have not seen Nebraska. The best-looking all-around football team I've seen is Michigan. The reason why? Great defense, and I'm telling you, they make the fewest mistakes of any football team I've seen in a long time in all phases of the game. But having said that, I don't think they could beat either Florida State or Nebraska in a bowl game because bowl preparation is different. And the records indicate I might be right. Florida State is 14-1 in bowls. Nebraska's won the last 3, and Michigan is 0-2 in the last 2. It'd be tough for them to beat those.
Yeah, too bad we're not going to know until next year, of course. I think right now, Michigan, I agree with Coach. Michigan is the best football team out there based on the weekly performances all year long and after last week's Judgment Day. But don't forget about Nebraska. Just because they hit that slide last week going 1-3 doesn't mean they're not out of this picture. I think if they can win out, they have 3 games remaining. They have the Big 12 championship game. If they win those games and they win the Orange Bowl, they're 13-0. And a Nebraska team at 13-0, I will guarantee you that they will get a share of the national title.
Guarantee. Right. You don't agree they control their own destiny?
No, I think they're going to be tough.
A little fun, hypothetical. Bowl game, if it were played today on a neutral field, Michigan would be a 3.5-point underdog to either Florida State or Nebraska. The Noles would be a 1-point favorite over the Huskers, according to Las Vegas sports consultants. Huskers, meanwhile, today about a 6-touchdown favorite over an Iowa State team that's played better than its 1-8 record. Darren Davis is back at tailback. Nebraska's home finale, the farewell game for Grant Wistrom and Aaron Taylor and Jason Peter and 19 other seniors who have never lost a home game. For Florida State, final game for Thad Busby, E.G. Green, Sam Cowart, a total of 12 senior starters. They've also never lost a home game. Michigan, of course, has the least margin for a letdown. First visit to Madison since that near-tragic post-game stampede in 1993 that injured 69 fans. Wolverines hunting for their first win as a number 1 team in 20 years. They lost the last 3 times as a number 1, including an 81 visit to Camp Randall. Ron Dane, not practiced all week except for a light jog on Thursday. He will try to go on that bad ankle, not 100%, not a lot of carries, according to Barry Alvarez. With the setup, Keith Jackson in frosty Madtown.
This is not going to take very long, guys, because I may freeze right in the middle of the sentence. It's a typical Wisconsin winter day. It's cold. It may even snow quite a bit. That means the ball's going to be hard as a rock. We're playing on a rug, and in a cold day, a rug is not terribly comfortable if you're not used to it. It is also a day of opportunity. It's a day of enthusiasm. That's a real hostile crowd here, and that will affect the play calling at the line of scrimmage. As for Coach Barry Alvarez of the Badgers, he thinks the game will swing this way.
We're going to have a cold, blustery day. I think special teams and turnovers will be the difference in this football game.
Both teams have good special teams this season. But I should say that opportunity exists perhaps more for the Badgers because nobody expected them to be here. They're sitting at 8-2. That warms them just like long underwear. And my body wishes that my mind had remembered to bring our long underwear.
We would never question your toughness, though, Keith. For a look now at the national landscape in the coming weeks, Tony Barnhart joined us from between the hedges down in Athens. Tony, you're kind of in the minority. An AP voter tabbing the Seminoles #1. Do you scrutinize the scores today to perhaps change your vote?
Well, Chris, I've got Florida State and Michigan 1-2 in my poll. If they win today, they're going to stay there. I mean, really, regardless of how they win, and here's why. Last week's Judgment Day was big. Next week is going to be even bigger. Mark it down. Michigan, Ohio State, Florida, Florida State. Those two games will decide where most of the top 10 will spend the holidays. Now, I'll go one step further. I think we're going to have split national champions for the first time since 1991. Now, one more thought. If this was next year and we had the Super Alliance, Nebraska would be a very nervous team right now because they would be the odd man out. The Super Alliance is going to be an improvement, Chris, but we will have to face the possibility someday of 3 undefeated teams.
I agree, an improvement certainly, but not the ultimate solution. Tony, we'll hear from you a little bit later on. And speaking of Nebraska, we'll talk about the play that brought joy and relief to the Cornhuskers, and meanwhile, pain and anguish for those Missouri Tigers.
It makes me sick to even think about it. So I've pretty much put it out of my mind.
Also coming up, that big ball game in the Pac-10. Skip Hicks and the Bruins visit the ailing Washington Huskies. And Notre Dame's Bobby Brown, the catch against Michigan. It is win or else for the Irish against LSU.
Trailers for sale or rent, rooms to let 50 cents. Mama, man of means, by no means, king of the road.
There are millions of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
This time of year, people everywhere are changing their antifreeze to Peak. Peak's patented formula offers maximum engine protection for about $1 less than the other guy. Peak, because now's the best time to change your antifreeze. And for the ultimate engine protection, don't forget Peak High Performance Motor Oil.
Honey, you went out for milk 3 days ago. Come home now.
It's just more fun to drive. The all-new Accord from Honda.
So, he really plays in them?
Yeah, Mark Brunell in the Nike Air Marauder.
Almost took him all the way last year.
A scrambler like him needs some real traction to make the plays he does.
Kerry Collins has the same shoes too, right?
You bet. He took him right past San Fran and through cowboy country. Incoming.
Nobody gets you closer to the game than Foot Locker, where it all begins.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse, proud sponsor of the 1998 Outback Bowl.
Old rivalry renewed, a spot opposite Toledo in the MAC title game. A sellout at Marshall today. Chad Pennington, he shares the sophomore record with Tim Couch, 34 touchdown passes. Randy Moss caught 21 of them, one short of the record. The Herd have the best offense, but Ohio U has the best defense, and they have the best ball control option game. Total difference in philosophies and styles. They've completed 16 passes all year. Very interesting matchup. In the WAC, what else? Wacky. 8 of 16 teams alive for the conference title with 2 weeks to go. The Mountain Division, a 4-way tie for first. Nobody controls their own destiny. All need help. Cougars and Lobos both need Rice to lose at Utah. BYU rooting for the Utes. Strange bedfellows. SMU also in the hunt. Air Force, by the way, clinches Las Vegas bowl bid by beating Wyoming today. A total of 40 major college bowl bids, and maybe about 10 of them to be filled by teams that right now are on the bowl bubble. Teams like Iowa, Clemson, Kansas, USC, Virginia, they can clinch bowl eligibility with the win. Meanwhile, these teams are in must-win mode. Bama, Miami, Notre Dame, Colorado, all in the preseason top 20. These are proud programs, Lee, fighting for these bowl scraps. Strange year.
Well, Chris, if you add Texas to that list, the national title has been won 24 of 61 times by those football teams. Now, here's an interesting note. If none of these 6 football teams get to a bowl, it's the first time that's happened since 1956. College football is really changing.
Yeah, you're right. You know, a couple other teams that don't necessarily need to win out, but they better win their next game because of what lies ahead. The Colorado Buffaloes, it's been a very frustrating year. They're at 5-4 right now. They've got to upset Kansas State today because they end the year against Nebraska. You don't think they're going to get that 6th win there. Another team, Michigan State, off to a great start, 5-0. Since then, they've lost 4 straight. Now, they're off this week. They play Illinois next week and then Penn State. So if they don't get it against Illinois, maybe they don't go bowling this year either.
Also in must-win mode, Arizona, Stanford, NC State, and Kentucky. Irish have been a must-win for a couple of weeks here. They've lost 4 or 5 games on the road. They are healthier, though, after that bye week. The coaches spent the week recruiting. The players healed up. Lee, this senior class does not want to be the 3rd in a quarter century to leave Notre Dame without winning a bowl game. Whether you believe it or not, that is a motivation for them.
Well, you know, Chris, I tell you what, I never thought I'd see the day that a Notre Dame football team with a 7-5 record would be considering going to a lesser bowl. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the number of practice sessions. I don't care about nothing. Nothing is more important than saving the prestige of Notre Dame football. And to me, if Notre Dame doesn't go to the best, they should stay at home. Best or nothing for Notre Dame.
Well, for Notre Dame to go to a bowl, that means they got to win out, right?
Yeah.
That means 7-5.
That's right.
Forget about it. Don't even worry about that. I got your solution to your bowl problem. Notre Dame's defense. Notre Dame's defense has not been able to stop any backs at all year long with any speed. That will continue today. LSU's running back Kevin Falk in the last 4 games, averaging 184 yards a game, 9 touchdowns. He will have a huge day today with his speed. And watch Herb Tyler, the quickness to break contain. I can't see Notre Dame stopping LSU. They will win, and your bowl solution is over. Don't worry about it.
You're right off the Irish.
In this game,
I'm not
yes.
so sure. I think patience, the short passing game, it's the same offense that drove 97 yards on Michigan. So I think they can move the ball in LSU.
That was week 2.
A long way from the bowl. Some classic matchups today in Greencastle, Indiana. Wabash and DePaul battle for the fabled Monon Bell, the oldest Division III rivalry west of Beano. Unbeaten Catholic University in Albright, a history of wild games. They will square off as unbeatens for a Division III championship playoff bid. And when 0-9 Austin Peay squares off with 0-10 Tennessee Martin, something's got to give. Meanwhile, on the campus of Ameris, the 1AA's best rushing defense ever, perhaps, tries to stuff one of the division's best backs ever.
Sienna's senior tailback Reggie Green needs only 21 yards to become the Division 1AA's all-time career rushing leader. That should be easy enough considering Green is averaging 212 yards per game this season.
To be considered one of the best running backs of your division ever, I mean, that's an honor to me, especially the running backs and players who have come out of this division.
Well, Reggie Green's stats speak for themselves. He's a great running back. Our stats also speak for ourselves. We're a great defense.
We're definitely going to have our war faces on because he's a good running back, and I'm going to have to be ready and prepared to play him.
The Marist defense must find a way to stop Green in an effort to set some records of its own. So far this season, the Red Foxes have held opponents to an average of 40 rushing yards per game. That's 4 yards fewer than Grambling did back in 1984. More impressive, Marist is allowing foes a mere 1.3 yards per carry, equaling the standard set by Florida A&M back in 1978.
Every week we keep on getting at it. Let's just play good defense. We'll do our job, and now we put ourselves in a position to possibly make our little mark on history.
One game, two separate forces, something has to give.
If it only takes Reggie Green 15 yards to get and we win, then I'll take it. But if it takes me to get 300 yards to get, well, then that's what I'm going to have to do.
With Reggie, you gotta get to him before he can get to you.
We're not going to let him play his game. He's going to play our game.
I remember after last week's game, I was thinking, I was like, it's going to be the best running back versus the best rushing defense in the nation. And I was like, it's going to be fun.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse. For an Aussie good time over an awesome steak, get to Outback Steakhouse. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
Next, the hidden reason why the stakes are high when FSU, Auburn, and Tulane play.
She's 3-0. She's a happy mama. I can have anything I want, Lee, when she's 3-0, so I run get the perfume out.
Is it possible to have too much fun? At Copperfield's, you can give it a shot. Copperfield's in downtown Kearney.
Hello, I'm Bob Monroe with the Monroe Law Firm in Kearney. If you've been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn, give me a call. There's never a charge to find out if you have a case. Fighting personal injury claims takes time and money, but everyone can afford our services because we don't get paid until you do. If you got hurt at work, on the road, or any place, find out if you have a case. Pick up the phone and call our law firm. It's free. Remember, experience pays.
Sterling Sharp is conducting research at Bristol University's Theoretical Football Laboratory.
The computer's running various scenarios based on if the United States was invaded by Canada. And consequently, the CFL absorbed the NFL.
And what about the 110-yard field differential? Do it again.
Professor Sharp.
Yes.
The results of the Brett Favre staying in Atlanta scenario.
Interesting. June Jones named Coach of the Year.
Last Saturday, he was hounded, hit, and finally hurt. Oscar Davenport, surgery on his broken ankle this week. Junior done for the year. He's moved into the spacious house of Chris Keldorf. He shares it with two roommates. He's got the TV remote, the fridge is stocked, and three guys to wait on him. Isn't that a nice story? Meanwhile, Keldorf and company journeyed to Death Valley on a quest. Their first win at Clemson since LT was there in '80, and also a quest for lost respect. This is about the Tar Heels' pride. They'll be labeled a fraud if they can't bounce back here. Ditto for the 6-3 Tigers, who took the worst woodshed beating in series history last year in Chapel Hill. 45-0. K-Dog, I'm going to tell you, it's about that.
Well, all season long, Mack Brown, the head coach for North Carolina, has talked about how he doesn't have a quarterback controversy, but more of a luxury in having two capable quarterbacks. Well, Oscar Davenport now is out for the year, so Chris Keldorf is a capable quarterback who's going to be able to get it done with this offense. Now, Keldorf, because of his experience in playing year after year, is one of the finer quarterbacks, at least early this year. But he was a little bit sluggish early, returning from a couple of injuries. He has played well at times this year, completing 58% of his passes with 7 touchdowns. Now, this game, as Chris mentioned, will test the character of the Heels. They put so much in that debacle last week against Florida State. Keldorf is capable, but I'll tell you what, the offensive line must play better for him to have a chance. I like the Heels to bounce back.
Clemson's not beating the top 10 team, by the way, in 5 years. For the Noles, they want to avoid that sandwich trap. They want to look good for the pollsters. They want to maybe sharpen up for the Gators next week. Bowden claims he's been watching Wake Forest film, not Florida's. Vanez Gooch gets that promised start at tailback. And what about the quarterback, old Buzz?
You know, Thad Busby had 8 straight games where he threw the ball over 250 yards. He gave up a chance for a record last week to get 9. He threw the ball only 4 times in the second half. The reason? The Noles worked on the offensive game plan, the running attack with Florida, with Travis Minor, the freshman running back. Now, Travis is a great player, but Busby is the key to this football team. There's a completion for 1st and 10. Here he gets hit. Boy, is he tough. He stands in the pocket. Now, I think Busby should get enough votes in consideration to be taken to New York City for the Heisman. He's a great football player. The Noles will win big, and they'll beat Wake Forest today big time.
Well, regardless of that Seminoles margin, it'll be another stressful Saturday for Ann Bowden, the cordial but forceful matriarch of this coaching clan. Noon, she'll watch Bobby's game with son Jeff as a receivers coach on the sidelines. Tonight, Terry's Tigers at Georgia on ESPN. And she'll also have to check the scoreboard for Tommy's Tulane team battling Ole Miss. Earlier this month, our cameras spent a few fun, frenzied football hours with the First Lady of college football's first family.
It's been a full life, many years. We've been married about 48, so I've been in over 50 years. I've been involved in football.
When a woman loves
Big Ed's got a role in every bit of it, you know. Well, who's the athletic director? Well, who are you going to hire? Well, how come you don't hire so-and-so? Well, why don't you, Bobby, why don't you do this? Terry does this. Bobby, why don't you do that? Tommy does this. Well, Bobby, don't recruit him. Tommy needs him more than you do. Oh, Ann plays a role in all of it.
She'll be the first one to praise him.
My father's the head coach. She's the athletic director.
Watch him get a penalty. Watch how they didn't penalize him.
She's worse than a paranoid coach, you know. I mean, I don't know. She feels like she's always got to be doing something. She's all fire.
What of their old friends are in town, which family members want tickets, making sure everything is set for the after-game functions. She's in charge of everything that goes on but football so that my dad can worry about just football.
She's a pretty good head coach's wife as far as her relationship with assistant coaches' wives and seeing that they're taken care of.
Girls.
If it's tight and it's a fight, Big Ann is on the elevator out in the parking lot, and she's walking up and down the up. She can't watch it. She can't stand it. You know, then she hears a cheer like we might be winning, back on that elevator, back up in her box.
I've never cried over but one game in my life. It's when Bobby was the head coach at West Virginia, and we played Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh, which was our big rival. And we had them 35-0 at halftime. They ended up beating us 36-35. I went home and just laid on the bed and boo-hooed, you know, I said, this is stupid. I'm never going to do that anymore. Terry.
Yeah.
This is Mom, darling.
Hey.
Hi, what happened, sweetie?
Huh?
What happened?
We just didn't play very well.
Really?
Huh?
You just didn't...
We didn't play very well.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What about, did Damien have a bad game or something?
Yeah, we all did.
We lost a tough football game to Mississippi State, and I was sick. And this time she felt I needed a little more of a jolt. Said, hey, you know, Dad and I have lost worse than this. Let's go forward.
The last one to blame him when everything's wrong. It's such a one-sided...
You know, Daddy, he's old enough to roll with the punches. He's got financial security. Now, Terry and I, we're still struggling. It's a week-to-week paycheck. So whenever one of us don't do well, she takes that a little more serious.
33-0 in the second quarter. Well, maybe I'll get 2 out of 3.
Mother's a perfectionist now. You better dot your I's and you better look good in what you do. She's your worst critic, but she's your biggest fan at the same time.
If my kids have a lot of fight in them, they don't get it from me, I'll be honest with you. They get it from Ann.
She is a great lady, but Terry and Tommy, underdogs. If somehow the Bowden clan is 3-0 today, woo, memories.
Perfume goes on. You know, I've known Bobby Bowden since he was the head football coach at South Georgia Junior College in 1957, and I was the freshman coach at Florida State. That's 40 years ago. And let me tell you the thing that impresses me the most about Bobby Bowden, and the most impressive thing about him is this. With all the success he's had, he's never changed his priorities, which were God, family, and football. This is one guy that talks it, walks it, and lives it. I got a lot of respect for Bobby Bowden.
And the same goes for Ann, too. Yeah. Coaches' wives deserve medals or maybe even sainthood. A tough week for the wives of the Missouri coaches following this heartbreaking loss to Nebraska. We will revisit the miracle play from both sides coming up on College Game Day. Stick around.
It's the way a house smells when there's bread baking in the oven. The way mothers make sandwiches just right.
It's the way we try to know each of our customers by name, or at least by sandwich. And it's the way all your favorite things combine into something even better, right before your eyes. It's probably why people rate us #1 in quality, survey after survey, even though it can be hard to answer questions with your mouth full. Subway. It's the way a sandwich should be.
New family members mean new responsibilities and new needs for life insurance protection. Why not drop in on your MetLife representative who will help make sense of it all for you and your family? Get Met. It pays.
Sometimes life is an uphill battle. Handle it. Dunlop Tires.
Well, there's a reason for color. In Muller's Rubik's Cube spot, what sense would it have made if it was all white, do you see, or all black? We had the different colors. I keep looking forward, forging ahead, pushing the envelope.
Flashback to 90, Colorado at Missouri. An official's mistake gives Colorado 2 second down plays. Eventually, on the 5th play, of course, they scored that touchdown, go on to the national title. Now, flash forward 7 years to last week. Same end of Missouri's Faurot Field. Nebraska is the option team driving the field in the 2-minute drill with no timeouts, trying to avoid the major upset. And again, with triple zeros on the clock, a moment that will live forever. A pass, a kick, and a catch that brought tears, heartbreak, even guilt to some members of the Missouri team and created wonder and jubilation and relief for the Cornhuskers.
Frost to the middle. I had my inside receiver to the left wide open slanting, but it didn't look to me from where I was like he'd get into the end zone. So I had to try to do something else. I threw it at Shevin, and at first I thought he caught it.
I should have caught the ball. The ball hit me and rolled down my body.
Safety came up and stepped right up there and stuck the guy, wrapped him and stripped him. And I saw the ball come out of there and I thought it was over.
I was like, oh gosh, hit the ground, just hit the ground.
I break toward the ball and I see Julian knock it down. At this point, I'm thinking the game is over and I slowed up.
I just ran over towards Shevin, and as he bobbled the ball, the only thing I remember is I saw it starting to fall, so I dove at his feet.
I could actually feel the ball in my hands, and I just thought the game was over right there, and he just kicked it out of my hands literally, and just broke my heart right there.
I kind of looked up and I saw the ball, and I stuck my foot up. And I was trying to kick it back to myself, but I guess I kicked it a little too hard and it went up higher.
The illegal kick, as you see.
The ball was kicked away from me out towards the back of the end zone. And at that time, I thought, well, there will be nobody back there.
I saw a brown thing bouncing around a little bit.
I'm thinking it's going to hit the ground. I kind of stop, come to a pause, and then, boom, it gets kicked up and it's floating like a punt. Wow, you know, you don't have time to think.
As I was laying belly up on my, on the ground, I saw a red flash come in.
Diving touchdown, Nebraska! Davison on the deflection!
The ball was really close to the ground. Luckily, I got my hands underneath it.
I saw a referee run in from my right side and call touchdown, and then it was just pandemonium.
The next thing I know, Matt Davidson's running down the field, like a chicken with his head cut off, and then I heard somebody say touch, we scored.
I saw the touchdown signal. I thought, man, I sure hope I didn't see that right.
I was like, oh my God. Basically like he just did not catch that. And how did it get up in the air anyway?
7 shoe might go into the trophy case out there, I don't know.
The Missouri fans, they're running down to tear down the goalpost. They don't realize the Huskers have scored.
Very, very strange seeing him dangling from the goalposts, happy, cheering, when, you know, at the same time we were just low.
Jones under pressure, it's over. Nebraska wins it in overtime. A miracle finish.
You would think that we had won the Super Bowl or the championship. It was just hysteria. Everybody was just running all over the place.
I wanted nothing more than for us to prevail and win, especially after a crazy play like that. But you know, I started crying and walking to the locker room because it was too much to handle.
Right there, the ball in my hand. I could have prevented it some kind of way, and I think it's still my mistake.
I see it in my mind every night before I go to bed. So it still comes up. I try to forget it, but it's still there.
It's out of my system now. After this interview, I'll never talk about it again.
I see it over and over and over on film, so obviously it did, but it just doesn't seem like it happened at all.
Seeing all your fantasies and dreams before you and then having them just taken from your clutches, thrown on the ground, stomped on. Real pain.
I guess I came here to catch the football, and maybe not quite like that, but it happened.
Tough on Missouri fans. They never really got over the fifth down. Then there was Tyus Edney's length of the court layup for UCLA to knock the Tigers out of the NCAA tournament, and a good omen for Nebraska. Both of those miracle moments resulted in national titles. But the Huskers, I mean, they know they escaped. They know the defense didn't play well. They need to regroup.
Well, the moral of the story is Iowa State's in trouble. I mean, that's the bottom line. Iowa State today, they rank 101st in rush defense. Bad sign when you're playing a Nebraska team that's not real excited about what happened last weekend. Ahman Green quietly having a great year, 4th in the nation, and rushing 6.5 yards per carry. Will have a huge day today. I think it's a big game for Nebraska's defense. Sure, it's Iowa State. A chance to regroup, get back to fundamentals, good tackling, and then get ready to go for the stretch run. But I think I would hate to be an Iowa State fan or a player today.
The Huskers are at Colorado on the 28th. The Buffs are big underdogs today against a Kansas State team that has not beaten them in 13 years. The Colorado offense really been playing well. The last 4 games, 20 touchdowns, only 8 punts. Problem on defense, 109 points given up in the last 3 games as they now face Michael Bishop.
You know, Kansas State's quarterback Michael Bishop is a tremendous football player and a great winner. At a Texas junior college, he was 24-0 as a starting quarterback. Kansas State 8-1 as a starting quarterback, 32-1. Not bad for a quarterback. You know, one thing I like about him, he's a good athlete, avoids the rush. Here, he throws a touchdown pass, but watch the enthusiasm as he gets the good hustle as he comes down there to catch the guy after. Way to run. Now, Colorado will score some in this ball game, but I think Kansas State will score 3 more points than them, and Kansas State wins the football game.
Meanwhile, down that Big 12 of Southern Division, Oklahoma State and A&M are the 2 contenders here, both at 4-2. Texas Tech has withdrawn due to NCAA violations. A&M has OU and Texas left. They also own the tiebreaker. Texas Tech, Kirk, their players are bitter. They want to be kind of the unofficial, uncrowned champions. They can beat the Cowboys today at Stillwater. That would still be possible for them.
Well, I think if you look at Oklahoma State, they've been winning football games this year with solid defense and making very few mistakes on offense. I think that trend will continue today. Look for Oklahoma State to put the clamps on Texas Tech's offense, and on their own offense, look for Jamal Fobbs having a great year as a freshman. He'll have a big day. Oklahoma State wins today.
In another Big 12 game, Texas A&M's playing Oklahoma. Oklahoma's lost 5 of the last 6. In the last 3 losses, they've been outscored 125-21. Oklahoma team has no heart. Oklahoma team has no soul. Oklahoma's team has no leadership. They'd miss old Howard Snellenberger right about now. Oklahoma, Texas A&M will beat them like a drum.
They miss Howard.
Absolutely.
Nothing.
Howard's a heck of a lot better football coach than that guy that's there now.
Tough time for
Yeah, that's right. Ain't even better.
Never lost 9 games in a season. Oklahoma, that's possible this year.
Wow.
There could be some staff changes, I think, at Oklahoma in the offseason. Peyton Manning chasing a milestone. Vols starting their march on Atlanta down in Arkansas, and we'll talk about the Dogs and the Tigers, the big ball game in the SEC today down there between the hedges. Stick around.
So, how's everyone's day? Great. Oh, Debbie, how's the cheerleading going? You're kidding me. What was that, honey?
Residence Inn is the next best thing to home.
Well, if you say so.
But it's not home.
What?
That's why it's a good idea to use the 1-800-CALL-ATT calling card. It's an easy way to stay in touch with your family.
Did I mention how great you look tonight?
Call soon, okay? Residence Inn by Marriott.
Information fed by intuition creates confidence. Confidence, tempered by pragmatism, enables prudent action. Actions come together to create momentum, and momentum can lead to frenzy, which further explains the need for information. SureTrade, a comprehensive internet broker for independent investors.
Accept it. The college basketball game you want to see isn't on where you live, and there's nothing you can do about it. Or is there? Imagine a place where the games you want to see are on night after night. A place where you can choose from hundreds of college matchups. Just order ESPN Full Court, ESPN's pay-per-view college basketball package, and we'll bring you the big games and top conference rivalries, and all in your own backyard. ESPN Full Court. There's no place like home. To order, call your cable company or DirecTV at 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
SEC Bulldogs off the bye, try to give the Tide a fourth straight home loss.
Well, Mississippi State has been playing well recently on defense, especially when it comes to pressuring the quarterback with Greg Favors. But they have struggled against teams that can run the football. LSU had a big game against them, and also the Georgia Bulldogs. Meanwhile, nobody in America can figure out why Alabama just doesn't line up and run. Run the football and you win.
Anthony Wright out for the year. Freshman Vic Penn, his first start for Gamecocks.
Well, Florida's pass offense is struggling, so number 21, Fred Taylor, has stepped up his game and started running the football tremendously. Now, here's an interesting stat. Since 1993, the Florida Gators have thrown 174 touchdown passes. That's the best in the nation by far. In the last 5 games, the Gators have thrown 5 touchdown passes, and one of them by Quezzy Green, the wideout. Now, you talk about struggling. They're struggling, but their defense carries them, and they beat this one.
Is Spurrier really planning to use Noah Brindise at quarterback against Florida State?
No.
You use Noah, brace for the flood, huh? Against that Florida State defense.
No.
The Vols, meanwhile, visit Little Rock, where the temperatures tonight could hit the 20s, but Peyton Manning is certainly hot again. Challenged himself to stay sharp. He needs 118 yards against the SEC's worst pass defense to become the 12th passer to reach 10,000 career yards. His next 300-yard game would be number 17. That would be the most in SEC history. The offensive line playing much better. Only 7 sacks allowed in 333 attempts.
Well, everybody has talked about the balance of Tennessee's offense now with Jamal Lewis, and I agree with that. That has really been a main factor for their turnaround this year and being one of the best teams in the country. But to me, a thing that has them playing as well as anybody in the country has been the play of their defense. Al Wilson, one of the best linebackers in the SEC, is very, very athletic. Here he takes down Anthony Wright in an open field. He also loves the big hit as he leads the team in tackles and an emotional leader. Now, Arkansas ranks 111th out of 112 Division I-A schools and total offense. Now, don't get me wrong. They'll cross midfield today twice. They won't score a point tonight against Tennessee.
Oh, no way. Come on, really?
No points.
I would not worry about the win. I would run the ball enough to get better rushing stats than Prairie View, because right now they're behind Prairie View in rushing stats.
You got to get a little bit better than that.
SEC, 32 straight November wins, by the way, for Tennessee. The SEC game of the day between the hedges, the rematch of that 96 quadruple overtime game. Oldest South rivalry, 101st meeting, very competitive, very friendly rivalry. The last 3 have all been classics. Now, Tony Barnhart rejoins us from behind the hedges 2 weeks later after the cocktail party. Tony, they're still on a high.
So how big was Georgia's win over Florida 2 Saturdays ago? Well, last week the radio broadcast of the game was replayed statewide. Videotapes of Georgia's big victory are still selling strong at $20 a pop. But to really appreciate what that win meant for Georgia fans and why they're so excited about the game with Auburn tonight, you need to understand a bit of history.
From 1980 to 83, Georgia had the nation's best football program, winning 43 games.
Herschel Walker led the way, winning the Heisman Trophy in 1982. But in 1988, Vince Dooley retired as coach after 25 seasons. Only twice in the next 8 years would the Bulldogs win more than 6 games.
The 3 SEC titles in a row, the national championship, those are the memories that these people were still clinging to. But memories can only go so long. We needed a new hero.
Those new heroes finally arrived 2 weeks ago when Georgia upset Florida 37-17. It was the Bulldogs' first win over the Gators after 7 straight losses, and it began a celebration that is still going strong.
I didn't want to leave the field after the game. It was the greatest single feeling I've had in my entire life. It was a tremendous victory, not only for the team, but for the whole state of Georgia. I got me a little ovation in class when I walked in. The teacher made everybody stand up, and it was embarrassing, but you could see the excitement on everybody's faces.
For the Bulldog Nation, beating Florida was more than just a big win. It was truly an inspiration.
Our giving was up about 50% that day over what it normally is on a Sunday. People were in a very generous mood.
So what happened? This is basically the same Georgia team that went 5-6 last season under first-year coach Jim Donnan.
I felt like I made too many concessions as a head coach, and that's my fault. My strength as a coach is a hands-on guy that works with the players and coaches fundamentals, and I spent way too much time raising money and going to clubs and meeting all the alumni and didn't spend enough time with my team.
And Georgia's seniors, who had never known any real success, decided they would be the class to finally bring the Bulldogs back.
We as seniors wanted that because we've been through a lot, and that's why we wanted to, make that mark on Georgia football to where we could be back.
Last season, Georgia often looked confused, leading the SEC in turnovers with 29. Some questioned if Donnan, who came from 1AA Marshall, could cut it in the rugged SEC.
Last year, offensively, we seemed to be discombobulated. We were bumping into people, dropping the football. Today, we have a very smooth, efficient, and very diverse offensive football team.
That offense includes 2 of the nation's most versatile players in defensive back wide receiver Champ Bailey and receiver, quarterback, running back, and kick returner Hines Ward. Robert Edwards is the SEC's most explosive back. Quarterback Mike Bobo threw 16 interceptions a year ago. Now he's the SEC's most efficient passer. This offense, combined with the SEC's #1 scoring defense, is why tonight's last home game with Auburn will be something special for the long-suffering fans from Georgia. What kind of atmosphere are we going to see Saturday night?
I've been asking a lot of people that's been at Georgia for a long time, asking, when's the last time that Georgia's played a big game in Athens so late in the season, and a lot of people can't really remember it.
Now, I talked to Georgia coach Jim Donnan late in the week, and this is the message he gave his team. As good as they feel about the Florida win, it means nothing if they don't take care of business against Auburn. With this season, we've learned that Georgia can handle adversity. Tonight, we learn if the Bulldogs can handle success. Chris?
Tony, great job by you and the crew in that piece. And he's right, handling success can be tougher.
Yeah, I think, the off week last week really helped the Dogs, not only to get mentally and physically healthy, but to get over that big win over Florida. This is a well-coached football team. 2 areas that it shows. Number 1, the least penalized team in all of America. The second, they've only committed 8 turnovers. That is also the fewest in all of America. They'll win tonight with great defense and the 1-2 punch of Robert Edwards running the ball and then Mike Bobo with the play-action passes. I think Georgia wins tonight.
Georgia's winning because of Coach Jim Donnan. He's made a change in himself. He's got a little tougher. He was tougher in the weight room, on the practice field. He's a no-nonsense coach right now. Georgia gets better every week, and Georgia beats Auburn, but closer than the experts think.
I'm not writing off Damian Craig, but that Auburn offense has to get going. 1 touchdown in the last 11 quarters scored by that offense. ESPN tonight, unusual start time. Join us here at 5:45. We'll talk about Michigan and Wisconsin coming up. And Penn State still trying to rebound from the big blows the Wolverines delivered.
Trailers for sale or rent, rooms to let 50 cents. Mama, man of means by no means, king of the road.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Didn't this training start at 6?
Yeah, where is he?
This is ridiculous. I'm not gonna sit here and take this.
Feeling a little frustrated? Tired of waiting? You don't understand what's going on? That's how it feels to fly sometimes. Make it your responsibility to make sure no one feels that way on United.
Compared to the rest of the industry, United is heading in a different direction.
Saturdays, the action kicks off on campus. Join Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Kirk Herbstreit for college football's best pregame show, College Game Day, Saturday at 11, only on ESPN.
Curtis Enos and the Lions look to rebound. It has snowed there earlier today. The sun has come out, but still frosty winter conditions as the Lions and Boilermakers battle coming up right after College Game Day. Now, the winner there has a chance for a piece of the Big Ten title. Still are long shots for the Rose Bowl as well. Jopis says this game reveals what his team is made of. They have been humbled. If they can win out, the Sugar Bowl would still love to have a 10-1 Penn State team, perhaps against Tennessee, as Joe Paterno goes for win number 300. How do they bounce back?
Well, I think in this football game, this matchup, Penn State's defense is vulnerable versus the pass-happy Boilermaker offense. So to be able to keep the ball away from Purdue, look for Penn State to run the football as much as possible with the big fella, Curtis Enos. Now, Enos last week was slowed by Michigan, but throughout the year has been a great runner. He's a power guy who gets better as the game goes on, and he just seems to get stronger and stronger. Last 4 games, averaging 7.5 yards per carry in the fourth quarter. And I think if weather becomes a factor today, I think it favors Penn State. Look for them to line up and going up against an undersized defensive front. They're going to try to run the football all day, eat the clock up, and keep it away from Billy Dick. And I think Penn State bounces back to win this football game and keep their hopes alive for maybe an Alliance berth, maybe the Rose Bowl.
Not so fast, winner style. I tell you what, Purdue is number 2 in the Big Ten in total offense. They got an excellent red zone scoring situation. Every time they get into the red zone, they score 8 out of 10 times with touchdowns. Now, Joe Tiller is smart. This Wyoming offense was predicated on the fact of cold weather, so the weather will be no factor. Purdue throws the ball and upsets Penn State.
Now, if Penn State does have to throw, keep an eye on Mike McQuarrie. The last 4 games, 1 touchdown, 5 interceptions. Purdue's a very good team when it comes to taking the ball away. Well, it's been a long, uncomfortable season for Illinois, especially for the 2 students camping on the roof of the student radio station, carrying on a vigil until the Illini break a 15-game losing streak. Ron Turner delivered some winter coats to them so they wouldn't freeze. Today, his second-to-last chance to deliver a victory, and it's a slim chance. As for the Buckeyes, rooting for a Seminole or a Cornhusker loss for their title chance, and maybe this week, sneaking a peek at some Michigan film.
Maybe a little bit.
I think so.
The thing to remember here, it's hard to believe this, but John Cooper is in his 10th year of coaching at Ohio State. He's 1 win away from gaining his 3rd straight 10-win season. But I think this year has been Coach Cooper's best year of all as far as coaching goes. You got to remember last year's team finished 2nd in the nation. They won the Rose Bowl. They lost 14 starters off that team last year. And where is he now? With a win today, he's back to 10-1. He's going to take his team into Ann Arbor next week with the 4th-ranked team in the country. And the people in Columbus, you still can't please them all.
Now, you can please a lot of them, though, if they can beat Michigan next week. It is the Wolverines' final road trip. As we told you, Ron Dane Gimpy not expected to see much action. As for the offense, the only downside for the Wolverines is that it's impossible to top last week.
Well, they can't top their defense. That's their problem. Michigan's offense was nearly perfect against Penn State. They had 24 first downs. They snapped the ball 76 times. Zippo turnovers. They had 4 penalties for 24 yards. A well-coached football team. But watch out. Michigan will win this game against Wisconsin, but they will drop in the polls because it's so close. There'll be no split polls. Florida State will be number 1 in both polls after the Michigan's narrow victory over Wisconsin.
You got to give Wisconsin a little bit more credit than that. Wisconsin playing, when you play at Camp Randall, it is a tough environment. You can come out of there with any kind of victory. You should stay put in the polls. Keep in mind the Michigan Wolverine players, not one player has been to Camp Randall Stadium. It is the most hostile environment in the entire Big Ten Conference. Watch Michigan, workmanlike effort, 20-6 victory, and they will stay where they belong, and that's #1 in the country.
We'll see.
Lloyd Carr says he loves the poll system. He's going to change his mind if your little scenario unfolds. That's an ABC game with Keith and Reese and Swanee and the crew at 3:30. UCLA Washington, a big game in the Pac-10, also in regional coverage. We'll talk about that game coming up.
Extends a warm welcome, a peaceful atmosphere, and a huge selection of wedding attire for your special day's shopping. Loomis, Nebraska is the home of the bridal aisle. Let us help you.
Cold weather got your car down? See Napa, the parts store of Kearney, for all those things to keep your car running right. Napa, the parts store, open 7 days a week, 706 Central in Kearney.
Back to Michael Jordan, jumper from out on the left. Tar Heels have won the championship right where they won it 11 years ago.
That seat down there was a lot better than this one.
We've waited for this ball game for a long time. Huskies against Bruins. UCLA has the Pac-10's longest winning streak at 7. Bob Toledo, one of 12 Coach of the Year finalists. 2 months ago, he was a coach on the ropes, struggling with the role of a coach/image consultant. The school that produced Ken Norton Jr. and Kenny Easley in the 80s suddenly had a reputation for a less than tough guy. Now, Steve Seifers reports on the makeover of the Powder Blue Boys and the turnabout that's brewing at UCLA.
Had the Bruins scored late in the game on 4th and goal at Washington State's 1, the Cougars' Leon Bender might not have said it. But they didn't, and he did. And the comment made its way to Westwood.
What did you hear? That we were soft, and when it comes down to it, we're gonna, I guess you could say, belly up every time.
The truth is, Bender was only saying what many others had been thinking over the last 9 or 10 years about UCLA. One former Pac-10 coach told me those old Bruins were great athletes who could run, but they were yuppies. And another former Pac-10 coach told me they were soft, that if you hit them hard, they wouldn't hit back.
I would hear it a lot, week in and week out. You know, everybody who we would play would want to play physical with us because they knew that we couldn't compete with them physically.
I mean, that's basically a personal, challenge for me, and it's basically slapping my face.
But now they say they're slapping back because Bob Toledo, in his second year as head coach, wants it that way. Once an assistant at Oregon and USC, he knew the perception and he sought to change it. His first hire was strength and conditioning coach Kevin Yoxall, who changed that part of the program
completely. We have mandatory in-season workouts. I think we had them when I was a freshman, but man, I didn't go, and not too many people did. And if you did, it was a joke.
I mean, he's like an Army drill sergeant. I mean, boot camp is 365 days around here.
They got bigger, they got stronger, they got faster, and they became mentally tougher. So we carried that over to the practice field, and we became more demanding on the practice field. We had more drills that were more physical.
Everything was more physical. A power running attack from the eye, a defense that switched from reacting to attacking. Those things everyone saw. But who, before the game with a physical Arizona team, saw the week of one-on-one contact drills lead right up to kickoff?
Just before the game in the locker room, I put a piece of tape right down the middle of the floor, and I got them up. We did one-on-ones in the locker room. Nobody saw that.
Our big focus was to come out and establish who was the most physical team, and that's what we did.
There's a lot of tough guys on this team.
Guys who no longer look so natural in that Bruin baby blue.
If there were a color that seriously matched this team this year, what color would it be?
Probably black and blue.
I think red. Just because I feel like on defense, we're a bunch of sharks going for blood out there.
The feeding frenzy is a rebound from an 0-2 start made possible, they say, because they are tough. But now they brace for the reputed Pac-10 Macho Man, the Washington Huskies. Not these Huskies, the ones aping Washington and Westwood. The real Huskies will maul the Bruins for 3 straight years.
That's one of the things they're probably thinking this week. We're going to go and match them physically and just beat them to death, because basically the last couple of years, that's what they've done to us.
Bud Hicks adds, these Bruins are different. Leon Bender is wrong.
We have the feeling and confidence that we can go with anybody in the nation physically.
I don't know if we've arrived, but I know we're much better. We'll find out Saturday when we play Washington, because it will be a physical football game. It'll be toe-to-toe, big man on big man. It'll be a 15-round fight, and the one who's standing at the end basically will win the football game.
They borrowed those purple pants from Northwestern to try to dress up the scout team, but the real Huskies a lot meaner. They're a great bounce-back team. After a regular season loss, they've won 18 in a row, never lost in that situation under Lambeau.
Yeah, and if you look at UCLA and their offense this year, they've been very explosive, averaging 41 points a game, but they've been very careful with the football. They lead the nation in turnover margin thanks to a large part of their quarterback, Cade McNown. McNown is right in the middle of the hotbed for quarterbacks this year, and he's quietly having a great year. 236 attempts, 5 interceptions. He loves to go to Jim McElroy. 22 yards per reception. Also Skip Hicks out of the backfield. Now keep an eye on that man right there, Skip Hicks. He is on a mission this week. He has struggled his entire career against the Huskies, and I think today he will have a big game as UCLA wins.
Not so fast, my friend. Washington's 2 losses this year. Quarterback Brock Huard was not in there. Only 1 quarter against Nebraska, not at all against Oregon. He's back, and they need him to win. Now, Brock has a wonderful touch, especially when it comes down near the red zone. He throws the ball beautifully. I think that Washington wins this football game with Brock Huard's passing.
Another guy that they need to win, though, is Rashawn Sheehy. You don't have him. They haven't had a running game, even against Oregon. It's going to be a lot tougher. Reminder, football coming up. Purdue and Penn State, there are some weather issues there. That game is minutes away. Final predictions are up next.
I was looking for an onion, a really big onion, a blooming onion as big as your head. One bite of that onion and bam, you were hooked. I mean, you want to have more and more, and you think about them, you dream about them, you just got to have them. And you can't stop, and you go anywhere, no spices. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, I was consumed by that onion. And that onion was consumed by me.
It's easy to get a bloomin' onion. Get to Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
How's about a nice juicy steak to go with that bloomin' onion?
Steak? Hey, why didn't I think of that? I love steak. Big, juicy.
Just give me those wide open spaces in plenty of space for that calm, peaceful feeling.
We all need our space.
Wide open spaces shining down.
The new, larger, more luxurious V6 Accord from Honda.
Most low-price computer ads include legal type, like this, to let you know about all the wonderful things you won't be getting with your computer. Now this system includes everything you need to get started: printer, monitor, and software. It's only $14.99 plus shipping and tax. And best of all, it's from Gateway. Gateway computers feature Intel Pentium processors. Call us at 1-800-GATEWAY and we'll build one for you.
It's ESPN's Sunday Night NFL. This week, Jeff George pilots the powerful silver and black offense down to San Diego to air it out with the Chargers. Raiders-Chargers, tomorrow at 8, only on ESPN.
Tomorrow, ESPN's Right-Along program wraps up in Atlanta, where Jarrett, Martin, and Gordon are still bumper to bumper for the Winston Cup Points Championship. The Napa 500, tomorrow at 12:40 on ESPN.
College Game Day is brought to you by Honda. Vehicles designed to help simplify your life.
A lot of emotion today. Eddie Robinson's final home game as Grambling hosts North Carolina A&T. You'll have a helicopter flyby after the game. Final predictions, guys.
Well, final predictions. I like North Carolina to beat Clemson. I like Penn State in the game coming up against Purdue. And I like UCLA out in the Pac-10 over Washington.
I like Clemson, Purdue, and Washington. All 3 not so fast, my friend specials.
The pencil getting a workout. Mike Tirico here all day with updates. Iowa Northwestern on the deuce in a half hour. Now it's Penn State and Purdue. Dave Burnett, Bill Curry, and Dave Ryan. Okay?
Big A Auto Parts, Fort Randall Casino, and your local Dodge dealer.
Huskers can wrap up the Big 12 North title.
They'll go to the shotgun formation. This is 4th down. The snap back to Scott Frost. He looks, drives a pass in the end zone. Incomplete. Touchdown. Or did it? Yes, he caught the ball for the touchdown.
I'll probably remember that catch for the rest of my life. Hi, I'm Matt Davison. That was a great moment for our team, but truthfully, I hope I don't have to do it again today on the Big 12 Game of the Week. Next.
Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler present Big 12 football. This afternoon from Lincoln, Nebraska, the Iowa State Cyclones take on the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Let's take a look at the AP Top 5, and you can see despite their close victory over Missouri, the Huskers have fallen to number 3 behind Michigan and Florida State. Nebraska has won 2 of the last 3 national championships. Their quest to make it 3 out of 4 begins this afternoon against Iowa State, a team that doesn't give up and plays hard every game. Hello again, everybody. I'm Ron Thulin, and I welcome you to underneath Memorial Stadium, the trophy room at the Hewitt Center. And in the trophy room, you can see all the hardware that attests to Nebraska's success. The Heisman trophies, the Lombardi trophies, and the national championship trophies. But all this success has a foundation. My broadcast partner, Dave Lapham, has more on that.
This is the 30,000 square foot weight room at Nebraska. Players you're going to see today: Scott Frost, Ahman Green, Aaron Taylor, Grant Wistrom, all paid the price for excellence. We all know a strong athlete is a confident athlete. Right in this very room is where the foundation is built for national championship opportunity. Ron?
Thank you, Dave. Nebraska has won 37 consecutive conference games. The last time they lost a conference game, almost 5 years to the date, November 14th, 1992. The team to beat them, Iowa State. We'll step aside and we'll have more from Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska after this word from Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler.
Turn it up, love to pump, slam dunk. Inline or online, surf the net. Dr. Pepper taste to get. Blue jean, fly machine, football hurdle, space shuttle. Free to vote, yeah. Now is the time. Now is the time. This is the place. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil.
You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
Data, statistics, the stuff of instruments, gauges, and stopwatches. What if you were to buy a car strictly with your left brain? If that car was the new Mazda 626, your right brain would be handsomely rewarded. The all-new Mazda 626. Retooled, refined, reborn.
Weekends are for relaxing and spending time with family and friends. But for most homeowners, it's the only time to straighten out personal finances. That's why First Plus is open on the weekends, every weekend. We're available when you're at home thinking about consolidating bills or financing home improvements. Just call 1-800-510-PLUS. You can apply today right over the phone, and there's no application fees. First Plus takes care of business 7 days a week, just like you do. At First Plus, we're working first for you. Call 1-800-510-PLUS.
a punter from Columbus, Nebraska.
Welcome back to a sold-out Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska, where we are minutes away from kickoff between Nebraska and Iowa State. Hello, everyone. I am Jim Knox. If Iowa State has any chance of pulling off the upset against Nebraska today, Darren Davis has to play, and he has to play well. Davis, who went down last week with a deep thigh bruise, he sustained the injury against Colorado on this play. Now, Davis is expected to play today, and when Davis plays, he will play with added protection. That's right, an extra knee pad. What Frank Randall has done, the Iowa State trainer, is he devised a knee pad. It extends up to his thigh area. It will have extra protection on the thigh. The question is, will he be able to withstand the tough blows that Nebraska defense throws at him today? Well, we will soon see. It's the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Game of the Week, Nebraska and Iowa State, and it's coming your way next.
At Alliance Cellular, we've made some improvements to our statewide value rate plan. We've raised the amount of free airtime you get to 30 minutes. And at the same time, we've lowered the price to just $18 a month. So now it's even more economical to take advantage of our statewide network, the largest in Nebraska. At Alliance Cellular, making our rate plans even better is just one more way we're raising the standard for value.
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
With Plymouth, this is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Take, for example, Plymouth Neon. You get all this. And now these special savings. Get $1,500 cash back or 1.9% APR, so you can save over $2,700 in finance charges. One more time. This is what you pay for, and this is what you get. Plymouth Neon, only at your local Plymouth dealer.
My idea? My husband has everything. I'd like Best Buy to help me find something he doesn't have.
I'm the Best Buy Idea Box. Let's get something for the old hubby that has everything. A digital camera.
Got one.
Digital satellite system. You have a DVD?
Yep, we got it.
You're killing me here.
I thought you were going to help me.
I've got another idea. It's a little mini disc. You record on it. Does your husband have this?
I don't think so.
Woohoo! He does now.
We make everyone easy to shop for at Best Buy. Now that's a great idea.
This guy's a genius.
It was an October to remember, as a gentle snow turned into a storm that paralyzed cities and brought huge tree limbs crashing to the ground. 1011 captured Nebraska's reaction to this record-breaking storm and now offers you highlights on videotape. Send $10 to reserve your copy of An October to Remember to KOLN KGIN Box 30350 Lincoln 68503. Profits go to a storm recovery fund to aid low-income people with storm-related needs.
It's senior day here in Lincoln, Nebraska, as the Cornhuskers are looking for their 42nd consecutive home win. And it's going to be a good one against Iowa State. The weather, it is chilly, wind chill. Hey, Jim Knox, it's -2, big guy. Cloudy and cool, but we don't have any snow as of yet, and that is the good news. Of course, coaching staff for the respective teams. On your left, Tom Osborne in his 25th year. His record is just short of incredible. Dan McCarney in his 3rd year at Iowa State. He is building a big foundation, but he knows playing up here in Lincoln, Nebraska today is going to be a very difficult chore for his troops.
Well, I've been there before, but a lot of these kids that are playing right now have it because we have so many young kids on the field. And I've never been in a stadium or atmosphere in my life that's more intimidating than Lincoln, Nebraska for a football game. So we got our work cut out for us as a coaching staff to make sure these kids believe that they can line up and play against Nebraska.
Dave Lapham, it's going to be a difficult chore for them, and their margin of error for this afternoon for Iowa State is 0.
Right, they're going to have to play just about the perfect game. There's no question about it. They can't give Nebraska any extra opportunities at all.
There's Tyrone Watley set to receive Chris Brown's opening kick. Over 76,000 on hand, and we are underway. It'll be Watley right at about the 1. Takes a stick, stays on his feet, and he will be buried at the 10-yard line. A return of 10, and that is where Iowa State will take over. Quarterback for Iowa State is Todd Bandauer, the junior out of Crystal River, Florida. And last week we saw him play, and I tell you what, Dave, his first half was probably one of the best halves he has played this year.
He was outstanding. He can throw the football exceptionally well. 19 touchdowns, a mere 7 interceptions. If you have a 2-to-1 ratio in favor of the touchdown, it's outstanding. He is well beyond that ratio.
Well, Darren Davis is going to be playing. He is going back to the tailback spot. He'll be joined by Joe Parmentier, number 42, the fullback. Bandauer not expected to have a whole lot of time throwing the football today. Look for quick drops. Not from the tailback, however, as Davis stays on his feet. Let's take a look at our Southwest Airlines starting lineup, first of all, for the Iowa State offensive line. Oliver Ross, the big left tackle. Can he handle Grant Wistrom? They say he's a pro prospect. We'll find out this afternoon. The running backs and wide receivers, Tyrone Watley leads the Big 12 in receiving yards per game. Had a couple of touchdown receptions last week versus Colorado. There's Darren Davis, younger brother of Troy Davis. Joe Parmentier is being helped off the field, the big fullback.
Darren Davis has got that little extra protection around his face as Joe Parmentier departs and is trying to fight that wind chill.
Iowa State has not won here in Lincoln since 1977. Bandauer, the pressure on, and Pat is going to be incomplete, intended for Jerome Evans. Southwest Airlines defensive starting lineup for the Nebraska defense. All-American Grant Wistrom, only 4.5 sacks away from getting the all-time sack mark here at Nebraska. And the linebacker, Tony Ortiz, just a sophomore, starting his first game for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And of the secondary, Ralph Brown. In 1996, he was a freshman All-American, and he leads the team in solo tackles. And already, Iowa State off schedule, 3rd and 8.
Yeah, exactly. They bounce the ball off the turf, Darren Davis does. He recovers on first down. Second down, Bandauer behind the receiver, 3rd and long.
Watley wide to the left. Green in motion. They're going to go deep right down the middle, wide open, and Bandauer overthrows him. Tyrone, or I take it back, number 81, Ed Williams, had a step on him. Just overthrew him. Bandauer throwing into the wind.
And that's the matchup that Iowa State feels they've got an advantage. Iowa State's wide receivers against the young secondary from Nebraska. Missouri exposed this young secondary in the play-action pass last week. Went right over the top, ran right by the coverage. Octavius McFarland not close enough to Ed Williams. If that ball's thrown more accurately, it could be a touchdown, and you have to capitalize on those opportunities. You can't let a big play potential escape you.
Carl Gomez, the left footer, into the wind, high kick. Going to take a favorable bounce for Iowa State, but it will be excellent position for the Nebraska Cornhuskers as they will take over just about at the 50-yard line after a 43-yard kick. Scott Frost, the senior quarterback, believe it or not, last year people were questioning his abilities, but this year he has proven that he can run the option, and he has made great decisions this year.
Scott Frost, if he passes for 148 yards and rushes for 167, Ron, he's the 10th player in NCAA history to rush and throw for 1,000 or more. That would be quite an accomplishment.
Just his decision-making this year has improved so much. He's going to run the option on the first play, pitching it back. Lots of running room over the right side. Ahman Green. Once again, Southwest Airlines presents the offensive line, the starters, and of course, Aaron Taylor. 18 pancake blocks versus Missouri last week, closing in on 100 for the season. And of course, number 30, Ahman Green, second all-time rushing list in Nebraska history, averaging 143 yards a game.
4th best in the entire nation.
Right in front of Green is number 45, Joel Makovica. Makovica will keep it straight up the middle inside the 35 down to the 33-yard line, and Southwest Airlines brings us the Iowa State defense. Greg Schoen is the biggest of the defensive linemen, but he has to play even bigger today against Aaron Taylor. At the linebacker spot, Michael Cooper, the leading tackler, 17 stops versus Colorado last week. Out of the secondary, the redshirt freshman out of Ames, Dustin Avey, a 94-yard interception return for a touchdown last week, but they will have their hands full. 2nd and 5 for the Cornhuskers. Frost keeps it. A lot of running room. Inside the 25, inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line. Chin Achebe had to come from that outside linebacker spot to make the stop. Let's take a look at the numbers on Scott Frost out of Wood River, Nebraska. Had a great game versus the Tigers last week.
Well, those are numbers that you expect out of your tailback. Averaging over 6 yards a crack, 14 touchdowns, 852 yards on the ground. You have a double threat. I mean, Ahman Green, 4th in the nation. Scott Frost, a legitimate threat running the football. Nebraska, powerful, number 1 in the entire country running the ball.
Green tries the left side. Big hole, touchdown, Nebraska.
Wow. This football team run is so powerful, averaging 395 yards a game on the ground. And that time just went through the Iowa State defense like a hot knife through butter. And nothing fancy at all. Just ran the option, just a straight dive, little isolation, fullback lead. Increased the defense dramatically.
Well, they're number 1 in the NCAA in rushing, total offense and scoring, and they showed why on that. Chris Brown, the junior out of Southlake, Texas, to attempt the extra point straight through the uprights for Chris. He is 48 of 48 this year. 18-yard touchdown run by Green puts the Huskers on the board here in the first.
To understand our dedication to keeping your car running its best, visit your team of pros at Big A Auto Parts. They'll have you back on the road in no time. Big A, America's parts pros.
See your Big A dealer at Don's Big A Auto in Burwell, J&D Automotive in Caro, and Central Parts and Machine Incorporated in Columbus and Albion.
Fort Randall Casino Hotel, where you can play megabucks with jackpots starting at $1 million. A great place on the Great Plains. Fort Randall Casino Hotel.
Credit the playful performance of a Dodge Dakota to its quick ratio steering and precision-tuned suspension. Dakota's a blast to drive, and this lease certainly won't dampen your enthusiasm. Surprise from the truck that's full of surprises. Buy a Dodge Dakota and get a Magnum V6 at no extra charge. So to satisfy your lust for more power, see the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
For their thrilling victory over the Tigers.
Quarterback Corby Jones hit number 4 Ricky Ross in the end zone to send the game to overtime. A battle the Tigers eventually won. But last Saturday in Columbia, the table was turned on the Tigers. Leading by 7, time running out, the improbable occurred.
The snap back to Scott Frost. He looks, drives a pass in the end zone, incomplete. Touchdown. Or did it? Yes, he caught the ball for the touchdown.
Holy cow, Matt Davis.
The Missouri fans, they're running down to tear down the goalpost. They don't realize the Huskers have scored.
Chris Brown's extra point was good, and the game went into overtime. That's when Cornhusker quarterback Scott Frost took charge and scored what proved to be the winning touchdown. Well, Ahman Green has already put the Huskers on the board 7-0. Tom Osborne telling us yesterday that was the craziest game he's ever won. Says he's been involved in a lot. Here's Watley from inside the 5, straight up the middle with a running room. 27 yards on the return. Let's take a look at our Mazda scoring drive. Only took Nebraska 4 plays to cover 51 yards and took them 77 seconds.
4 plays all on the ground, and they cover half the football field. Todd Bandauer wishes he had one back.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he had Ed Williams in that first drive that just overthrew him. And you have to take advantage of every opportunity presented to you when you're a decided underdog. And already Iowa State has let one slip through their fingertips on their first possession.
Well, now you have Ahman Green, a lone setback. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Williams in motion. Davis stacked up, and he is going to be dropped. Jason Peter right in the middle of things. Peter with 48 tackles coming into the game, 12 tackles for a loss already this season.
Well, he lines up right next to Grant Wistrom. They're the dynamic duo. Let's take a look at Ed Williams on the first possession. Comes off the line of scrimmage as slot receiver, runs right past the coverage. I mean, he is wide open. Octavius McFarland, the linebacker, can't stay with him. Overthrown. If he catches that football, it could be golden goalpost, and the game might be tied right now.
Missouri was able to take advantage of that last week. Here were guys wide open. Davis is going to be hammered as he gets to the 25, but he actually lost 2 yards. Again, number 55, Jason Peter, the senior out of Locust, New Jersey.
I'll tell you, he's not only penetrating, disrupting, he's making tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Back-to-back tackles for loss by Jason Peter. Here's the touchdown, a little counter play where the right guard, right tackle get their blocks. Off to the races, Ahman Green. He would have scored in touch football. I don't think anybody even laid a fingernail on him.
Well, their first series, they faced 3rd and 8. Second, it's 3rd and 12 for Iowa State. Just about 4 minutes gone by here in the first. Penalty flags are thrown, and
false start.
False start. We're going to move it back a little bit further.
Well, now you got tackle for loss on first and second down. Then you jump early on 3rd down. Now you're facing 3rd and long. You're off schedule big time, and you can't have that.
Steve Juszczyk, our referee this afternoon.
Take a look at what Iowa State has to do here, Ron, to win this football game.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
And the biggest key for Iowa State was to stay on schedule like we're just talking about by down and distance. They're way off schedule right now. 3rd and a bundle. No margin for error. They have to take advantage of every opportunity already in the first possession. They did not. They have to challenge that Nebraska secondary. In order to do that, they have to pass protect for Todd Bandauer. We'll see if they can keep Peter and Wistrom off of Bandauer.
Well, 3rd and 17. Iowa State going to keep 2 in the backfield to help with the blocking. Bandauer still sees pressure, goes right down the middle to the outside. Pass is knocked down, incomplete.
Sweeney got his hand up there real late. I mean, Watley on Sweeney, that's a matchup they like. The receivers on the corners. Sweeney was pivoting, spinning around up there, trying to find the football. At the last second he did and got a hand on it. Right at the top of the screen, Watley trying to run by Sweeney. He turns to find the ball late and just gets his right hand on that football just a little bit. Once again, close for Iowa State, but no cigar. Close doesn't count. You have to execute.
Carl Gomez set to kick it away. Bobby Newcombe standing at about the 50-yard line, set to receive it, kicking into the wind, bobbles the snap, gets it away. Hangs up in the air. Newcomb's going to take it. Penalty flag is thrown. Goodbye. Penalty flag is thrown. Newcombe unofficially 53 yards. Let's see who the penalty's against.
Boy, if it's an illegal block in the back, it nullifies a touchdown. If it's against Iowa State, of course, it stands. Let's see what the officials are going to call.
We have a halo violation on a kicking team.
Halo violation meaning you have to give 5 yards to receive the punt. You can't impede his vision. You have to break down 5 yards away from the punter, give him a clear vision to catch the football. Newcombe didn't need it. Even though there was a violation of his space, he caught the ball, and it was see you later.
That's the first punt return for a touchdown this year for the Cornhuskers. They were averaging just about 10 yards of return, and talking to both coaches, both felt the specialty teams would make the difference today. So far, it has for Iowa State. Chris Brown's extra point again. True to the mark. We're still in the first quarter. We have played just about 5 minutes. Nebraska on top.
Play it back, rock, rap, fast food, cool, dude. Home run, Dr. Pepper, taste the fun. Movie star, classic car, talk show, Bobby and Ken will twist again. Instant replay. Now is the time. Now is the time. This is the place. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Some people enjoy a good challenge. But earning a frequent flyer ticket shouldn't be one of them. At Southwest Airlines, we count quick trips, not long miles. Just 8 round trips is all it takes, and you'll be flying free before you know it. Rapid Rewards from Southwest Airlines. The quickest, easiest way to earn free travel.
You are now free to move about the country.
14-0 is our score. Kluver was the culprit on the halo violation. That allowed Newcombe to have the punt return of 53 yards for a touchdown. He had a 57-yarder earlier this year, but it didn't go as a touchdown. Of course, the record 92 yards by Johnny Rodgers. Infamous game in 1971.
I tell you, Newcombe is becoming a weapon. Every time he touches the football, it's a big play waiting to happen in all phases.
Watley from the 10, straight up the middle. He is going to be stood up at about the 27-yard line, falls forward to the 30. Just take a look at that punt return again by Bobby Newcombe.
Well, first of all, it's a low-line drive kick, so it's returnable. Kluver, 47 in the white jersey, runs by him. There's a 5-yard area that you're not supposed to violate, and it's violated by Kluver. Newcombe doesn't care, though. It's a low-line drive. There's great blocking right up immediately at his semi-wedge area, and then speed just absolutely detonates Iowa State. Nobody can come close. Watch the blocks. As soon as Newcombe breaks the initial line of scrimmage, it's off to the races. And you get out in the open field one-on-one against the punter, he's not going to make the play. He runs by Gomez without much problem at all.
Look at the numbers on Newcombe this year. 352 yards total offense.
They had the center forget the snap count here.
Everybody moved, but the big guy in the middle. Now, we have to mention that Charlie Bogwell, the normal center, number 79 for Iowa State, is not playing. He dislocated his elbow last week against Colorado, but to tell you how tough he is, he went back in the game and just started snapping with his left hand, but today he's just not able to go, so Ben Bodette, number 70, has moved over to the center spot, and Bill Marsaw, number 72, has moved up to the right guard spot.
It is tough, but that's a heck of a job by Bogwell being ambidextrous. But now you have to shuffle. You have to shuffle your offensive line. You can see that big contraption on his right elbow. Looks like an erector set hanging off his right shoulder to his wrist. That thing is stabilizing that right elbow that he dislocated. He's tough.
Hey, he wasn't expected to play. Now we see him in. Bandauer, pass is going to be incomplete. The black shirts is what they call this Nebraska defense. They are in the top 20 in 3 of 4 categories: rush defense, total defense, and scoring defense. And really, Dave, when you think about Nebraska's defense, their best defense just may be their offense.
Oh, yeah, they play keep away, Ron, except when they go on those one-play drives that they're capable of. But Nebraska beats you up in that running game so much, they wear you down. Charlie McBride, though, he's very, very pleased with the Nebraska style of offense because it demoralizes the opponent. Defense gets out there, gets caught up in that momentum, couple of big plays, 3 and outs, and it becomes a tidal wave.
No yards offense for Iowa State. Bandauer is 0 for 4, making 0 for 5, intended for Tyrone Watley. The 6th-year senior, Erwin Sweeney, on the coverage, number 16, the freshman out of Lincoln, Nebraska.
Well, what they're trying to do is get Todd Bandauer out of rhythm, and he's thrown the ball behind his receivers twice already early in this football game. The reason that he's not accurate is he has to release the football before he wants to. That's because the pressure is getting there. Just as he releases the football, he gets sandwiched. And, you know, a lot of times pressure doesn't equate to just sacks. It's hurries, it's incompletions, it's completion percentage, it's interceptions. Pressure causes a lot of problems for a quarterback.
Again, 3rd and long for Iowa State. Bandauer lets it fly. The pass is going to be incomplete. He was crushed by Jason Peter right as he let go of the football.
Nobody can block Jason Peter up front. They're doing a good job. They're double-teaming Wistrom, but you can't double-team everybody. And Jason Peter is just doing an incredible job at the line of scrimmage. This time just a whip move up the football field, and it's off to the races. He get the edge immediately on the offensive lineman, Matt Rayfeld. And then he got his hit on Bandauer. That's a tremendous upfield rush inside by Jason Peter.
3rd punt already for Gomez. Still no yards offense for Iowa State. We're not even out of the first quarter yet. Newcombe set to return this again. Another penalty.
Jeez.
Another violation against Iowa State. Now, he didn't even catch the football and they hit him.
Now, was Kevin Wilson blocked into him? I don't think so. I think Kevin Wilson could have stopped on his own.
Yeah, I agree.
If he was blocked into him, it's a different deal, but there's handkerchiefs everywhere. There's yellow laundry all over this football field. That wasn't a halo violation. That was a worse violation than the halo.
That was a halo detonation.
Yeah, that was a halo assault.
There's no halo on Mr. Wilson right now.
No, he's growing a couple of horns right there.
I think he is.
Fair catch. Interference on a kicking team will be a 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
And as a result of that misfortune on the kicking game on special teams, Nebraska once again with a short field to operate from. I mean, Iowa State's defense has their hands full as it is. You'll see Wilson, number 25, just run right through him. He's not blocked into him. I don't know what Wilson was thinking. That's just a serious brain cramp right there that cost his football team big time. Now the defense has a short field, and they're trying to hold back a tidal wave as it is.
Already now 14-0. Green over the left side. Again, running room. Left side.
See ya.
20. Touchdown, Nebraska.
Wow.
Unofficially 49 yards for Ahman Green. His 16th rushing touchdown of the year. His longest this year was 59. That goes for 49.
Just a simple double team right up the gut. That got it started, and then it was all Ahman Green running right through tackles. Nobody can arm tackle Ahman Green, and then he turns the Jets onto the perimeter, and he outruns everybody. It's amazing. This offensive line for Nebraska is starting to dominate very early.
Chris Brown getting a workout. That touchdown ties him with Tommy Frazier for fourth in Nebraska history with 36 rushing touchdowns in a career.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil.
You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
Data, statistics, stuff of instruments, gauges, and stopwatches. What if you were to buy a car strictly with your left brain? If that car was the new Mazda 626, your right brain would be handsomely rewarded. The all-new Mazda 626. Retooled, refined, reborn.
These days it seems like everything is the official something of somebody. What's next? The official soft drink? The team mascot? Look at this guy right here. And this one here. And this girlfriend and this kid. See? See, they're drinking Dr. Pepper just because it tastes great. It's kind of the official soft drink of everyone else. Like this guy with the bratwurst. He executes a one-handed switch. You can't coach this stuff. It's a thing of beauty. Hey, who's doing that? I do that. What's going on? Hey.
Defensive coordinator for Iowa State, John Skladany, pleading with his troops. Get a little bit more physical with this Nebraska team because that is something they have to do if they even want to stay close in this game. Nebraska's had the ball only a minute and 27 seconds, and Ahman Green with a couple of runs has helped Nebraska to a 21-0 lead with 10:09 left in the, believe it or not, first quarter.
Ahman Green has got 16 touchdowns rushing on the season now, 2 early ones today.
Watley's going to take a seat in the end zone. Iowa State will begin 1st and 10 from their own 20.
65% of Chris Brown's kickoffs going to the end zone. Watley's 100% of his runs seem to be touchdowns. Double team at the line of scrimmage, rub off to the linebacker level excellently by Aaron Taylor. And then Ahman Green is in the open green spaces, and he's off to the races, and it's see you later. That's where the biggest mismatch is, the team speed. Nebraska's team speed is so much more impressive than what Iowa State can present. That's a total mismatch. It's dramatic, the team speed differential in this football game.
Iowa State having problems establishing any kind of rushing game. Davis 3 carries 0 yards. Bandauer is going to be dumped at the 10. Number 84, Mike Rucker, the junior out of St. Joseph's, Missouri.
Well, they figure that Bandauer is getting some pressure in the pocket, so what do? Try to get him out of pocket. Parmentier is the guy that's blocking on the perimeter on the defensive end. He runs right by him. That's a total mismatch. Rucker just absolutely doesn't see Parmentier as an obstacle at all. and deposits Bandauer. I mean, he's getting pressure in the pocket. They try to get him out of pocket, and he gets additional pressure. Boy, sometimes you can't make any kind of call that'll work.
Well, Nebraska's defense has 12 goals. They may meet all 12 of those goals today. Left side, Davis takes a big hit as he crosses the 15.
Johnson.
Eric Johnson, the junior from Phoenix, Arizona, #1, coming up and lowering the boom on Davis.
Now, Darren Davis is a running back with great speed. Problem is, this linebacker, Johnson, runs a 10.5, 10.600 meter himself. Let's see what this, here, listen to this. That's a shot.
How about when it's cold, Dave? Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, you feel like you crack every bone in your body when you hit that turf in that cold weather.
But it is still 3rd down and 14. Again, Iowa State 3rd and long. Penalty flags. It's going to make it even longer.
Another false start.
Boy, when your margin of error is very, very slim, and we're not degrading Iowa State, that's just the reality of the situation. You can't afford any kind of penalties. Andy Stensrud, the big freshman tight end, I think is the one who moved.
Well,
you notice how cold it is, our official. Our referee, Steve Juszczyk, the chin's getting a little stiffer every time he talks, Dave. You notice that?
Yeah, exactly.
Getting a little tighter down there.
Exactly. But you look at the Nebraska defensive linemen, all sleeveless. This is the weather that the black shirts love to play. Look at this. None of these guys have jerseys underneath their football jerseys. They're wearing the short sleeves. It's like a day at the beach for these guys. They're ready to go after it.
Yesterday during practice, it was snowing and it was colder, and they came out with like tank tops on. Bandauer again, right down the middle, has a man and is incomplete. Intended for Tyrone Watley. Erwin Sweeney, the freshman from Lincoln, Nebraska, again on the coverage. That pass, though, was on the money.
And they got a penalty flag. Let's see if we have a roughing or get a holding against Iowa State. That's going to cost them even more yards, or Nebraska will decline this and make them punt. It's already 3rd and a bunch.
On the offense, penalties declined, 4th down.
Now, take a look at, they double team Wistrom. They stay after him a little bit. They give Bandauer an opportunity to have vision down the football field, but now you have a young secondary gaining confidence. It's amazing what a 21-0 lead early will do for your confidence. And Sweeney, tighter coverage on that particular snap. Everybody's feeling good right now.
Well, Iowa State 12 plays, -4 yards. Bandauer is 0 for 7 throwing the football. Look out! Almost blocked. The up man is going to take it up to the 32-yard line is number 5, Chevin Wiggins. Well, you wonder what these guys on Nebraska, what they feed them. How about for an 11:30 kickoff? Jim Knox, give us the menu, big guy.
Okay, Ron, Nebraska looks like they have a little extra energy today. Could be that pregame meal, 7:30 this morning. Let's take a look. The menu. Now, we couldn't possibly list all the items on the board, but just some of the items in the quantities. Eggs, 40 dozen. Then waffles, 100 servings. Not to mention 4 gallons of maple syrup to wash down the waffles. As far as Dave Lapham's pregame meal, we'll get to that in just a second. Here it is. Dave Lapham's pregame meal. We calculated eggs, 10. Canadian bacon, just 1 slab. Pancakes, 8 stacks. Syrup, 1 gallon. That's the usual Dave Lapham pregame meal. Ron?
And guys, that turkey was a 12-pounder that I carcassed solo. I carcassed that bad boy by myself.
That doesn't include supper last night.
Absolutely.
Well, Nebraska leading 21-0, 8:51 left in the first. Ahman Green, 3 carries, 80 yards already. A couple of touchdowns. He's going to get another shot. This time over the right side, inside the 30, down to about the 27-yard line before Chinatibi comes up to make the stop. Already, Ahman Green over 1,360 yards this season, 5th best total in Nebraska history.
Well, the thing about Scott Frost is he's so much more decisive in his decision-making. Ahman Green, of course, rolling up some serious numbers, but Scott Frost, you take a lot of things for granted, and one thing that Scott Frost has improved upon is his accuracy of the pitch in the option. Ahman Green, if you hit him full stride, just like a pass, he's going to hit that defense going 100 miles an hour. If you throw it behind him or make him stop, he has to restart. Frost is much more effective with the option.
There you see it right there as Frost able to cross the 20, gets enough for the first down. As Dave mentioned, he's closing in on a 1,000 season. 1,000 yards passing the football, 1,000 yards rushing the football. He was 75 yards away from a quarterback rushing record coming into today.
Last week in the Missouri game, he came 2 attempts short and 3 yards short of school records in each category. I mean, he was responsible for well over 300 yards offense by himself, throwing and running the football. He rushed for 4 touchdowns. He is a specimen.
9 straight games Nebraska has rushed for 350. Here comes the reverse to Newcombe. Left side, he's got some blocking. Going to be knocked out of bounds at the 4 as he hesitated. Doug Densmore, number 24, a redshirt freshman out of Sterling, Illinois, finally corralled him.
Well, down the field, they say if a wide receiver throws a block that leads to a touchdown, it's called a blazer. And they chart the wide receivers' blocks. The offensive line, you see some knockdowns there, guys down on the ground. They like the wide receivers to knock down people, too. Newcombe on the perimeter, down the football field. Big offensive lineman working, trying to spring Newcombe to the end zone. That's the very versatile Matt Hoskinson down the field. Couldn't quite get the defender on the turf.
Interesting formation. Green, left side, bouncing. Can he get in? Yes, touchdown, Nebraska.
Well, Ahman Green wants to show you the total package. He's shown you the speed, the cutting ability. Now he wants to show you that he can lower his shoulder pads and play with power. And Ahman Green has got the total package. Speed, agility, quickness, and power. It's a double I formation, a power I formation. Makovica gets a block. Ahman Green just drives the pile back to the goal line and pierces it. That's great surge right there by Ahman Green, showing some power.
Well, as Chris Brown from South Lake, Texas, just outside of Dallas, kicks it, he wants to make sure that we tell his sister good luck as she tries out for the volleyball team. That man doesn't need any luck. 5 rushes, 88 yards, 3 touchdowns for Ahman Green. And with 7:37 left in the first, it's 28-0 Nebraska on top. Iowa State a 44-point underdog coming into this football game. Now it's a matter of pride.
Well, Tom Osborne, of course, his football team last week showed some poise and confidence by tying that football game up. They have to go a bunch of yards with only 1 minute and 2 seconds on the clock. They go 67 yards in 10 plays with 1 minute and 2 seconds to go to tie it up in the air. Scott Frost doing a great job. Now that they've been tested a little bit, they had their wake-up call. They're taking it out on Iowa State.
Let's take a look at the North standings. And you can see Nebraska on top. A win today will send them to San Antonio for the Big 12 championship game. Kansas State at 5-1, 8-1. They are bowl bound. Missouri, what a job they did last week. Larry Smith has done just a spectacular job. You know, we saw them against Kansas State. We saw them against Kansas, and they didn't look good. But boy, they have really come on. In the South standings, Oklahoma State, Texas A&M battling to see who will play Nebraska in San Antonio on December the 6th at the Alamo Dome. 8 straight 100-yard rushing games for Ahman Green. At 99 yards in the first game, he is on his way to the 9th straight.
And he had 99 yards against Akron to start the season. He came within 1 yard of having 100 yards rushing in every game this season.
Nebraska's only had the ball 2 minutes and 46 seconds. They have 132 yards and 21 points. Watley again from in the end zone. Crosses the 20. Skirts to the outside, dancing his way up to about the 39-yard line before he is knocked out of bounds. A 39-yard return for Tyrone Watley, and this is the best field position Iowa State has been able to start with this afternoon.
No question about it. Watley made Joe Walker miss. Joe Walker was in position. Watley takes it out of the goal line, and Watley on his own bounces to the outside. Watch Joe Walker in the red, number 25, misses the tackle. And as a result of that miss, Watley's out the gate and up the sideline for additional yards. So Nebraska's human. They even missed a tackle. I can't believe it.
Yeah, we had a penalty, I believe, on the play. Let's listen in.
We have sideline interference on the kicking team.
Sideline interference. That is the first, I think, in 10 games you and I have had this year, Dave.
Sideline interference, and the return went in front of the return team's bench, so they must have crowded the side. You have to give a 5-yard barrier. You see how everybody's off the sideline by 5 yards. There's a second white line away from the sideline that's 5 yards away. You can't get in that white strip right there. That's 5 yards in width, and if you're crowding that, if there are more bodies in there than just the coaches, you got trouble, and that's what they were called Nebraska on, I believe. Is crowding that sideline too much.
Usually we hear a warning.
Right. Maybe they already gave a warning, and second offense, then the flag is dropped.
We have sideline interference on the kicking team during the run back. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Now, this is an opportunity for Iowa State, obviously, that they have to take advantage of. You know, you were talking, Dave, about watching that last minute of the game last week. You and I were at St. Louis Airport watching it, and we both commented how calm Tom Osborne was the final 62 seconds. It was remarkable.
He really was, Ron, and I think that calmness filtered right down to his quarterback. Scott Frost showed as much huddle presence as any quarterback I've seen in dire circumstances. He was very, very poised and had tremendous huddle presence.
Davis. The right side, there are a bunch of red jerseys to surround him, and he's going to lose about 6 on the play. Eric Johnson, number 1, led the charge.
Tremendous effort by Kelsey. He split a double team. They double teamed Kelsey. He came off of both of them, and he was the disruptor. He's the one that made Davis bounce it to the outside to his teammates. I mean, 2 guys take the shot at him. They can't get him blocked, and the play is thrown for a 5-yard loss. Once again, Iowa State off schedule. That was their big key. Don't give up a lot of tackles for loss and quarterback sacks.
Well, they wanted Iowa State to play with a long field. This is the shortest field they're playing with. You can see the total yards. Not even on the positive side. Bandauer, quick look into Watley. Crosses the 50, gets into Nebraska territory. He won't get a whole lot on that play. This Nebraska defense sets 12 goals. Things they want to get accomplished. One of them is hold the opponent to 13 points and 285 yards. But even their defensive coordinator, Charlie McBride, says really the only goal Nebraska fans want, 0 yards. Yeah. And they're doing that today.
Exactly. There's an injured Nebraska player down on the field. Is that Harrison?
It's number, yeah, I think it is.
It's Harrison that's got the injury down there. But you're right, Ron. Every defense and every offense has goals for the particular game. Last week in Missouri, Nebraska only met one of the 12 goals, Charlie McBride said, and that was the quarterback sack total when they came up with 5 quarterback sacks. Other than that, things like points, yards allowed, yards per rush. Another thing that they like to do for their offense is give the offense the football 3 times in the other team's side of the football field during the course of the game. So things like that they chart. They've got 12 goals they strive for. In prior games, he's had his defense reach as many as 11 of those 12 goals. They only reached 1 last week against Missouri, so they're trying to make amends for that today, and they're on track to meet a lot of them this afternoon against Iowa State.
Well, only Baylor and Missouri have been able to rush for better than 100 yards against this defense. 3rd down and 13 for Iowa State. Again, 3rd and long. Damon Green in motion. Bandauer has some time over the middle to Green. What a catch, and he's hit hard and dropped. The first down of the afternoon for Iowa State, and it comes at the 6:04 mark of the first.
By number 21.
Nice job by Green. Nice route that he ran. Interesting matchup at the line of scrimmage. Oliver Ross working against Wistrom. Oliver Ross gives Bandauer just enough time to get rid of the football, and Bandauer gets down the field to Green. He makes a very courageous catch of the football. He knew he was going to get popped, and he still made the catch.
He's a senior out of San Bernardino, California. A JUCO transfer that's finally coming on for Iowa State. 1st and 10 on the 26 now for the Cyclones. Quick drop, pass overthrown, incomplete, intended again for number 33, Jerome Evans, the redshirt freshman out of Inglewood, California. Second cousin to Bo Jackson, who gets an attaboy from Bandauer. Knew he overthrew that.
Yeah, Bandauer said, Jerome, no problem on your part. That was all me. You know, I threw that football too hard, too high. Didn't give you an opportunity to make the catch. And that's leadership being shown right there by Bandauer. 2 for 10 for 24 yards. Some of it his fault. A lot of it, though, extreme pressure by Nebraska, making him hurry his reads, throw the ball before he wants to.
On 2nd and 10, Davis stacked up right at the 15. Penalty flag is thrown right at the line of scrimmage.
Boy, if this is a hold on Iowa State, that's a tough penalty. It'll throw them off schedule again. Let's see what the call is.
Holding offense.
That's exactly what it is. In the interior, they're having a real hard time blocking Jason Peter inside. A real hard time.
Let's check in with Jim Knox.
Ron, Brandon Harrison, it looks like his day is through. He sustained a concussion, and it doesn't look like he will return to the game. So Brandon Harrison could be through for the day.
Ooh, not good news.
No, concussion in this weather is tough.
I'm really impressed, though, with this Charlie Bogwell, number 79 for Iowa State, as we can see the penalty yards, 5 for 40 already for the Cyclones. The 6'2 junior out of Morris, Illinois. You talked about that big contraption on that right arm.
Yeah.
Dave, I don't see how he can even center the ball.
Now you see the officials made him pat it up a little bit more, Ron. So, I mean, that contraption he has on there has some sharp edges, but this kid wants to play.
Bandauer's pass is almost picked off.
Wistrom, he dropped out of there in a zone blitz. He dropped into pass coverage and almost made the interception. I mean, Wistrom, he reverse rolls. He drops out of there in the zone blitz. The linebackers rush, and he drops. See, the linebacker blitzes. Wistrom drops off from his defensive end spot. He and Eric Johnson changed responsibilities, and Bandauer never assumed that was going to happen. He never thought that Wistrom was going to be in that throwing lane, and he almost threw the interception.
Has a career record, tackles for a loss for Nebraska. Turned down the NFL last year. Looking forward to this game. Bandauer has some time. Going deep. Has Watley. Touchdown, Iowa State.
And that's the matchup that Iowa State was hoping they could take advantage of. The key is giving Bandauer enough time to make his reads and throw the football. In this young secondary, there are a bunch of freshmen and sophomores back there. Some redshirt freshmen, but Ralph Brown. It's like he was the one that was taken advantage of. It was a zone coverage, and they just wasn't a tight enough configuration between safety and corner, and Bandauer abused it.
20th touchdown pass for Todd Bandauer. That is a school record, had it at 19. Jamie Cole will attempt the extra point, but at least Iowa State gets on the board. Maybe they can get something going. And the extra point is good. 5:05 left in the first quarter. 35 points have been scored, 7 by Iowa State, 28 by Nebraska. Let's take a look at that touchdown catch by Tyrone Watley.
Charlie McBride trying to get it squared away on the sideline. Watley to the left side of the formation, and he'll be running his route. It's a zone. Everybody's dropping back in zone. The relationship between corner and safety, Watley right there at the bottom of the screen, the widest guy in the formation. He just splits the safety and corner right there. Not effective enough between the Browns, Ralph and Mike Brown. I mean, they got two guys back there to cover him. Brown's fooled initially. He pulls off late. Brown on the inside is the one that jumped on the wrong route. By the time he recovered back to Watley, it was too late. Ralph Brown hurt his cohort, his buddy in crime, Mike Brown. Or the other way around. Mike Brown hurt Ralph Brown. There's a lot of Browns down there.
Or Ralph Cramden. Doesn't make
Ralph
any difference.
Cramden. He's driving the bus.
Now Watley, his touchdown pass is number 8 on the year. Bandauer this afternoon, 3 of 12 for 59 yards. Iowa State with 59 yards passing, -8 rushing the football.
Well, what you had there is Ralph Brown thought he had Mike Brown for inside help, and Mike Brown was nowhere to be found. He left his buddy Ralph out there on the Brown Island.
Wiggins and Walker set to receive the kick. 5:05 left in the first. Ron Thulin, Jim Knox, Dave Lapham coming to you from Lincoln, Nebraska, a chilly Lincoln, Nebraska.
And a little breeze blowing. That knocked the ball off the tee right there.
It is swirling from left to right.
Let's see if they're going to need somebody to hold this football. I thought I saw Toto fly by a little while ago, but that was unconfirmed.
There it goes again.
Yep. Maybe Toto will have to go down there and hold that ball, but somebody's going to have to make sure. You're going to have to bring a holder in to secure that thing so they get this ball kicked off. We're not in Kansas, are we, NEM?
I'll tell you what, it feels like it. You go outside this booth.
Shoot.
82 consecutive weeks in the top 10 for Nebraska. Showing why right now this afternoon. Wiggins at the 7. He has some running room. Cuts back. Over the 45, up to the 47-yard line for Chevin Wiggins. His 7th return on the year. And his longest was 31. That goes for 40.
And, of course, Ron, that's the player that kept the ball alive by inadvertently kicking it in the air to his teammate who made the biggest touchdown catch of his career. Wiggins kept that ball alive. You know, Iowa State right now, the scoring drive, Watley a 35-yard touchdown pass. They beat double coverage. Bandauer hits them, so they find themselves on the board. 7 plays to go those 45 yards.
Well, Nebraska's average start is at the Iowa State 44-yard line. This a little bit shorter as Green goes over the right side. Now their average start is at the Iowa State 47. So Nebraska has gotten great field position. You know, you mentioned Chevin Wiggins inadvertently. There was some talk that they were saying that Wiggins said that he intentionally kicked the ball. That was not what he said. The transcript, Chris Anderson of Nebraska Sports Information Department told us about the transcript of that interview. He did not say he intentionally kicked the ball, which obviously would be illegal.
All he said was he kicked the ball. And he didn't say he intentionally kicked the ball. Now, you know, he was doing anything he could to make the catch. He was trying to control the football, and it went airborne.
Frost on the option, look out. Crosses the 35, going to be pushed out of bounds at the 30-yard line.
If Makovica could have made the block on Dustin Avey, it would have gone to the house. Because Scott Frost has got 4.6 speed in that range, but Ivey, 400-meter high school hurdler himself, has got real good speed. You'll see Makovica, everybody blocks down, some angle blocking, people are secured at the corner. And Makovica can't quite catch Avey, number 7 in the white, and as a result, 7 in the white tackles 7 in the red at the sideline. If Makovica could have taken Avey down, may have been a big, big one.
12 straight years, this Nebraska offense has averaged 35 points. 7 away from that. This afternoon, pass is going to be complete to number 88, the tight end Sheldon Jackson, the junior out of Diamond Bar, California. His 9th reception on the air. He's a big one at 6'4", 245. Nebraska plays as many as 4 tight ends in the game. A couple of other scores. Penn State, Purdue, will keep an eye on that. Florida State manhandling Wake.
And that's the game that Nebraska's kind of competing with. You know, in this era of polls, score becomes important. With Florida State up by 35, Nebraska didn't like the fact that Iowa State got on the board. So the big game, though, Michigan's got the biggest test today against Wisconsin. It's kind of that in-between game. They have the big win at Penn State. Ohio State goes up there next week, but Wisconsin's in between.
Green left side, inside the 20, down to about the 16-yard line. Nebraska's averaging, believe it or not, 14 yards per rush.
I believe it.
Yeah, Schoen is on the tackle, number 90 for Iowa State.
What's Ahman Green averaging? I mean, his average is going to be phenomenal. You know, the thing about Makovica, he's a tremendous blocker at fullback, but here's a kid that's averaging over 7 yards a crack himself, and he's got 8 touchdowns rushing. Ahman Green today has 98 yards on 7 carries, over 15 yards per attempt. That's unrealism.
Frost pitches it back. Running room. Bobby Newcombe, touchdown Nebraska.
Wow.
You talked about Newcombe, how he's a do-all guy. We've seen it this afternoon.
Newcombe is nuking him. I mean, this guy is powerful. He's an explosion. Every time he touches the football, he's special to watch. This Nebraska team has so much speed. And where I was impressed with it was when they matched up against Washington. I thought Washington had a lot of quickness, a lot of athletes. Nebraska, looking at tape of that game, looked quicker to me than Washington did. Newcomb's got 88 all-purpose yards today, run a couple of touchdowns to go with it.
The extra point is good, which does not bode well for Iowa State. Nebraska has won 205 consecutive games in which they scored 35 points. They're 269-1 all-time, scoring 35 points. The lone loss came to Oklahoma back in 1950.
Well, the big red machine is rolling right now. In the option, the isolation, everything's available to them. Everything's there. Excellent job by Frost making the decision. The pitch man's uncovered. I mean, Iowa State has got some problems of responsibility. Somebody took the quarterback on that play in the option. The pitch man was all by his lonesome. And one thing you can't do against Nebraska is lose responsibility on the pitch man or the quarterback in the option, because that's coffin nails. And the thing, Ron, that makes Nebraska so tough, they have 10 different formations, and they have 20 to 25 running plays out of each formation. So if you're a linebacker, you can't take enough snaps or repetitions in practice to cover everything.
Right.
And Nebraska will come out there with a different look that confuses you, and all you have is that little, all it takes is that little instant of self-doubt. Is that the right read and that hesitation? And that's what Nebraska takes advantage of and then blows you up.
You can't have hesitation against guys like Taylor, Zadiska and company. Watley again. Spins, still on his feet, crossing the 25 up to the 27-yard line. Well, when you talk about great coaches in all of college football, the name of Tom Osborne's right up there with the Joe Paternos and Bobby Bowdens. He's in his 25th year as head coach, 36th year at Nebraska. Look at these numbers on Tom Osborne.
It's incredible. I mean, the guy, he reaches 250 wins in 25 years, better than 10 wins a season, and the numbers are just startling. You know, he's won almost 84% of his games overall, And the continuity in his coaching staff, I think, is the big reason. Tom's had some of his stellar coaches here for better than 20 years.
Bandauer trying to throw the football, overthrows the intended receiver, Damon Green. This 35 points that Nebraska's hung on Iowa State in the first quarter, the most in 97 in the first quarter. Previously, it was 28 versus Kansas State.
Oh, last week, Missouri had a lead on Nebraska. The first team this year that had a lead on Nebraska after 3 quarters. They want to make quick restitution for all their problems last week. And Iowa State, unfortunately, is the opponent that is facing Nebraska after being challenged by Missouri. I think whoever they played today was going to have trouble.
2nd and 10, Bandauer rolls out, has to dump it off, pass is complete, and Jerome Evans is immediately hit.
Ooh. Good shot right there by Warfield. He was all over that. And they really, now Nebraska is playing their rush lanes. They're playing it wide because they realize Bandauer has to try to vacate the pocket a little bit. So they're still pressuring him on the edge. And that time Warfield had man coverage responsibilities on the back out of the backfield underneath, and he blew him up.
Eric Bivens, number 83, is coming to the lineup for Iowa State. Warfield could have played basketball and football at Arkansas. Chose to come to Nebraska instead. 3rd down and 12. Iowa State just 2 of 6 on 3rd down conversions. Bandauer lost the pass up down the right sideline. It is complete. Good for a first down to Damon Green.
You had a situation where Mike Brown couldn't find the football and Damon Green could. When the receiver on an underthrown football, more times than not, the receiver finds the football before the defensive back can. A little crossing route. Green finds the football. Brown has no idea where it is, particularly when it's underthrown. He makes the adjustment to the football for a nice completion.
Now this Nebraska defense lost 8 starters from last year. Only 3 starters returned, so it's amazing the numbers that they have put up. But as you mentioned earlier, the secondary is young. Davis, left side, into Nebraska territory, down to about the 40-yard line.
Well, the secondary is young, Ron, and it doesn't have a whole lot of depth. I mean, that's the biggest concern on this football team defensively is the lack of depth in the secondary. They have a true freshman, Joe Walker, who's played strong safety, corner, nickelback. I mean, when you have a true freshman playing all those positions, it's hard enough for a true freshman to learn one spot. But by need, you have to have them learn 3 spots. Once these young guys get it figured out, though, Charlie McBride says this group of defensive players in the secondary, once they get a little experience under their belt, they might be the best secondary this school's ever had.
Iowa State, 3 straight games. They've scored 21. Davis is going to put it up, throws it up. That is catchable.
Oh,
and he makes the catch.
Nope.
No, he dropped it.
Yeah.
Boy, I thought Ed Williams may have come up with a spectacular reception.
He had it for a second, but then he lost it in the turf. He trapped it down there with the turf. But Davis last week,
that's right.
Remember the option pass to Watley, and Watley dropped it. This time, the option pass just quite not there enough. He makes Williams stop in his pass route. Davis underthrows this football. He has to throw it going backwards, though, because he's blown up. I mean, even Davis, when he goes on the perimeter, gets blown up. Williams makes a good effort. One hand, right hand up there, tries to secure it as he goes to the turf. Can't quite get it done. But it's amazing. Nebraska's all over everything. Yeah. Ortiz hit Davis as he was throwing that football.
3rd down and 2. Davis, right side. Shaking and baking, crossing the 40 down to the 38-yard line. That will be good enough for a first down. Aaron Sweeney on the stop. Let's check in with Jim Knox. Jim?
Hi, Ron. As we mentioned earlier, about 2 below 0 with the wind chill factor right here. I can't even hardly talk. It's so cold out here. Snow flurries on and off so far this afternoon. How did the Nebraska Cornhuskers as well as Iowa State players keep warm? Well, Scott Frost, the quarterback right here, just has the Parker on, but a few of his buddies, they had the best idea. You got to go by the heater. That's how you stay warm on a day like this.
Jim, we want to see you with your earmuffs on before the afternoon's over. There you see the wind, and it is nippy outside. Bandauer on 1st and 10. Into the flat, overthrown, intended for number 42, Joe Parmentier, the junior fullback at 256 pounds. He's a guard in the backfield. He's not a fullback.
He is. He's an honorary hog. I mean, he's an extra lineman in that backfield, and he knows exactly what his role is. He's a little bit, the coaches are asking him what happened. Now, maybe Joe ran his route a little flat. Bandauer was very inaccurate, but I think Bandauer's mechanics are going to pot because of the pressure. I mean, he's not getting his feet set. He's not able to follow through. That's because Nebraska is in his face.
We aren't out of the first quarter, and Bandauer's thrown the ball 16 times already.
That's not good.
Not good at all. That pass is incomplete, intended for Green. Bandauer came into this game 115 passes without an interception.
And Bandauer and Green that time, Bandauer is saying to Green, look, don't kill me with the wrong route. Bandauer is saying, I expect you to continue across the football field. Don't pull up on me, because I'll throw an interception. And that's the thing. A lot of times the quarterback looks bad, but the offensive line might not give him solid enough protection. The back misses a blitz pickup. The receiver runs the wrong route. And all everybody thinks is the quarterback messes up. A lot of times his teammates are messing up.
3rd and 10. Bandauer has a lot of people coming. He's hit as he throws it. It's going to be incomplete. Williams was there. Bandauer took a shot in the back.
I think Peter was there once again. Peter was one of them. And if they can just protect a little bit longer for Bandauer, his receivers can beat the secondary. The problem is they don't have enough time to execute the play because of the pressure. And Peter's the one that jacked him in the back as he was releasing that football. That's a whiplash shot. That's like if you're in an automobile and another one hits you from behind and snaps your neck. That's the feeling that the quarterback has right there. Jason Peter is having a great day.
4th and 10, and Iowa State is going for it.
Yep, why not?
Exactly. Bandauer has time. Ball is stripped. It's loose. Iowa State will recover it, but it'll belong to Nebraska on downs.
Chad Kelsey is the guy that stripped it. He got the quarterback sack and stripped it out of Bandauer's hands, and Jason Peter comes up with it. The black shirts are doing some damage, and it's all starting up front. The Nebraska defensive line is owning the line of scrimmage, as is the Nebraska offensive line. Therefore, the score is 35-7, and we're still in the first quarter. Kelsey does a nice job of getting up the football field in this pass rush. Todd Bandauer is a battered man already, and they haven't even gotten through the first quarter. Wistrom making the pressure down low. Kelsey up top, knocks it clean. The ball's on the turf. Iowa State can't come up with it. Jason Peter does.
Bobby Newcombe wide to the right, I formation. Makovica, the fullback. Frost is going to put it up. Looks for Newcombe. Got him. And that'll be the end of the first quarter. Bobby Newcombe makes the first down reception. We have played 15, and it's all Nebraska red.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Try any of the Edge recipe pizzas and get a second medium for only $6. Only at Pizza.
2.9%. Just announced 2.9% financing on America's favorite cars or trucks. Chevrolet, 2.9%. Imagine the savings. 2.9% on Lumina, even on Chevrolet's #1 selling car, Cavalier. 2.9% financing on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks, S10s and Blazers. 2.9%. Now's the time to make your money count. Chevrolet cars and trucks, 2.9%. Rush to your nearest Chevy dealer today.
To understand our dedication to keeping your car running its best, visit your team of pros at Big A Auto Parts. They'll have you back on the road in no time. Big A, America's parts pros.
See your Big A dealer at Beck's Equipment in Edgar, Bundy's Auto Supply in Fairbury, and A1 Auto Supply in Seneca, Kansas.
10-11 Sports. More sports, more often. Taking you to where the action is. Scott Kilberry brings you to the breaking sports stories here in Nebraska and around the nation with more live coverage, delivering the scores and highlights you want to know. Special reports, one-on-one with Scott, Sports Snapshot, more live coverage, more sports, more often. If you care about sports, we cover it. 10-11 News, your capital city news station.
Big 12 football is brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. By Gatorade Thirst Quencher. You don't have to live life thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up. By Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places. By First Plus Financial. At First Plus, you'll get an answer on your home loan before you hang up. Call 1-800-510-PLUS. And by Citgo. Just get up and go. Citgo says go. Well, we asked a couple of students to pose for that shot. They did, and now they're frozen. Yeah. But inside, it's hot if you're a Nebraska fan. Jim Knox, Dave Lapham, Ron Thulin coming your way from Lincoln, 35-7. Quarter number 1 is now in the books as we begin the second. 1st and 10 for Nebraska. Ball on the 24. Reverse. Fake reverse. Ahman Green blasts his way down to the 8-yard line. Newcombe scored on the reverse earlier, so now they fake it. Kevin Hudson on the stop.
Boy, the big guys pull from that right guard, right tackle position. Around the horn they go. Ahman Green now over 100 yards rushing for the 9th straight game. Ahman Green, it's a little counterplay. The big lineman out in front, he fakes a reverse to Newcombe, and he turns it up the football field. Once he gets his shoulder pads squared up to the line of scrimmage and gets them low, he can blow you up. This kid's powerful, got great speed. Amazing. 112 yards on only 8 rushes, and he scored on almost half of them. 3 touchdowns.
This is the longest drive Nebraska's had. Their time of possession that first quarter, 5 minutes, and Cross is going to burn a timeout. Ahman Green's already touched pay dirt a couple of times this afternoon, 3 times to be exact. Let's take a look at it.
It's the Ahman Green show here. This is nothing fancy, just right between the tackles. He's not touched. I mean, nobody even disturbs his route to the end zone. Then here you have Ahman Green breaking it to the outside. Nice lead block by his fullback, and he's off to the races, and he shows his speed. Then on the last touchdown here, look at the power. Lowers his shoulder pads and surges forward, breaks the plane of the end zone. He's shown it all. He's shown speed, agility, power, total package.
35 first quarter points for Nebraska. Not bad. That ties a school record for most points in the first quarter. Also scored 35 against Oklahoma State back in 1988 and Arizona State in 1995.
Well, Nebraska's averaging 510 yards a game offense coming into this game, number 1 in the country. They're racking up some serious numbers already. Newcomb's already got 109 all-purpose yards. Ahman Green's already got 100 yards rushing. Jeez, Watley for Iowa State is a bright spot. On the kickoff return game, he's got 121 yards on returns. Other than that, it's all Nebraska.
1st and 8, 1st and goal on the 8, I should say. Macavicka straight up the middle, touchdown Nebraska. Joel Macavicka's 9th rushing touchdown of the year. He only carries about 9 times a game, but he averages 7 yards a carry, and he has yet to lose any yards rushing the football this year.
Right, has not been tackled for a loss. That's a fire hydrant right there. A true spark plug at fullback. 7.3 a rush, over 66 yards rushing a game. That leads fullbacks throughout the country. He's tough.
Well, he's also broken his brother Jeff's mark as a fullback for rushing the football. Macavicka adds 6 more on. The extra point makes it a 42-7 game. We're early in the second.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Try any of the Edge recipe pizzas and get a second medium for only $6. Only at Pizza.
2.9%. Just announced. 2.9% financing on America's favorite cars or trucks. Chevrolet. 2.9%. Imagine the savings. 2.9% on Lumina. Even on Chevrolet's #1 selling car, Cavalier. 2.9% financing on the most dependable, longest lasting trucks. S10s and Blazers. 2.9%. Now's the time to make your money count. Chevrolet cars and trucks. 2.9%. Rush to your nearest Chevy dealer today.
To understand our dedication to keeping your car running its best, visit your team of pros at Big A Auto Parts. They'll have you back on the road in no time. Big A, America's parts pros.
See your Big A dealer at Beck's Equipment in Edgar, Bundy's Auto Supply in Fairbury, and A1 Auto Supply in Seneca, Kansas.
Next week, our Dr. Pepper Big 12 Game of the Week will be in Ames, Iowa, as the Iowa State Cyclones play host to the Kansas State Wildcats. Michael Bishop already set a school quarterback single-season rushing record, while running back Michael Lawrence is on pace to become the school's all-time leading rusher. The Wildcats meet the Cyclones next Saturday morning on the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Game of the Week. Joel Makovica has made it a 42-7 ball game. Just over 14 minutes left here in the opening half in Lincoln, Nebraska. Watley better take a knee, and he does.
Well, the record, the Iowa State record for kickoff return yards is 166. Watley's already got 121 yards in kickoff returns here in the first quarter because Nebraska's been kicking off so much. It truly is amazing. When you have a weapon like Chris Brown run, 65% of his kickoffs go in the end zone. 55% of his kickoffs aren't returned, just like that one. And that nullifies a weapon like Watley. You have a kicker like Chris Brown, it really, really helps your defense because now they have a long field. They have to go 80 yards.
Well, at times against Missouri last week, Nebraska didn't seem like they covered anybody. Nebraska coaching staff was concerned about that. At times today, there have been guys wide open. Iowa State's made them pay for it only once. Davis is going to be popped. Doesn't get back to the line of scrimmage, and a penalty flag is going to be thrown in the secondary. I think it was Ahman Green was really doing battle in the secondary with number 25, Joe Walker, the freshman out of Arlington, Texas. Maybe a personal foul on one of the two of those. Here is Walker. 20 total tackles this year. He's got a sack.
Substitution infraction on the defense.
They didn't have 12 men on the field, but they must have run a player in late from the sideline. Tom Osborne's not real happy about that.
Rick Neuheisel knows something about that.
But boy, this Nebraska football team is powerful. I mean, it's a combination, everything you'd want in a football team: strength, speed, quickness. They've got it all. They've got the total package. They run the football so well. Scott Frost is more than competent throwing the football, as he showed against Missouri when their backs were to the wall. This football team has so many weapons.
Charlie McBride telling us yesterday, the defensive coordinator, that Jason Peter and Grant Wistrom have made it known what they wanted to do today. They're doing just that. The reverse. They have some blockers. Green to the 30, up to the 34-yard line before he is shoved out of bounds. Joe Walker is the one who shoved him. Let's take a look at the left side of that line.
Take a look at what Iowa State's trying to get done here. Kurt Levetzo, the big right tackle, blocks down, and then they release late. Levetzo is the one that's going to get out in front and throw the key block for Green. Look at Levetzo working on a smaller player. Just gets enough of a piece of him to allow Green to get extra yards down the field. That's a nice effort, second effort down the football field by the big guy.
Sun breaks through here in Lincoln. Darren Davis trying to break through, and he's not going to get to the 30-yard line. He is going to be pushed back.
That is a multiple tackle for loss.
Yeah, Kyle Vanden Bosch, a freshman out of Iowa, and Brian Shaw, the linebacker, number 46. There's Vanden Bosch, number 83, 6'4", 235 pounds.
And I think you're going to see Wistrom taking a little bit of a break here in this football game. He's beaten up a little bit. Wistrom and Peter they're both fighting through some injuries. Wistrom's got a couple of dislocated fingers and a thigh injury, and Peter's got a little bit of a back problem, although you'd never know it today.
Penalty flags thrown, everybody dancing around on the inside. Number 99, Jason Woltz, the junior out of New Orleans, is the one I think who might have made contact.
And it's really a problem when he makes the contact. The ball's right under his nose. Move when the ball moves, not when the quarterback says.
Offside. Defense. 5-yard penalty.
That's the call.
Now what happens is the quarterback does the non-rhythmic cadence and gives you the hard count, tries to get you jumpy. Instead of like a rhythmic hut, 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 he gives it the hut, hut, and then the third hut and gets you jumping, and that's what happens. You can't listen to the quarterback As a down lineman, particularly nose guard, you move when the football moves. They're too jumpy inside.
I remember you told me when you were a center, you used to squeeze the ball.
Right.
Guys that think you're going to snap it.
Yep.
Oh, Bandauer, quick looking, patted, almost intercepted. Watley heard the footsteps. He looked up as the ball was coming to him, and he saw a bunch of red jerseys, and he kind of just ducked out of the way.
Boy, Jason Peter and Kyle Vanden Bosch kind of met at the quarterback a little bit. Peter hits him in the back again. I'm telling you, Bandauer, he's going to have to put a neck brace on. He's going to have whiplash after this game. He's getting hit from behind so much. Jason Peter already with 4 quarterback hurries today. Actually blows Bandauer up. And then the deflection off of Watley. Brown almost takes it the other way. Almost a big takeaway. Nebraska only 6 interceptions all year, Ron. That's a problem. Usually they're up in the 20s.
The low snap. Bandauer throws it incomplete, intended for Ed Williams. Williams, again, though, was open. Todd Bandauer just not getting him the football. But I tell you what, I have seen a couple of times today, Dave, that the Iowa State receivers are starting to do a couple of baby steps when they see that secondary closing on them.
Yeah, and if you can give Bandauer just an extra half a second to throw the football. But this Nebraska defensive unit, Ron, only 6 interceptions. Last year, they had 23. So, and all the interceptions are by the secondary. No linebacker interceptions yet. Charlie McBride would like to see that turnaround today.
Bobby Newcombe set to return the kick. Carl Gomez gets it away. It's going to be a short kick. Newcombe. Again, he's hit, and that'll be another penalty. The third time today, Iowa State has done that.
Come on. And Wilson, now he's saying, what am I doing? Well, you have to work. You have to make the adjustment before the play, not after the play.
Well, a penalty will be on Iowa State with 12:29 left in the first half. 42-7 is our score. We'll return to Memorial Stadium after this word from Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler.
Play it back, rock, rap, fast food, cool, dude. Home run, Dr. Pepper, taste the fun. Movie star, classic car, talk show, Bobby and Ken will twist again. Instant replay. Now is the time. Now is the time. This is the place. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil.
You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
Have we got a surprise for you?
There's a place in Iowa that's known worldwide for turning great ideas into practical, usable products. It's the home of the first digital computer. And where research made the fax machine faster, it's where research led to a new cooking oil that's low in saturated fat. That place is Iowa State University. ISU is working to help Iowa grow successful ideas and successful students to become the best.
Big 12 football is brought to you by Citgo. Just get up and go. Citgo says go. By Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. Well, Nebraska averaging 13 yards per play on offense. They have over 230 total yards right now. Their average time of possession for each score, about 1 minute and 8. So they have 6 touchdowns. 42-7, Scott Frost and company putting the chill on Iowa State.
Look at the splits Nebraska's taking up front. The line splits are huge.
Straight up the middle. Let's take a look at that last punt and see exactly what happened.
Oh, Kevin Wilson is the kill guy, the cover guy in the white jersey. You won't see him yet until the ball's in the air. And the ball's punted. Kevin Wilson, number 25, the white jersey, is nudged. But he's not even trying to break down. I mean, he just blows Newcombe up, and then Dan McCartney blows up Wilson. says, "What are you doing? Clean it up." You know, loose translation. What are you doing, son? How many times are you going to make the same mistake? Come on, you're a smarter guy than that. Something like that.
Boy, did you have poetic license on that one.
Yeah.
I got a funny feeling that's not exactly what he said. Scott Frost is going to keep it. He stood up as he crosses the 40. Not before he picks up 4 yards on the play. 11:39 left in the first half. Preston Ramey on the stop, number 32, the senior out of Dallas, Texas, a former walk-on. They call this guy a player that has all heart.
Yeah, he's a kamikaze pilot. I mean, he's got, look at his decals already floating right there. He stripped his decal almost off his helmet. It's sticking up out of there from that contact.
It's good.
Just waving in the wind. He's got that Cyclone just kind of cruising out there.
He's got little wings there, huh? Yeah. 3rd and 1. The pitch, the first down, and then some. Correll Buckholder, a freshman out of Collins, Nebraska, 6'2", 210. They've got a couple of young running backs on this Nebraska team. Along with Buckholder, they have Dan Alexander, a freshman out of Wentzville, Missouri. He's 6', 250. Between Buckholder and Alexander, they got a couple of powerhouse future stars on this team.
Well, Ron, Nebraska never rebuilds, they just retool. I mean, they have all kinds of weapons. It's almost like interchangeable drill bits. They just put a different one in and it just does the job for you.
I like that. Little Black & Decker analogy. We'll get it all in today, folks. On the swing pass, barely getting back to the line of scrimmage, and you can hear the pads popping all the way up here. Buckholder take a goal on the 8, I should say. Makovic. Reggie Hayward on the stop. Well, Nebraska has rushed for over 220 yards already today.
Boy, it's gonna. They may rush for 4 football fields today. They've rushed for over 400 yards 4 times this year, and they're well on track to do it again.
Well, they've won 83 straight when they rushed for 300. This time, not much running room for Buckholder. Buckholder came in averaging just under 6 yards a carry. He has 6 rushing touchdowns on the year. Michael Cooper, number 38, on the stop.
Well, you know, Ron, I think when I was talking about Nebraska just retooling, not rebuilding, it's due to the coaching staff. They've got that continuity in the staff. They go out recruiting, and the kids know exactly who these coaches are. They want to come to Nebraska. Their tradition just continues to roll, and they maintain that level of excellence year after year after year.
On 3rd down, Nebraska 2 of 2 on 3rd down conversions. Make it 3 of 3. Scott Frost.
Amazing.
Carry by Scott Frost.
He is better suited for an I-back. He's 6'3", 220, folks. He is not some small little option quarterback.
No, and he started as safety for Stanford. When he went to Stanford, he initially went as a quarterback. They had to get him on the football field. This is a design play. A quarterback basically counterplay. The offensive line pulls up in front. They get a nice kick-out block, and Scott Frost is off to the races. I mean, with him at quarterback, you have to defend him just like you do a running back. You have to account for him in the running game, and it makes it tough for the defense to outnumber Nebraska's offense.
Closing in on becoming the all-time rushing quarterback at Nebraska. Frost has time. Pass is complete to Cheatham. Cheatham inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line.
Complete to number 6.
Cheatham had a career day last week against Missouri. 5 catches for 54 yards, courtesy Scott Frost, and a couple of them were in that big drive to tie it up at the end of the football game. Kenny Cheatham was large last week.
10 catches, ties for the team lead. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, but you have to understand that 16 different players have caught the football for Nebraska this year.
The wide receiver corps as a group, though, they block downfield better than any receiver corps in football. They knock people down.
1st and goal. Straight up the middle, Billy Legate, the fullback.
Ball carried by number 40.
You know, and you look down there sometimes, Ron, I've seen plays already today where 5 or 6 Cyclones are on the turf. Nebraska gets so many knockdowns, tremendous number of knockdowns.
Well, you know, Nebraska was talking about their offensive line yesterday, that if you get a hat on somebody, as far as the offensive line, you're going to get 4 or 5 yards. And Turner Gill was telling us, a lot of people say, wait, 4 yards isn't a whole lot, but that's exactly what Nebraska wants.
Oh, you're right on schedule. When you're 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, and you can run the option, you've got the defense on their heels.
2nd and goal from the 2. Already leading 42-7.
Oh, Makovic. Oh, not even Makovic. That's the backup fullback.
Buckholder gets down to about the 1-yard line. Cooper tripped him up, or he had golden goalposts again.
Billy Legate, what a block. these fullbacks, everybody does things fundamentally sound here at Nebraska. I mean, they are a training reel. Makovica out, Legate comes in. He knocks his guy down. He gets a pancake. You know, when Nebraska's on a roll run, if they run 70 plays in a game, they get 100 pancakes out of the various positions.
Right up the middle. Touchdown, Nebraska. Scott Frost did it.
Too much of a surge by the offensive line. Iowa State just couldn't hold up to that powerful red tide.
Well, with that rush, Scott Frost has tied the school record for rushing yards by a quarterback. 925 yards, 15 touchdowns.
Wow.
That record dates back to 1989. Chris Brown, 47 for 47 coming into the game, and he's been perfect today. Ted Retzlaff on the hole. Chris Brown has 10 straight consecutive field goals. He's an excellent kicker. He's one of those fun guys you like talking to yesterday. Ball's down, kicks through. Chris Brown remains perfect on the year, and Nebraska is perfect on the afternoon. 7:53 left in the half. They lead by a bunch.
This here's a old coot production. Don't slow me down. Me and Dinah, my trusty old mule, got a heap of riding to do. There's exciting new games at Fort Randall. There's Nickelmania and Quartermania, Wheel of Fortune, and the newest of them all, High Rollers, with jackpots starting at $1.5 million smackaroonies. Yes, sir, more than ever, there's a whole lot of loot when you follow the coot to Fort Randall. Fort Randall Casino Hotel. Hi-ho, Dinah!
Dodge Dakota owners are celebrating. A recent J.D. Power & Associates study ranked Dakota most appealing compact pickup. But we believe this lease is pretty appealing too. How do you add lots more muscle without breaking a sweat? Get a Magnum V6 at no extra charge when you buy a Dodge Dakota. So come bulk up at the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Grandma's value number 1.
A job well done is time well spent.
Value number 2.
You can't put a price on quality.
But you can get quality at a terrific price at Runza, like our 100% ground beef burgers, special Runza sandwiches, or hand-sliced onion rings and great French fries. Value number 3.
It's better to give than to receive.
Thanks, Grandma.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
49-7, Scott Frost takes it in from about the 1-yard line.
Is he related to Jack? It's getting cold out here.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
His 15th rushing touchdown of the year. Tyrone Watley looking for the Iowa State record. He has some yardage. Penalty flag is going to be thrown as he crosses the 15 up to the 17-yard line. 11 yards, 16 yards on the return.
You got an illegal block in the back. It's going to cost Iowa State. This is where you get a holding call. This is where the team speed shows up. Nebraska's team speed is so much more dramatic than what Iowa State can present. It shows up on special teams. I mean, the third team, fourth team players from Nebraska run faster than some starters or second team guys for Iowa State.
Holding. Receiving team. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
7th penalty on Iowa State this afternoon.
The holding call might have been on 25, Kevin Wilson. I know there's a little brush in the back there. I think that there were about 2 or 3 areas where they could have possibly called the hold. The hold is right there. Yeah, the hold took place right with Preston Rainey's the one that grabbed and tried to take a Nebraska player to the turf. Can't do that.
1st and 10, ball on the 9-yard line for Iowa State. Maybe getting up to the 10-yard line. Jay Foreman, father Chuck Foreman, former NFL great, on the stop.
He was a great. When I played against Chuck Foreman when he played college ball at Miami, Florida, and then in the NFL with the Minnesota Vikings, and Chuck Foreman could do it. Double fours, number 44 Chuck Foreman could play.
And you know, Jay Foreman was the only linebacker at the beginning of this year with any type of major playing experience, and they were a little concerned about their linebacking core, but Johnson, Polk, and Ortiz have really stepped up along with Brian Shaw.
Yeah, Charlie McBride thinks they have 6 that can play now.
Handauer has time. Penalty flag is thrown. The ball is loose. Nebraska will get it. Chad Kelsey picks it up, rambles his way down to the 5. We have a penalty flag, and I think it's going to be on Iowa State anyway.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hold on Iowa State. There's a feeding frenzy going on right now. The black shirts are just feeding.
Holding on the offense. Penalty is declined. First down.
Well, Jason Wiltz is the one who forced the fumble, the junior out of New Orleans. Watch number 99. I think that's the guy who got the hand on it.
Now, this is a coverage play because Bandauer's got time to throw this football. He little play action fake, steps up in the pocket. He has to pump fake, nowhere to go. Then finally from behind, he's stripped by Allen. Kelsey kicks it around a little bit, and then he secures the football. Tremendous play right there by everybody in the defense. Allen inside, Kelsey on the outside, and the coverage people because Bandauer had nowhere to go at the football.
Derek Allen, number 95, the sophomore out of Russellville, Arkansas. Frost going to put it up. Looks over the middle, wide open, touchdown Nebraska.
Man.
Sheldon Jackson, the junior out of Diamond Bar, California. Second touchdown reception of the year. All set up by that man.
Yep, Allen's the guy that started the whole thing by a little tomahawk chop, a little strip of the quarterback from behind. Kelsey, his teammate, recovers, and then Nebraska goes right for the jugular. I mean, a one-play drive right after that. Might as well get one of the tight ends involved.
Why not?
That's exactly what they do. Get Sheldon Jackson the football.
Scott Frost, 5 of 6 throwing the football, 55 yards and a touchdown. Ted Retzlaff's going to get a chance to kick. The senior from Waverly, Nebraska, playing in his last game. One of 23 seniors saying goodbye to the hometown fans today.
Senior day is a big day here at Nebraska, and the Cornhuskers are responding. Little play-action fake. Scott Frost rolls out of the pocket, throws back across his body. Tremendous arm strength because there's decent coverage there. You know, DeJuan Anderson is right in the vicinity, but Jackson just takes it away from him. Good throw by Scott Frost across his body, showing great arm strength. You know, Scott Frost was the Nebraska State shot put champion. The runner-up is his right tackle, Eric Anderson, the All-American. Scott Frost was the #1 shot putter in high school as a high school track and field athlete. That's incredible.
Let's take a look at our Southwest Airlines game summary. Well, 35 first quarter points ties a Nebraska school record. Iowa State negative yardage rushing the football. Ahman Green over 100. He scored 3 times. Jason Peters had a whale of a day. 3 tackles, a couple of quarterback hurries, and a fumble recovery.
I think the rushing yards, -3 to 252, tells you who's winning the battle at the line of scrimmage and ultimately the war. Nebraska is dominating both sides of the line of scrimmage. Offensive and defensive lines are just kicking it strong.
Well, we thought because they dropped in the polls that they want to hang a bunch of points on today. Not that Tom Osborne wants to, but they'd have to in order to try to move up on a poll. Watley again, slipping through some tackles. He is hit hard. Still standing at the 15-yard line. But boy, he took some upside of the head.
Some tremendous speed and contact on the kickoff coverage team.
Let's take a look at Bobby Newcombe. Has a touchdown rushing, catching, and returning this year.
Yeah, here's the punt return. He does a good job. There's a penalty on this. His halo is interfered with, but he's an angel. He's taking it to the end zone anyway. I mean, there's no chance for the punter to make the play of the tackle and him in the open field. Then the option. So his all-purpose yards, he's over the century mark in terms of kick return, punt return, as well as his touchdown on the option. This kid, every touch of the football is about a first down and a half, about 15 yards every time he gets his hands on it.
He's had a heavenly day today.
Yes.
6:37 left in the first half, 56-7.
Ooh.
Ball is batted down. It may have been Steve Warren, number 96, the big sophomore from Springfield, Missouri.
Yep. And he's not, this is a guy that body type wise may not be the biggest animal on the field, but he's a guy that realizes when you can't get to the quarterback, you get your hands up. And if he's throwing in your rush lane, you can bat that ball down. That's exactly what he did.
Nebraska 56-3 over the past 5 years. That's an NCAA best mark. They lead at 56-7 now. Davis is going to be crushed.
Ball carried by Darren Davis.
Clint Finley in on the stop. Chad Kelsey also there to help him out, number 57. Kelsey coming from that line, from the line spot. He got him from behind.
It's one of those things where right now you're facing such a deficit. Game plans have already come flying out of the coach's box.
Yeah.
I mean, you wanted to be balanced, but now you have to fire and fall back every single play. And this is playing just right into Nebraska's goal going into this football game, was to make Iowa State one-dimensional.
Well, the sun has come out. Bandauer in the flat to Davis. To the 30, cuts back.
Oh.
Nice spin move. Oh, my, that was quick up to the 37-yard line. Eric Johnson runs him out of bounds. We saw Davis make a catch last year against Texas A&M that was just short of spectacular. He's got some moves and some hands.
Let's take a look at the matchup. Wistrom working against a guy that feels like he has a shot to play in the NFL, Oliver Ross. Decent pass protection by Ross on Wistrom, that time giving Bandauer an opportunity to get the ball to Davis. And if I tried that spin move that Darren Davis just executed, there'd be an anterior cruciate ligament at about the 35-yard line. No way.
And maybe your breakfast there, too.
Yeah, easily.
5:46, 1st and 10. We're in the second quarter. Bandauer hit as he throws. Pass is going to be incomplete. Green out of bounds when he made the catch. Chad Kelsey lowered the boom again on Bandauer.
Bandauer has been picking himself up off the turf a high percentage of the time. I mean, he hasn't been sacked all that regularly, but he has been hit a ton. I'd say 70% of his passes, he's ended up on his backside. Little play-action fake, and Kelsey just hits him right in the solar plexus. I mean, drives right through him. As a result, he has to throw the football a little sooner than he thought, and Green cannot get either foot down in bounds, hence the incompletion.
Kelsey, 4 quarterback hurries already this afternoon. Sets up a 2nd and 10, ball on the 38 for the Cyclones. Nebraska moving around on the line of scrimmage. Davis takes a big hit as he crosses the 45 up to the 47-yard line. Will be maybe about a half a yard short. Brandon Quint on the stop. Penn State leading Purdue 14-9. That's in the third. Florida State all over Wake Forest. West Virginia 31-7 on top of Temple. That is also in the third. Ohio State blanking Illinois at halftime. Florida and South Carolina in a battle.
Good battle.
Iowa by a touchdown over Northwestern. And Mississippi State's taking the advantage over Alabama. That is in the second. 3rd down and a yard for Iowa State. Davis not going to get it.
Nope.
He is going to be driven back.
Ortiz says no goal. No. Man, this another kid. That's another linebacker Ortiz run that can run 10-5, 10-600 meters. I mean, that's running back speed that Nebraska enjoys at the linebacker level. They've got gifted athletes that can really fly.
Yeah. And Iowa State will be forced to punt it again.
A lot of these linebackers did play running back in high school.
Nebraska yet to punt. Lance Brown, number 14, 2 returns already this year, averages 10.5. His longest was 15 yards. End over end kick. Brown's going to let it bounce. And Nebraska will be backed up as it rolls out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. A 37-yard kick, no return. And with 4:06 left to play in the half, a 56-7 ball game. All Nebraska, one of 3 undefeated teams, still with hopes of that national championship. Have their eyes set on San Antonio for December 6th. Big 12 championship game against either A&M or Oklahoma State. Hopefully a shot at the Orange Bowl and their 3rd national title in 4 years.
I think that the only Achilles heel that Nebraska may face in a bowl game against somebody that can throw the football and pass protect is that young secondary being challenged.
Frost on the option. Nice pitch. Green crossing 20, dancing down the sidelines. They're going to mark it out at about the 23-yard line. Pickup of about 11. Now the bowl game situation usually right about now is clear. This is tentative. Florida State, Nebraska in the orange. Ohio State not out of that Rose Bowl picture though, Dave.
No, if Ohio State somehow finishes second in the country going into the bowls, all bets are off on tiebreakers. Even though they went last year, they could go back to the Rose Bowl, but that's far from happening now.
Of course, the Cotton Bowl will also have a Big 12 team along with the Alamo Bowl. Cotton Bowl either be Kansas State, looks like. A&M in the picture on that. Green on the carry. Cooper on the stop. But of course, Texas Tech saying they're not going to go to a bowl. That is unfortunate, but I tell you, our hat is off for Spike Dykes and everybody in Lubbock, the way they've handled that situation. They've done it with a lot of dignity.
They have. They've continued to play hard. I mean, his football team goes out there and performs for Spike Dykes and his coaching staff every snap.
Nobody's left the stadium. 220th consecutive sellout. Frost, first down, crossing the 40 up to the 46-yard line. Finally being tackled by Kevin Hudson.
Well, Scott Frost is so much improved in the option game in the two areas we've talked about. Decision-making and accuracy of the pitch. It's just like if you're throwing a football down the field. Lead your pitch back, get the pitch out there in front of him in full stride. Don't make him stop. Don't throw it behind him. The accuracy of Scott Frost's pitch and his decision-making, whether to pitch or run, is extraordinary.
Well, that pickup gives Frost 86 yards rushing the football today, and he is now the all-time rushing quarterback in Nebraska history. And his pass is going to be complete up to the 35-yard line. Number 88, Sheldon Jackson, the tight end, his second reception on the day.
And Scott Frost is more than adequate throwing the football. He's got a little bit of a funny motion. He's got kind of like a push motion when he throws the football a little bit. Little misdirection play. Pushes that ball. It comes over the top. It has a push to it a little bit, but he's accurate enough with it, and he showed against Missouri that when he has to throw the football to come back with the tying touchdown, he can get that done very well.
He was the Big 12 newcomer of the year last year. Green, right side, has a blocker in front of him. Pads are popping. Inside the 30, down to the 28-yard line. DeJuan Anderson on the stop, number 14 for Iowa State.
You know, the record holder for the junior year in terms of yards at the quarterback position is Scott Frost.
Yeah.
And think of Tommy Frazier and all the other great quarterbacks that have played here. The guy in his junior year that accumulated more yards than anybody at quarterback is that young man, Scott Frost, right there. So this guy's a very, very gifted athlete, and he's playing even a higher level this year.
Nebraska closing in on 300 yards rushing the football in the first half, and they may have had it on that play. Joel Makovica, the former walk-on, right up the middle. Cooper on the stop. Tom Osborne gave him a great compliment, said he was probably the best fullback outside of Tom Rathman he's seen.
And Makovica, I love him. I mean, this guy, look at the offensive line pushing their people past the play, and Makovica hits it with authority. I mean, Makovica is going north and south, his shoulder pad's square. He's got a low center of gravity. In football's a game of physics. Low pads win. Makovica's pads, you have to basically get on your kneecaps to get under his pads, and he'll thump you. He's smiling. He loves that contact. Yeah. He says, hit me again. I love this stuff.
He came into the game 2 touchdowns short of a record for touchdowns for a fullback. Pass is complete to Lake. And once again, Nebraska knocking on the door. They're going to take the door off the hinges by the time this game's over.
Yeah, they're kicking the door. They're kicking it, knocking it. They're beating the heck out of the door, and they're in rhythm run. I mean, I don't know how Iowa State can get this machine out of rhythm, because Nebraska's in full rhythm right now. If you go against a great pitcher, you step out of the box, you try to change the rhythm up on the pitcher a little bit. I don't think Iowa State can get Nebraska out of rhythm here in the first half.
Frost threw for 175 yards last week. Having a nice game this week, and he's directing an attack that's just crushing Nebraska, or Iowa State, straight up the middle.
Well, now Nebraska ends up lining up in that power I formation. They have a couple of lead blockers for the tailback, and they have so many good blockers at the fullback position. That's a good move. Load them up between the hash marks, get extra backs, extra tight ends in there, and just thrash them, maul them at the line of scrimmage.
Nebraska in the red zone. 44 touchdowns, 62 opportunities, 53 out of 62 total.
That's pretty good touchdown ratio there in the red zone.
Makovica looking for the record. Already has 1 touchdown today. He's going to be short. That'll bring up a 3rd down situation for the Cornhuskers. Final 25 seconds. Let's see if Tom Osborne goes for it and lets the clock run out. Fans want him to go for it. Final 20 seconds of the quarter. 63 points you saw, Dave, is the record for a half. Nebraska has a chance to get it. They got it.
They came up to the line of scrimmage, they up-tempoed it, run, and they ran the quarterback sneak before Iowa State could even get their defense set. And Nebraska's offensive line, their surge was incredible. it's like trying to stop the red tide. The red tide just keeps rolling and rolling to the beach. Now this is a quick snap. They came out of the huddle quick. Iowa State's not even set. Their shoulder pads are high. And boy, those red jerseys, that wall, that line of scrimmage is reestablished 4 yards into the end zone. They knocked them back big time.
Well, Ted Retzlaff, the senior from Waverly, Nebraska, the senior, the left-footed kicker to attempt the extra point, giving the senior some playing time.
The extra point is good.
His extra point is good, and Nebraska has tied their record for most points at a half. 63-7 is our halftime score. 5 seconds left to play in the opening half. It was almost an upset in Ames, Iowa last week as Iowa State Cyclone quarterback Todd Bandauer directed 3 touchdown passes. This one to Tyrone Watley, who had 2 on the day. Redshirt freshman Dustin Avey supplied some fireworks, returning a John Hessler interception, 94 yards for the touchdown. But with less than 3 minutes remaining in the game, the Cyclones leading by just 1 point. Buffalo speedster Ben Kelly returned the ball within striking distance. Facing 4th and 10, John Hessler hit Chris Anderson for a 16-yard gain, keeping the drive alive. And then with 11 seconds left, Dwayne Charrington scored the winning touchdown, disappointing the Jack Trice Stadium crowd. Well, Dan McCarney played about as perfect a first half as you can possibly play. Then Colorado did likewise in the second half. Today, that's not the case.
Yeah, it was. It was a tale of 2 halves, a tale of 2 football games. That old Charles Dickens novel, Tale of Two Cities. Well, it was a tale of 2 football games in one last week, and Iowa State can only hope that the second half will be a little bit different than the first one here today so far.
Watley needs 10 yards. He's got that and then some. Look out, Tyrone Watley. Run out of bounds as time runs out. Gets up to the 36-yard line. That is the yardage on the return. He gets all his yardage in the first half, but it has been all Nebraska. 63-7. What a first half for Scott Frost, Dave.
Scott Frost was incredible. 8 rushes, 88 yards, a couple of touchdowns. He was 7 for 8 in the air for 89 yards and a touchdown. 15 times throwing in, running the football for 177 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Here's Jim Knox.
All right, one of the happiest men has to be right here, Coach Tom Osborne. You're putting on quite a clinic, close to 400 total yards. You're only giving up 14 yards rushing. Got to be extremely pleased.
Well, I think our players are ready to play today, and they played hard, and really sorry about that last touchdown. We were hoping we could just run a sneak and not even get in the end zone, but they didn't get lined up, so we put it in. But we've played well, and we're pleased with the execution.
A lot of walk-ons and backups. I'm sure we'll get a lot of action in the second half.
Everybody's going to get to play, and that's the nice thing about a game like this. You get a lot of people in the last home game.
Okay, thanks, Coach. Okay. All right, looks like, Ron, I could even suit up maybe in the second half.
I don't know. Our producer, Bob Steinfeld's talking about how he can run through some of the holes. Maybe we can let him go down there and see, huh?
Line him up.
Yeah, line him up. We're at halftime. Nebraska leads it by a bundle.
Oh, bathroom. Oh, bathroom. Oh, yes.
Traveling's an adventure. Where you stay shouldn't be. Fairfield Inn by Marriott.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Bodies at rest tend to stay at rest. Bodies at motion tend to get thirsty. Now pay attention. Get thirsty, get Gatorade. Get Gatorade, get Gator points. Get Gator points, get Big 12 gear. When you get Big 12 gear, You tend to get noticed by members of the opposite sex, the kind that wouldn't otherwise spit in your direction. I've seen it, it happens. So, get Gatorade, get Gator points, get Big 12 gear.
Yeah, I'll be leaving on the 18th. Sometime in the morning, back on the 21st. Now, what's the last flight out? What's the one before that? Perfect. Yeah, go ahead and book that one.
You know, Dad, this isn't brain surgery.
Now Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to plan and purchase your flight online. It's so easy, even a grown-up can do it.
Now all you need is the confirmation number. Can I go play now?
You are now free to move about the country.
Welcome back to Lincoln, Nebraska. We're at halftime. The Cornhuskers having their way with the Iowa Cyclones 63-7. Hello again, everyone. I am Jim Knox. He is the winningest active coach in Division 1A ranks. He also has 251 victories, continuing to count, 2 national championships and counting on. Not to mention, today and this year, he celebrates his 25th anniversary as head coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Today, Tom Osborne stands up with her own Dave Lampum.
Let's take you back to last week over there in Columbia. What was going through your mind if you could relive your thought process as your football team ties that game up and takes it to overtime?
Well, earlier on I thought, well, we're about out of this. You know, Missouri had the ball and it didn't look like we were going to get it back, and we used up all our timeouts, and then we ended up getting the ball back with about a minute left, and they played a little bit loose on the sidelines, so we were able to hit some sideline patterns and stop the clock on occasion and got it down there close, and then they began to tighten up their coverage, so we decided we'd run a slant pass. We'd been running a whole bunch of outs, and Scott Frost hit the receiver right at the goal line, and he was contacted by a defender about the same time as the ball got there, and the ball bounced loose, and of course it bounced off his foot and went into one of our receivers' hands, so it was very, very lucky. And then in overtime, we really took charge and played well, but it was tight, and we were very lucky to win it. Missouri played very well.
You've won a couple of national championships. You've been in the running for it a lot of times, in the running once again. There's no seat at the top of the ladder of success. How do you build a national champion contender so often?
Well, we've had, I think, great coaches here, had excellent players with a great work ethic. You know, a lot of our players are walk-ons, so they know something about working. They work hard in the weight room, and then of course continuity on the coaching staff. We've got some coaches that know what they're doing and have stuck with me a long time, and that's been very helpful.
Well, talk about that a little bit. How do you keep quality coaches that you've had on this staff for a lot of them 20 years or more? Is it like one big family here?
Well, I think everybody gets along well. I think they like the community. I think they like the environment. The working conditions tend to be pretty good. And then we've been able to have some success. And I guess that keeps people around. But a lot of it's just loyalty. You know, they've had other chances to go places, make more money, be coordinators, be professional football coaches. And so I'm gratified they've stayed. I don't know what all the reasons are, but I'm just glad they're here.
Tom Osborne, the Dean of Big 12 Coaches. Up next, a look back at week number 9 in the Big 12. We're at halftime. Nebraska all over Iowa State, 63-7.
These days it seems like everything is the official something of somebody. What's next? The official soft drink, the team mascot? Look at this guy right here, and this one here, and his girlfriend, and his kid. See, they're drinking Dr. Pepper just because it tastes great. It's kind of the official soft drink of everyone else. Like this guy with the bratwurst. He executes a one-handed switch. You can't coach this stuff. It's a thing of beauty. Hey, who's doing that? I do that. What's going on? Hey.
Performance. It's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil.
You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
There's a new movement in fitness, a new momentum to working out. A fun, low-impact fat burn combining the best of what's come before. Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer by Health Rider.
Momentum's elliptical motion harnesses your natural momentum, giving an effective workout that tones, shapes, and burns calories and fat with a fun, natural movement no other machine can match.
It seems to work your legs a lot better, and at the same time, you get to use your arms.
Got my heart rate up.
It's identical to the one in the gym.
Only Health Rider Momentum has this patented health club design with rear mechanism and adjustable ramp incline that gives you the cross-training benefits of 2 settings. Now it can be yours at home for thousands less. Trust Health Rider to give you club-quality features you won't find on any other machine. Add the Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer to your workouts for just $49 a month. Call now to order your Health Rider Momentum.
It's the new movement in fitness.
Did you know? Well, Coach Tom Osborne's been leading the University of Nebraska football team to multiple national championships. Husker professor Walter Mienka also coached the U.S. math team to first place with a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. It's true. No matter how you add it up, there's no place like Nebraska.
Welcome back to a cold Lincoln, Nebraska. We're at halftime. Cornhuskers leading Iowa State 63-7. Well, it has to be one of the best games in college football, and they continue to battle for the top spot in the South Division. Let's take a look back in this week's Big 12 Conference Cuts.
Position where the odds were pretty good we were going to lose it, but we didn't. So go from there.
And away we go with the wildest game the Big 12 has produced to date. Number 1 ranked Nebraska at Missouri. Gutsy play was in no short supply the entire game, with Nebraska quarterback Scott Frost scoring on runs like this, and Mizzou quarterback Corby Jones on runs like this.
One step back, now rolling still to the right with pressure, cuts it up 5, dives for the end zone. Does he get through? Yes! Touchdown, Missouri!
But it was a Jones pass to Eddie Brooks that gave the Tigers the lead, only to set up a historic drive engineered by Frost. 62 seconds and 67 yards were keeping the Huskers from defeat, and the Nebraska quarterback time and time again connected on passes, bringing the Huskers to the 12 with 1 play to spare. 1 play that was fit to be filmed by Abraham Zapruder. The flailing foot of Chevin Wiggins keeps the ball airborne long enough for Matt Davidson to scoop up a miracle. A play that kept Nebraska alive and the Faroe goalpost standing another day. In OT, Scott Frost again got the call on the ground to give Nebraska the lead, and the Black Shirts finish up the rest.
I think most times you win a ball game like that, you're going to get up the next morning and be really excited. At least myself, I got up the next morning, I almost had a sick feeling in my stomach that we were that close to getting beat. I don't think this team should ever be that close to getting beat.
Colorado came close to getting beat again, narrowly escaping Iowa State in Ames, scoring the decisive touchdown with 9 seconds remaining, and it's yet another close call for the Cyclones. Nothing close about Matt Johnner's collision through 3 K-State defenders. It was a bad week for keeping proper footing, some by more drastic means than others. Proper footing was no problem for Kansas State's Gerald Niesman on this 99-yard kickoff return for pay dirt.
He gets by the first wall and ends up the left sideline. Gets by Garcia, and now he's in the open field. 2 Jayhawks chasing Niesman, and nobody's going to catch him. It's over.
Same can be said for Texas Tech's Dane Johnson from 95 yards. And the fleet feet of the conference stomp out yet another week of conference cuts.
Up next, Ron and Dave recap first half highlights. We're at halftime. Cornhuskers lead Iowa State 63-7.
Here's a rather simple math lesson. If you own or rent one of these and have one of these, you could save this. In fact, save up to 20% on your auto insurance with American Family. Just call an American Family agent. So let's review. One of these and one of these could save you up to 20% on your auto insurance. Told you it was simple. And all you have to remember are these 3 words.
American Family Insurance.
All your protection under one roof. An equal housing insurer.
Ugly, ugly, ugly. If you've got an ugly office chair, then Eeks Office Plus and Hahn have just what you need. The Ugly Chair Contest. Send a photo of your ugliest chair along with your name, address, and phone number to your nearest Eeks Office Plus store, and you could win a Hahn Marathi office chair worth more than $500. It pays to be ugly with Eeks Office Plus and Hahn. So if you've got an ugly chair, somebody call Eeks Office Plus.
Why do I keep taking the plunge? Really, darling, how else am I going to get this hot, tasty au jus onto all this tender, juicy roast beef? Arby's French dip sub fulfills all my needs. I can even get it with Swiss if I'm in the mood. It is true love. And best of all, it doesn't require a prenuptial agreement.
You can go anywhere and get filled up, but you can only get the French dip sub for $1.99 at Arby's.
While other stores distance themselves in service, Schaefer's works hard to cover a lot more ground, like going the extra mile to give you express delivery, like the long stretch of technicians who expertly install appliances and electronics until every job is done, like the kind of repair work that comes with a fleet of experience.
Audition the sounds of the season with Kenwood's new digital receivers, speakers, and CD changers at Audio 2002 Schaefer's.
Schaefer's, taking service as far as it can go.
10-11 Sports, more often. Taking you to where the action is. Scott Kilberry brings you to the breaking sports stories here in Nebraska and around the nation with more live coverage, delivering the scores and highlights you want to know. Special reports, one-on-one with Scott. Sports Snapshot, more live coverage, more sports, more often. If you care about sports, we cover it. 10-11 News, your capital city news station.
Halftime in Lincoln, Nebraska before the 220th consecutive sellout, over 76,000 on hand. Senior Day have Nebraska on top 63-7. Hello again, everybody, along with Dave Lapham, Amram Thulin. And Dave, what do you say about a game like this? If you're Dan McCarney, your team is being beaten every facet of the football game. What do you say at halftime?
Well, the only thing you can do is say, look, let's forget about the first half, have selective amnesia, try to come out and play better, even win the second half, because you have to figure that Nebraska will substitute freely. There'll be some walk-on candidates on the football field. Hopefully you can compete a little bit better, because in the first half, Nebraska's X's were much bigger than Iowa State's O's. No matter what play they called, Nebraska dominated.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first 30 minutes of play. Ahman Green over 100 yards, 9th consecutive game.
And here's a good example of it, Ron. They just get dominated at the line of scrimmage, Iowa State does, and they get Ahman Green out in the open field. And then he's history. It's off to the races. Newcombe on an option. Frost makes a good decision. A very accurate pitch hits Newcombe in stride. He takes in the end zone, and the offensive line surges Iowa State backwards. Scott Frost is the beneficiary of a quarterback sneak touchdown. And the lone bright spot for Iowa State, Watley beats zone coverage. The Browns get messed up back there at safety and corner, and Watley splits him for 6.
It's a matter of pride now for Iowa State. We still have 30 minutes of football left in Lincoln. 63-7 is our score.
There's a new movement in fitness, a new momentum to working out, a fun, low-impact fat burn combining the best of what's come before. Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer by Health Rider. Momentum's elliptical motion harnesses your natural momentum, giving an effective workout that tones, shapes, and burns calories and fat with a fun, natural movement no other machine can match.
It seems to work your legs a lot better, and at the same time, you get to use your arms.
Got my heart rate up.
It's identical to the one in the gym.
Only Health Rider Momentum has this patented health club design with rear mechanism and adjustable ramp incline that gives you the cross-training benefits of 2 settings. Now it can be yours at home for thousands less. Trust Health Rider to give you club-quality features you won't find on any other machine. Add the Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer to your workouts for just $49 a month. Call now to order your Health Rider Momentum.
It's the new movement in fitness.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Shopping early for the holidays pays off big time at Ernie's in Ceresco, where you don't pay a dime till 99 for America's top brands of total home furnishings, all on sale. During Ernie's early bird Thanksgiving sale going on now, gobble up king-size savings on fine furniture and big screen TVs and pay not a dime till 99. Interest-free. Appliances, carpet, electronics are all sale priced with 1 full year interest-free. And you still get free delivery. And where else but Ernie's in Ceresco.
Waiting isn't easy. Every day since 1995, abused women and children in our community have waited for shelter.
The Friendship Home in Lincoln is always full and more space is needed.
The goal for the Shelter for the Journey campaign is to raise enough money to purchase and run a second shelter.
As a supporter, you'll receive a ribbon to tie on your door. It's a reminder that domestic violence often happens behind closed doors.
You can help abused women and children. Please send your donations to fund a second shelter.
Scott Frost may not be playing a whole lot in the second half because his team leads 63-7. Second half set to come your way next.
At rest tend to stay at rest. Bodies at motion tend to get thirsty. Now pay attention. Get thirsty, get Gatorade. Get Gatorade, get Gator points. Get Gator points, get Big 12 gear. When you get Big 12 gear, you tend to get noticed by members of the opposite sex. The kind that would otherwise spit in your direction. I've seen it, it happens. So, get Gatorade, get Gator points, get Big 12 gear.
Southwest Airlines is proud to present ski vacations to Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, California, and Colorado. Packages include round-trip airfare, hotel or condo, rental car or transfers, and lift tickets. But not lessons. Vacations from Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil. You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Citgo says go.
The Montana Grizzlies visiting the Delaware Blue Hens in a classic 1AA matchup. The Blue Hen safety, he cuts across. He's got an interception. He's at the 40, the 45, the 50, the 47, 45, and 5/8, and 3/16, and 2/27. Okay, TV timeout.
Nebraska with almost 400 yards in the first half, leads 63-7, and they will receive the kickoff to begin the third quarter of play. It's going to be Chevin Wiggins from the 5. Hit hard as he crosses the 20 up to the 22-yard line. 16 yards on the return as we take a look at our Citgo halftime statistics. Dave, you look at those rushing yards.
Yep, that's the ball game right there. Nebraska on 31 carries, 305 yards, almost 10 yards a pop. And Iowa State turning the football over a couple of times. You can't have that. They had gone 10 quarters without giving the football up, but give it up 2 times to Nebraska. Iowa State punted 6 times in the first half. Nebraska did not punt at all.
They'll keep it on the ground, straight up the middle, a big hole again for Ahman Green. Nebraska has won 83 straight games when they rush for 300. Not bad. They're way over that now. They're 83-0 when they rush for 400.
This is why Nebraska has not punted the football. The offensive line, excellent trap, little counterplay. Big Eric Anderson gets down the field and gets a block. And Nebraska has run anything they've wanted to run successfully because of the offensive line.
The fullback, Makovica, picks up a couple of yards. You know, one thing, as we talk about the Nebraska offense, they've been with this offense so long, they can make adjustments so quickly no matter what defense you throw them. You talked about the 10 different formations, but their adjustments come quickly.
And that's because of the experience together on the coaching staff. When you've got 4 coaches that have worked together for over 20 years, you know, they go back and say, well, 5 years ago, Missouri did this to us, and here's how we adjusted. And that's a huge advantage when you have that continuity, that you have a historical reference point.
On 2nd and 6, Frost keeps it, floats it up, pass is complete. Upended at the 42-yard line, the ball is down. Let's see what they say. They're saying Iowa State's got it. It was complete to Jackson. He just couldn't hold on.
Yep, and coming up with the football is Birchka. I think it might have been knocked loose out there by Densmore. Birchka came up with it. Just a tremendous hit delivered. The ball stripped. Actually, the ball is stripped from behind before that initial hit by Josh. Was it Yates? Who was it that hit him from? Hudson hit him from behind.
Yeah.
And Birchka came up with the football.
Against Missouri, Nebraska was -2 as far as turnovers. Iowa State still trying to establish a running game, trying that right side of their offensive line. Following behind the blots of Levetso, Bodette, Eric Johnson, and Jason Wilson on the stop. There's big number 70, Ben Bodette, redshirt freshman out of Stillwater, Minnesota. Not a very good, he never really passed blocked in high school. That's been a problem, but they still think this young man is going to be very, very good. Pickup of 3 on the play, 2nd and 7 for Iowa State. Have not beaten Nebraska here in Lincoln since 1977. Swing it out to Davis. Stays on his feet, close to the first down. Did a nice job putting that hand down so he can keep his balance. He may be about a half a yard short. Jay Foreman on the stop.
Now, this kid has got tremendous balance, like we mentioned, from wrestling. His brother Troy and Darren Davis, both state champions in wrestling in high school, the state of Florida, as well as football. Look at the hit and then the balance, as you mentioned, Ron, getting that hand down to form the tripod to keep his balance. And think about the toughness of this kid. He's got a real bad thigh problem, a Charlie horse. In this cold weather, can't get it loose and taking hit after hit on that thing. He's tough.
3rd down and less than a yard for Iowa State. Davis, the lone setback. He goes in motion. Bandauer keeps it. He'll have the first down. You know, one thing that Iowa State did, they had a lot of plays in the first half. They had over 40 plays. For Dan McCarty and company, Nebraska, all 9 opponents have had 66 plays or less. So Iowa State has actually run a lot of plays. They just haven't been effective.
No, exactly. I mean, Nebraska has handled just about everything Iowa State has thrown at them. The one amazing statistic for this Nebraska football team, or one of many, as Steve Loney tries to figure out what the heck to call here to sustain this drive and execute and score a touchdown to close the gap. They get a fresh set of 4, but this Nebraska team defensively is amazing.
Bandauer lets it fly down the sideline, had a man, no penalty flag, pass is incomplete. Ralph Brown on the coverage. Number 22, the sophomore out of Hacienda Heights, California.
Tom Osborne has done a lot of things with this Nebraska football team. One statistic that amazes me, they've only been in the negative category in turnover ratio one time in 25 years under Tom Osborne. That was in 1984. They were -5. Every other year, they've been in the plus category in the turnover department. And when you're plus category that frequently, you're going to win a lot of games, and they do.
Tom looking for his 5th consecutive 11-win season. Bandauer's pass is picked off. Intercepted by number 21, Mike Brown.
That's the 7th interception of the year.
And we have a penalty flag thrown.
See if he went through the receiver to make the interception, if the interception is going to be nullified.
They're going to talk it over. That was a pretty good-looking play by Mike Brown, his first interception.
Picking it up.
Disregard the flag. It was an interception.
That's a good call. It wasn't an interception. And that's the 7th pick of the year. Like I said before, normally at this time of the year, Nebraska is approaching 20 interceptions, but they do get number 7 here on the blitz. Brown does a good job. He jumps the route, good route recognition, comes up with the football. Bandauer said, hey, wait now. He went through my receiver to make a play on that football. What are you doing? There you see the flag coming in. The officials decide to pick it up, though.
That was only the 8th interception thrown by Bandauer this year. Nebraska will keep it on the ground in a big hole into Iowa State territory again. James Reed, a redshirt freshman, number 52, and Preston Ramey finally slowing Ahman Green down.
Nebraska doing everything right today. Their offense gives the football up by fumble. Right away, the defense responds and takes it right back with an interception. Substitution, Scott Frost out of the game. Here comes some wholesale subs for the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Well, Frankie London has now come in at quarterback. The sophomore out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Some feel this kid is going to be a great quarterback. Slips and falls, may have gotten the first down. Ahman Green last year had 214 yards rushing versus Iowa State. Look at the numbers on London this year. He has 163 yards today for Ahman Green.
Over 6 yards a pop for London. Scott Frost over 6 yards a pop. Ahman Green over 6 yards a pop. Why? Because the offensive line establishes themselves up front. They dominate the line of scrimmage. Another more than productive day for Scott Frost. He was just about flawless out there.
88 yards rushing the football for Scott Frost. Passing, about 111 yards. Green, right side, big hole, look out. Touchback again. He's got the goalpost in sight. Flipped up at the 2.
What an effort down the football field by Vershawn Jackson, the tight end. The downfield blocking by Vershawn Jackson was incredible. He stayed after his guy. He must have blocked his defender 2 or 3 times. Let's take a look as Green breaks this. Look, when we get down the football field, watch 34 in the red jersey. Right here, sustain the block. Green cuts back, he picks him up again. I mean, that's just great downfield blocking. That's why Nebraska, when they break it, it goes the distance because of what they do down the field and what the running backs see down the field.
Over 200 yards rushing the football for Ahman Green today. Nebraska, Frankie London loses the football. Still loose. Iowa State's got a shot at it. They come up with it at the 22-yard line.
The man that stripped it came up with it. That's a big, big play for Kip King. He knocked it free, and then he stayed after it and recovered it. That's a huge play. Forced fumble and recovered fumble by the same guy. London trying to run the option down the line of scrimmage, reverse pivots. Kip King from behind, tomahawk chop ball out of there, and Kip King gets off the turf now. It bounces around. Kip King gets after it. He's the one that picks it up. That's incredible hustle on the same play to force the fumble and recover it 15 yards down the field by the same player. Good effort.
1st and 10 for Iowa State. They've thrown an interception. They've recovered a fumble here in the second half. Davis falls forward to the 25-yard line. Aaron Davis finding the going tough. Prior to that, he had 14 carries for just 31 yards.
Boy, how about Nebraska, though? They come out here to start the third quarter and back-to-back turnovers. Fumble on their first 2 possessions. See if the defense can respond. The last time the offense turned it over, the defense got it right back with an interception by Brown. Let's see how this one goes.
The numbers on Darren Davis.
Had to work hard for those 33 yards.
Hurt in the first half versus Colorado. Tried to come back in the second half. No avail. That is a stick. Joe Parmentier gets leveled by Mike Brown.
Oh, baby. Check the dentures. Make sure that all those fillings are in there nice and tight. Mike Brown tried to loosen a couple of them. Let's listen to see what a heat-seeking missile sounds like once it makes contact. Helmet to shoulder pads here. It's a shot. It's a real shot. Good effort.
Joe Parmentier went off the field limping.
I don't blame him. I'd have a hitch you might get along if you blew me up like that, too.
Oh, I tell you. Mike Brown leading the team, 6.6 tackles a game, 3rd and 8 now for Iowa State. 6 for 13 on third down conversions. Bandauer gets hit, is going to be dropped. Eric Johnson, the junior from Phoenix.
What an effort by Johnson, because he was cut to the turf, and he only stayed down there for a millisecond, and he got right back up and still made the quarterback sack. It was to Bandauer's blind side. Johnson, extreme athleticism. I mean, he wasn't on the ground long enough to even feel what the turf was like. He comes on the blitz. Davis does a good job, cuts him. He never even really goes down. He just scrambles. He goes and gets his balance with both his hands and just crawls right to the quarterback. Outstanding effort by a great athlete.
Carl Gomez kicking with the win. Bobby Newcomb's already returned one. Up, whistle, penalty flag.
All start again by Iowa State. Somebody moving a little too soon up front, it looked like.
That was the 3rd sack of the year by Eric Johnson, by the way.
Dead ball. False start. Offense.
Well, Nebraska's defense responding to the offense stammering a little bit and stuttering, fumbling the football. What'd they do? Well, on one of those fumbles, they took it back with an interception. The next time, they knocked Iowa State backwards. So they're going to give their offense good field position again with a short field to work with. So the defense responding here in the second half, big time.
We'll try it again. Newcombe standing at the Iowa State 45-yard line. Gomez gets a good kick out of the way, backing up Newcombe. Stops, heads the other way. He's got some blocking. Going to be tripped up as he nears the 50. Going to be dropped back at the 46-yard line, a 47-yard punt. 9 on the return. 63-7 is our score.
2.9%. Just announced. 2.9% financing on America's favorite cars or trucks. Chevrolet. 2.9%. Imagine the savings. 2.9% on Lumina. Even on Chevrolet's #1 selling car, Cavalier. 2.9% financing on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks. S10s and Blazers. 2.9%. Now's the time to make your money count. Chevrolet cars and trucks. 2.9%. Rush to your nearest Chevy dealer today.
As Nebraska's #1 provider of heart care, we never forget the meaning of being first. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Try any of the Edge recipe pizzas and get a second medium for only $6. Only at Pizza Hut.
Big 12 football is brought to you by Mazda. Come see what happens when a car company has more engineers and fewer accountants. Mazda. And by Citgo. Just get up and go. Citgo says go. That's the Lead Center for Performing Arts, and the artwork in front of it was a torn notebook. That's probably what Dan McCarney did at halftime, tore his game plan in half and just said, we got to throw it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Redo that bad boy. Halftime adjustments, too many to make.
Too many. Frankie London's the quarterback. Scott Frost is sitting down. We got a bunch of new players in now for Nebraska. Jay Sims, a senior from Omaha, Nebraska, 6'1", 220 on the carry. Sims, his 16th carry on the year. You know, talking about Ahman Green, number 30, who has been replaced by Jay Sims, he likes Iowa State. He has, as of today, almost 600 yards rushing against him in the last 3 years, 10.69 average, 8 touchdowns. He's probably sad to go out.
He really is, and in the first half, he averaged over 11 yards a carry, even to improve on that. So, yeah, when he sees Iowa State, he sees yards.
Penalty flag is going to be thrown. London steps away from the pressure. being chased, and he is going to be run out of bounds at the 46. That may have been a free play for Nebraska. Iowa State jumping off sides.
Greg Schoen is the one that jumped into the neutral zone. He tried to anticipate that snap count. You can't move based on the quarterback's voice.
Defense.
Schoen has to look at that football. When the football moves, you move, big fella, not before.
Yeah, we talked about how he's the biggest of the linemen and had to play big today. He's had his hands full.
Yeah, Nebraska's offensive line has engulfed Iowa State's defensive front seven.
9th penalty against Iowa State today. You know, one thing about the Nebraska offense, we talked about the fact that, they've got this continuity, but their terminology offensively, because their assistant coaches have all been here such a long time, they don't have to spend a whole lot of time teaching the coaches the terminology of their offense.
Yeah, and on the sideline, Ron, they communicate adjustments so quickly because of the terminology. It's like football shorthand, and they all understand it.
London's going to keep it. London is going to be dropped.
Ball carried by London.
Greg Schoen on the stop. Well, you talk about coaching staffs. Joe Paterno at Penn State with Franny Ganner.
Yep.
Obviously. Bobby Bowden down at Florida State. But how about the loyal lieutenants here at Nebraska?
Look at that. 3 of them have been here between 21 and 25 years. Frank Solich next year, I should say, will hit the 20-year mark. Dan Young, 15. That's incredible, because all of these guys have turned down bigger opportunities as coordinators or in the pro ranks, and that continuity has kept them in the top 5 year after year.
On 2nd and 7, London keeps it close to the first down. That's 152 years combined experience.
Well, you know, Ron, we were talking about it the other day. Florida State, Penn State, Nebraska, what do they have in common? They've got a bunch of coaches that like each other and have stayed around together for a number of years, and that breeds success. Southern Cal, Notre Dame, Alabama, all these high-profile programs are down this year. Why? A turnover in the coaching staff, non-continuity, and adjustments that it takes to get it rerouted. There's no turnover here. They just retool.
London's first pass is going to be complete at the 25-yard line. Fighting his way to the 28 is Kenny Cheatham. Now we'd like to welcome you to Lincoln, Nebraska. It is a cold and windy day. Overcast skies have now moved in, but it has been sunshine as far as the Nebraska Cornhuskers are concerned. The number 3 and undefeated Nebraska leading 63-7, along with Dave Lapham and Jim Knox. I'm Ron Thulin, and believe it or not, all the years I've been coming here, almost 20 years now, and people have actually left the football game. I've never seen empty stands here ever. This is a first. I think they know this one's in hand. Keep it on the ground to Jason. Trying to give the seniors some playing time. That is what Tom Osborne had hoped for. They have one more game left, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. That'll be that November 28th battle with Colorado. You know, 8, 9, 10 weeks ago, that was expected to be the battle to see who wins the North. Boy, were we surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. And boy, I just saw something, Ron, that's extraordinary for a center on that play. Josh Heskew snapped the football and pulled like a guard down the line of scrimmage and cut a guy to the ground, 2 people removed from him. That just doesn't happen. I mean, that's just an unbelievable effort by a very athletic center.
There's the junior out of Yukon, Oklahoma. The fullback straight up the middle, Billy Legate out of Clearwater, Florida.
Now, what a center tries to do from time to time is either reach people or, if you can, release to the next level, to get to the linebacker level. The last play I was talking about, Heskew just reaching down the line of scrimmage. Take a look at what he does here. Snaps this football, vacates, escapes, gets between 2 down linemen, and locks up the linebacker. That's a heck of a player. I mean, he just sustains his block, sustains contact, and takes him to the ground. Quickness and great hand placement and tremendous body strength.
If I said Clearwater, Florida on Billy Legate, I meant to say Clearwater, Nebraska. Although he would probably rather be in Clearwater, Florida right about now.
Yeah.
Nebraska just pounding it away with Jay Sims again.
James Reed got some penetration. That's the first time I've seen, I think, Nebraska thrown for a loss. I don't think they've had a play that went behind the line of scrimmage all day, and Reed was the disruptor that caused, for the very first time, them to go backwards.
Eric Anderson is, I think, the guy that he may have gotten by, the senior out of right here in Lincoln, Nebraska. 17 pancakes versus Missouri last week, 84 on the season.
Reed, the former linebacker, has now got his hand down in a 3-point stance. He's got quickness up front. He penetrated well into the Nebraska offensive line that time.
2nd and 10, ball is on the 11. London with a pitchback. Nice job keeping his hands on it. Sims looking for the goal line, doesn't get it. Run out of bounds at the 2.
Well, 2 things. Extremely accurate pitch by London. A devastating block by fullback Billy Legate. I thought that Sims was going to score because Legate took his guy to the turf. Watch the accuracy of this pitch, London. It is right on the money. Legate's block, he takes his man to the turf. Sims a little hesitant on the cut to make, and as a result of that hesitancy, the inside-out pursuit gets him because Legate's block was a pancake. I mean, throw some syrup on that one. That baby was on the griddle.
Well, I'm going to talk about that after this play. 3rd down and 1, ball is on the 2. Sims and Legate in the backfield. London looks to throw it, knocked down, 4th down, Nebraska. Talking to Dave Roberts at Baylor a couple of weeks ago, he said how he was amazed that on one play versus Nebraska, there were as many as 8 defensive players on the ground. He said they just crush people.
They do. I mean, in their definition of a block that's finished is when the guy's on the ground. I mean, that's finishing a block. Like I said before, even with their wide receivers, they have categories. Knockdowns, of course, and a stone is a devastating block, and a blazer is a block that leads to a touchdown. So they take great pride in knocking bodies around defensively.
4th down and 1. Ball is on the 2. London is going to keep it. He's not going to get the 1st down. He's going to be stacked up short, and Iowa State holds. Doug Densmore, the redshirt freshman, makes the stop. We have a timeout. We'll return to Memorial Stadium after this word from Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler.
Cyclones will take over on downs.
Turn it up, love to pump, slam dunk. Inline or online, surf the net. Dr. Pepper taste to get. Blue jean, fly machine, football hurdle, space shuttle, free to vote. Yeah. Now is the time. Now is the time. This is the place. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Did you know? Well, Coach Tom Osborne's been leading the University of Nebraska football team to multiple national championships. Husker professor Walter Mienka also coached the U.S. math team to first place with a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. It's true. No matter how you add it up, there's no place like Nebraska.
Nebraska, an overcast day in November. Inside Memorial Stadium, a crowd of 76,000 on hand to see Nebraska manhandling Iowa State 63-7. Jim Knox, Dave Lapham. I'm Ron Thulin coming your way. Iowa State with a first really big-time stop on Nebraska. They have the ball at the 2. Davis stacked up at the goal line. Carlos Polk, number 13, the freshman out of Rockford, Illinois, coming up with a stop.
Now this is dangerous. If Nebraska shoots a gap and hits it in the backfield, you get safety. So, you know, you have to make a decision if you call and play. Steve Loney's in a tough spot for Iowa State as an offensive coordinator. Do you really pull your horns in and get ultra-conservative, or do you open it up and try to get out of this bad field position but risk a sack or a penalty in the end zone for a safety?
2nd and 11. They say he lost a yard on the play. Ball is sitting on the 2-yard line. The crowd is very loud. Bandauer going down the middle. Pass is incomplete. Again, he had a receiver. Damon Green looked like he may be able to run underneath that.
Bandauer put that ball in the air about 50 yards fairly effortlessly right there. Bandauer does have a good throwing arm, big strong body. not the quickest footed guy in the world, but a little play action fake kind of freezes the linebackers a little bit, but nobody fooled in the secondary. A bunch of bodies in the vicinity. Look, 3 red jerseys around Green. Nobody gets sucked up in that play action in the secondary. Nice job by Quint.
Yeah, the freshman out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 3rd down and 11. Ball on the 2.
Tough call for Steve Loney right here. You get a 3rd and long, and you're backed up in the shadow of your own end zone.
Bandauer sees some pressure. They complete it to Davis. Takes a big hit as he nears the 10. Knocked out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Brandon Harrison coming up to make the stop.
Slow to get up in the end zone is a big offensive lineman for Iowa State, working his way to the sideline under his own power. I thought it was a good call by Steve Loney, though. You bought a little bit more field position, and so now the punter's not back on the end line of the end zone. At least he's got some room to operate. Plus, you gave Bandauer a 2-way go, a run-pass option to throw it away on the perimeter.
8th punt for Gomez. Brandon Harrison, we thought had the concussion. He is back in the ball game for Nebraska. Again, Newcombe standing at the 45-yard line of Iowa State. Not a good kick. Taken right at the 40. Look out. Chevin Wiggins all the way down inside the 5, down to the 4-yard line.
Gomez took him down. He's going to catch a lot of heat from his teammates in the film room. They're going to say to Wiggins, how could the punter tackle you inside the 5-yard line? Wiggins almost took it to the house. But Gomez is there to make the final hit, prevent the touchdown.
When I was growing up in Pittsburgh, my father always told me to do business with people who are reliable and stand behind their product.
Some things never change.
That's right, Dad. That's why I work with First Plus. They're experienced, dependable, and dedicated. They'll get you the best loan to meet your needs. If you're a homeowner looking to consolidate bills or make home improvements, call First Plus. You can count on them to make the loan that's just right for you.
And I thought you only listened to your mother.
Call First Plus at 1-800-510-PLUS.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil. You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
Go to the net. Now connecting to the NBA. Welcome to NBA.com, the official website of the NBA. You have gained full access to all 29 teams and their players. Check out nightly scores and stats, read the latest NBA news, visit the NBA theater and relive spectacular plays. Browse the NBA store, even enter a live chat session with an NBA player or coach. The online world of the NBA, only at NBA.com.
Number 5, Chevin Wiggins, had 16 returns, was averaging about 10.5 a return coming into the game. His longest was 32. This one went for 36. And again, Nebraska right on the doorstep of Iowa State. 1st and goal, ball is on the 4. Frankie London is the quarterback. He's going to keep it. Touchdown, Nebraska.
Well, you can't get much shorter a field to work with.
Oh, you can't.
And it didn't take long to finalize. Wiggins, great return. Gomez, the punter, makes the play. But Frankie London says, you can only delay the inevitable so long. I'm going to pierce the end zone myself right here.
5th time over 400 yards rushing the football this season for Nebraska. They are 83-0 under Tom Osborne when rushing for 400 yards.
And the 6th time this season, they're over 500 yards total offense. This is a juggernaut.
Retzlaff to attempt the extra point again. No, we take that back. It wasn't Retzlaff. It's somebody who isn't even on the board. So it must be a senior. There he is.
Hadenfeld.
Hadenfeld.
Yes, sir.
He must be a senior.
I want to buy a vowel. Look at that. There's a lot of letters across the back. Come on, Vandal. Let me buy I. Well, there's almost every letter in the alphabet across the back of those shoulders.
One more letter, it'd be Adenfeld. That H wouldn't make it on there, would it?
I'm telling you, it'd be curling around those shoulder pads.
Well, he's not on our 2, 3, or 4 deep roster.
Frankie London, little option down the line of scrimmage. He sees that he's got an option to take it to the end zone himself and not risk any kind of a problem by pitching the football, and he finalizes.
Well, he says he's a sophomore, so he got his name in the books, but Nebraska leads 70-7 with 3:08 left in the third. Let's go down to Jim Knox. Jim?
Okay, Ron, before 1900, the Nebraska football team that was not always known as the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Check out some of the names. Before 1900, there were the Nebraska Golden Knights, along with the Nebraska Antelopes and the Nebraska Butt Eaters. Now, in 1900, a sports editor from the local newspaper decided enough is enough. He stuck the name Cornhuskers on them, and it has stuck with them ever since. Nebraska Bug Eaters, that's not too intimidating.
Not hardly. Here's Tyrone Watley. He's already set a school record for return yardage, and he's adding to that.
What?
Up to the 34-yard line, Tyrone Watley. He has been the lone bright spot this afternoon.
I'll tell you, a guy like Tyrone Watley, if he doesn't play at the next level, this is his 6th year. He petitioned for a very unusual scenario with his 6th year of eligibility. He had a heart problem at University of Pacific, and football is extremely important to this young guy, and he's not going to quit. No matter what the score is, no matter what the scenario situation, he's going to go for the gusto. And if he doesn't play at the next level, any corporate executive watching, interview this kid, because he's going to give you everything he's got in any business opportunity that presents itself.
219 yards on kickoff returns today. He's had 9 chances. Todd Bandauer's pass intended for Williams incomplete. Ed Williams has been very, very quiet. He's had one opportunity, obviously, in the first quarter that could have been a touchdown if it was not overthrown.
Yep. They had an opportunity on their first possession, couldn't execute it, fell behind 7-0, and then, of course, it got progressively worse from there. But if you have a secondary that's concerned about defending the W boys, Watley and Williams, the best thing to do to help your secondary is put extreme pressure on Bandauer, and that's what Nebraska's done.
Bandauer steps up in the pocket, throws off balance intended for Williams, and it's going to be incomplete.
And Ron, just like you described it, the reason that ball was not connected, throws off balance, thrown across his body, can't transfer from the back foot to the front foot, finishes mechanics. Why? People all around him. I mean, red jerseys everywhere. The pressure has been extreme and intense. Here's a kid that's completed over 50% of his passes for the year. He's 8 for 31 in this one. And the reason for most of those 23 incompletions has been the defensive front line putting pressure on him.
3rd down and 10.
Left tackle moved. I'm not sure if the defense pierced the neutral zone before the left tackle moved, but Oliver Ross did break his stance, but the defense jumped in the neutral zone first. Let's see what they call.
Dead ball. Offside.
Yep.
Defense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
Well, it's 3rd and 5 now. Iowa State 6 of 15 on 3rd down conversions.
Derek Allen, the big fella that had caused a fumble earlier in the half, is the one that was a little bit antsy up front.
Well, Nebraska only allowing opponents 23% success rate on 3rd down conversions this year, and Charlie McBride telling us yesterday they're very pleased with that number.
We should be.
That's low.
Yep.
Green in motion. Bandauer straight back, looking for his tight end. Pass is going to be picked off, dropped.
Brown almost had his 2nd interception that's
Jason Bennis.
Yeah.
The senior from Valparaiso, Nebraska, looking for his 1st interception.
You know, when you're in the pocket as a quarterback, you're extremely vulnerable. And Bandauer's standing there very tall. The pressure starts to come. They could light him up a little bit, but they don't. They kind of pull off, and they could have put that helmet right in the rib cage and broken that 7th rib, but they decide not to do that. There's no need to go crazy here.
But Steve Warren did usher him to the turf a little bit there at the end.
Yep.
Bobby Newcombe practices 2 positions during the week. He was the 3rd-team quarterback coming into this year. Back to receive the punt. Already returned one for a touchdown. Has run one in. A high, short kick. Newcombe's telling everybody to get away from him.
Grab it, Newcombe.
Shevin Wiggins backs away. That ball's going to be down inside the 10. Down to the 8-yard line.
Now, Frank Gann's a great special teams coach that was with the Bengals at one time, did a study. When you let the ball hit the turf on AstroTurf, you lose 16 yards of field position. His point is, whenever you can fair catch it, get up there and catch the football. Don't let it hit the turf. It'll cost you more than a first down.
Let's take a look at some scores from around the Big 12 Conference. Missouri leading Baylor in the second. Texas up by a field goal over Kansas. Texas Tech.
That's a big game for Kansas, Ron, because if they get their 6th win, they qualify for a bowl. If they don't, the Big 12 only sends 5 teams again.
And tonight it'll be A&M visiting Norman, Oklahoma to take on the Sooners. Straight up the middle, pounding his way. Dan Alexander, that's that big tailback, but he actually played fullback on that play. The big guy, 250-pound redshirt freshman out of Missouri. Oh, look at the guns on him.
He's got guns. He's got the pythons. He's got the quads. Watch him run over. Ooh, that's running a guy over. I mean, that's humiliating a defensive player right there. Michael Cooper, pretty good player himself, just got steamrolled. That wasn't a pancake. That was flatter than a pancake.
I stood next to that young man yesterday. He is thick. Ooh, look out. Oh. That is some explosion for Dan Alexander.
Looks like Zonka. He runs with the body lean and Larry Zonka. And you get in this kid's way. Look at the definition of those arms. He's getting sight. He's jacked up for another opportunity. When he hits the line of scrimmage, he's going north and south and going hard. And boy, if he squares his shoulder pads up, you better make that big guy run to the sideline a little bit, go east and west, because when he gets those pads squared up to the line of scrimmage going north and south, El Lodo.
This season, 13 rushes, 44 yards. He may have it on a couple of carries this afternoon. London in trouble. Keeps his feet. And London has the bridge knocked from underneath him.
Oh, I like it.
Right at about the 30. We're pulling them all out, Dave. It's 70-7, big guy.
The London bridge came falling down.
It's yours and my last game of the year. I've saved them all up the whole year for this one.
Falling down, falling down.
I don't know about your singing, but...
Oh, boy, don't make us sing.
No, please don't.
London tried to make something out of nothing there, but he kind of equalized. It ended up being nothing.
2nd down and 11. 41 seconds left in the third quarter, a 70-7 ball game. Big surge by that line of Nebraska. Alexander tries to keep his feet as he crosses the 31 up to about the 33-yard line.
Very smart play by Ansley. He went to his shoe tops. He said, I'm not going to mess with Alexander up front, up top. I'm going down by where he ties his shoes and make the big fella jump over me, because if I hit him above his thigh boards, I'm a crazy man.
Well, I saw that Dan Alexander yesterday. I'm telling you, it was cold, it was snowing, and he comes out, has those big arms sticking out of about, look like a tank top, and asked him if he's cold. He went, nah.
He's a tank in a tank top right there.
Well, that's the end of the third quarter of play. Nebraska only scores 1 touchdown, but they were up by a bunch to begin with. 70-7 as we head to the final stanza.
Some people enjoy a good challenge, but earning a frequent flyer ticket shouldn't be one of them. At Southwest Airlines, we count quick trips, not long miles. Just 8 round trips is all it takes, and you'll be flying free before you know it. Rapid Rewards from Southwest Airlines, the quickest, easiest way to earn free travel.
You are now free to move about the country.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Play it back, rock, rap, fast food, cool, dude. Home and one, home run, Dr. Pepper, taste the fun. Movie star, classic car, talk show, Bobby and Ken will twist again. Instant replay. Now is the time. Now is the time. This is the place. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Have we got a surprise for you?
There's a place in Iowa that's known worldwide for turning great ideas into practical, usable products. It's the home of the first digital computer, and where research made the fax machine faster, it's where research led to a new cooking oil that's low in saturated fat. That place is Iowa State University. ISU is working to help Iowa grow successful ideas and successful students to become the best.
Big 12 football has been brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. By Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places. And by Citgo, just get up and go. Citgo says go. State Capitol, not too far away from Memorial Stadium, where Nebraska leads 70-7 as we head to the final stanza. 3rd down and 8 for the Cornhuskers. They're 6 of 7. They've only had 7 third down opportunities today.
They haven't punted yet. I mean, nope. he hasn't earned his letter yet today.
No, he may not get the uni dirty. They won't have to wash that bad boy. London's going to keep it. London's going to be dropped. Maybe picked up 2 on a play. James Reed on the stop. Scott Frost is out of the game. He had a full day already. Ahman Green, who had 599 yards the last 3 years against Iowa State, which is the most yards by a Husker against a single opponent. Previous record was 596 by Calvin Jones. Ahman Green also had 200-yard rushing games back-to-back years against Iowa State, and that's only the second time in Nebraska history that has happened.
And Cush, back to punt. Can't believe it.
Jesse Cush, the senior out of Columbus, Nebraska. Dad's a Nebraska Hall of Fame defensive back. Played in 70-71 with Bob Devaney and company. Ball is going to be down. Jesse may have been a little cold standing on the sideline.
Yeah, he's freezing. He's a statue out there. It's hard to get loose.
But you know what? He can tell us all about the weather because he's a meteorology and climatology major.
He can tell us it's cold today.
Yeah, really. He uses the direct viewing device, right?
Yeah.
Goes outside and says, yeah, it's cold and it's wet.
He's still, even though he's averaging under 40 yards a punt this season, he's still in position to be the all-time career best average punter in Nebraska history.
Vandauer still at quarterback. Davis gets up to the 40, and that is where he is going to be brought down after a pickup of 4. 1 minute gone by here in the 4th. Greg List, a sophomore out of Valentine, Nebraska, on the stop.
And I've never been in a football game down 63 points, fortunately, but I've been in games where you're down 30 in the 4th quarter, and at that point, you're playing for pride. You know, and it's character building. There's no doubt about it. Now, the coaches want to find out who the front runners are, who the guys are that are going to play hard when you're getting obliterated.
Davis again. He is going to be stacked up. Brian Shaw, the first one to make the hit. Now the executive producer of Fox Sports Net, Arthur Smith and Bill Borson. Coordinating producer of college football is Roy Hamilton. Today's game was produced by Robert Steinfeld, Kenny Miller, and head of field operations is Andrea Jenkins. Of course, there's one more Big 12 game left on our syndicated package next week. Bill Land and Artie Gigantino and Jim Knox will be on hand to cover that ball game. We'd like to thank for Dave and thank Bob Steinfeld and Kenny Miller, our director, for making us look so good throughout the year.
I'll tell you, they're awesome. It's a heck of a tandem. We got a great group, Ron, top to bottom.
And we can out-eat any college football team in America.
Absolutely.
Vandauer's pass is complete to Ed Williams. Speaking of eating, yes, you and I have been together 3 years now, Dave. We were the SEC a couple years ago.
Right.
Not bad food.
Oh, good groceries.
Big 12 though, kick some big time, I think.
Well, I'm a meat and potatoes guy, and
lots of meat and potatoes.
Yeah, protein overdose is my specialty in the Big 12. There's not a better place to be to enjoy some fine beef than in the Big 12 country. I'll tell you.
Boy, you can tell it's 70-7, can't you? Davis tries the right side up to the 43-yard line. Top 5, Misty's, right here in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Excellent piece of prime rib last night. Melt in your mouth. It was awesome.
Iowa State, Ames, Iowa has a pretty good barbecue place.
Oh, does it ever. As good as it gets. Hickory Park.
Juanita's in Boulder, Colorado. Dave Platty took us there. Good Mexican food in Boulder.
50-yard line.
50-yard line in Texas Tech and Lubbock.
Yep.
Tom's in College Station.
Some good stuff.
OAC, Alan Cannon filled us up there. Davis tripped up as he nears the 30-yard line. That's where they're going to mark it. Julius Jackson, a sophomore out of Gainesville, Texas, tripped him up.
I'll tell you a guy that I've got a lot of respect for. We're going to take a look at what Darren Davis got done here, but there's a gentleman I got a lot of respect for that's laboring up front in the offensive line. But Darren Davis gets a good block from Parmentier. As they get the corner secured, he finds a little bit of a lane to take advantage of. Stiff arm, gets him up the football field. Stiff arms Jackson to get the extra yards. The guy that I got a tremendous amount of respect for is Charlie Bogwell at center.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the guy is playing hurt. He's playing every snap, and they're down by 63 points. This kid has got a big heart.
Bandauer straight back, fires the pass. It is complete to number 80, Andy Stensrud, whose dad, Mike Stensrud, All-American at Iowa State. Have a penalty flag thrown in the backfield. Could be holding.
Yep.
We have to talk about the fact that Bogwell is playing. Ben Bruns, the backup center, redshirt freshman.
Offense.
Out of Iowa. He had arthroscopic surgery, so he is out.
And Charlie's got that big old brace on his right arm. I'm not sure if he might have been the one they called for holding right there. It'd be tough for him. He's lobbying a little bit with the official. And I think he might have been the guy that was called for holding. And he's talking it over the umpire saying, I can't believe you called me. I only got one arm. I'm a one-arm paper hanger out here. And you're calling me for holding? Man, I guess I must be pretty good with that one arm. But here's a guy that's right-handed. And you can see the big device. He's got a sleeve over it now, but it's a big apparatus to stabilize it. So as a result, he has to snap with his left hand. And if you're a defensive lineman, you're going to pass rush to that right side, trying to take advantage of that bad wing. But he's in there every snap.
1st and 24. Davis going to be stacked up at the 45-yard line. Didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. Let's send it down to Jim Knox.
All right, Ron, there he is. Matt Davison, who made that miracle catch against Missouri last week. Now, I had a chance to talk with Matt yesterday. He told me what a week it's been for him. All week he's been receiving email, a lot of letters from around the state of Nebraska. Not to mention he was the big man around campus. Everybody congratulated him on the big catch. Even his professors picked him out in class and said congratulations. Now, he did tell me about how subdued Tom Osborne was after last week's game. He said he walked on the bus as they were about to get on the plane. He said Tom Osborne looked up at him. He looked back down at Tom, and Coach Osborne said, Matt, good catch. That was it. Just good catch.
That's good. That's good.
That's tremendous excitement out of Coach Osborne, though. I mean, just to acknowledge it. He is the most even-keel personality I think I've ever seen. They're calling Iowa State for illegal snap, double clutching that football. Once you get it started, you got to finish your snap. You can't start it, stop it, and start it again. But Coach Osborne, I mean, it's amazing. When you look at him at the sideline, a lot of times you can't tell if he's up 63 or down 7. And it was amazing to watch him.
Dead ball. Snap infraction on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
It was amazing to watch him in Columbia, Missouri. And he said at one point, I thought we were done for after the game. But looking at him, look at the clock and try to think one play ahead with his play selection and the poise that he showed that filtered down to his quarterback, Scott Frost, on the field and in that huddle was incredible. And the record, because of that poise, speaks for itself.
2nd and 29. Still 10:35 to play in the 4th. Over the middle, pass is tipped incomplete. And Bandauer goes down again in a pile.
Nice job by Julius Jackson to get back in his zone and deflect that football. He put it airborne. Somebody could have broken on it and made the play, but JJ got his hands up there pretty well. Athletic. The linebackers, the key in zone coverage is how quickly the linebackers can get their drops and how deep they can get their drops. If you don't have a big separation between linebackers and safeties in your zone defense, it's going to be tough to throw the football.
3rd down and 29 for Iowa State. Ball just about on the 50-yard line. Two wide receivers to the right. Here comes the rush. They dump it off to Davis. Slips and falls as he crosses the 40 down to the 37-yard line. Well short of the 1st down.
Unassisted tackle by the turf monster that time. Nobody really got a hand on him as Darren Davis tried to make that violent cut. His feet went out from under him and kerplunk.
4th down and 18. Iowa State's going to go for it. Bandauer stays in the ballgame. He is one tough young man. He's a 3.6 grade point average student in engineering. Has a school record for touchdown passes. He's the captain of the team, and He still has one more year for Dan McCartney. Here comes the blitz. Iowa State, nice job picking it up. They're going deep. They have a man. The pass is complete down to the 11-yard line. That'll be a first down for Iowa State.
Tremendous in the flag, a late hit out of bounds. Watley trying to keep his composure. Don't retaliate, because right now you're the beneficiary of a penalty. And he ends up walking away from it. Tremendous route by Watley. I think it was Willie Miller. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not sure who it was.
Joe Walker?
That he turned. He completely turned somebody around. Ran a post corner. You saw him start it. Yeah, it was Joe Walker. He started to the post, and then he ran a corner route. A double move and turned Joe Walker completely around. And then the late hit out of bounds, the late push by Walker. And that's an unsportsmanlike conduct that gives him half the distance to the goal. And the best thing that Watley did was get his hands down to his side, don't retaliate, and nullify that advantage, because now they find themselves first and goal inside the 6-yard line.
Big fourth down conversion for Iowa State. Just a morale booster. They're not giving up. You know, we talked at the beginning of the game that Dan McCartney's teams play hard.
Yep.
A lot of teams would pitch the tent right about now and say it's over. These guys continue to fight.
And this kid Watley, Dan McCartney's got a lot of respect for him, because he may have the biggest heart on the team, and he ran a great double move route that last time.
First and goal from the 5. Davis stiff arms his way. Touchdown, Iowa State.
Boy, did you call that stiff arm. That was one of those right to the puss and down to the turf. Nebraska fell off of him like he husked him like an ear of corn right there. Darren Davis he had that stiff arm going big time. Watch this right arm. Bakunk. Down you go. No chance right there. It's like, see ya.
This may be stretching the moral victory cliche, but actually Iowa State and Nebraska tied 7-7 here in the second half.
I have no idea who that young man is. He's not on my flip card. That's why I haven't identified number 27 in the red.
Cole's extra point is good. Darren Davis, 62 yards, rushing the football and a touchdown. We still have 9:36 to play. Nebraska leading at 70-14.
Weekends are for relaxing and spending time with family and friends. But for most homeowners, it's the only time to straighten out personal finances. That's why First Plus is open on the weekends. Every weekend, we're available when you're at home thinking about consolidating bills or financing home improvements. Just call 1-800-510-PLUS. You can apply today right over the phone, and there's no application fees. First Plus takes care of business 7 days a week, just like you do. At First Plus, we're working first for you. Call 1-800-510-PLUS.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil. You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
Data, statistics, the stuff of instruments, gauges, and stopwatches. What if you were to buy a car strictly with your left brain? If that car was the new Mazda 626, your right brain would be handsomely rewarded. The all-new Mazda 626. Retooled, refined, reborn.
35 points. Nebraska hung on Iowa State in the first quarter, then they hung a 28 on them in the second. That was the difference.
That'll hurt you. That'll hurt you when they put 63 on the board at the half. That was a long 30 minutes for them.
It was an hour-long first quarter. Kickoff to Brandon Harrison's going to let it go out of bounds. Penalty flag will be thrown.
Now you get great field position out of this. You start at the 35-yard line.
That is where Nebraska will take over. 1st and 10, 9:31 to play in the ballgame. Scott Frost is quarterback the team. Frankie London remains in. Frost played about as well as you can possibly play. Ran the option to perfection, passed the ball well. Good support from Ahman Green. Joel Makovica with a touchdown today. Complete team effort.
And the key to all of those stars performing is the guys up front. You know, they dominated and let the guys, the actual touchdown makers, do their thing.
London played 4 games last year, was a sprinter in high school. He's got good speed. Not going to be able to show it on that play. Gets thumped right at the line of scrimmage. Derek Clark, number 11, a senior out of Livermore, Iowa, on the stop.
Boy, the Nebraska wide receivers are so physical when they block. That time, Sean Applegate came inside as a wide receiver and had a crackback block and hit the linebackers like a fullback would. I mean, these wide receivers, Coach Brown does an outstanding job with these guys blocking on the perimeter. They're just incredibly gifted.
They take a lot of pride in it. Yep. London hands it off to Alexander. He tries the left side. Nothing doing. Let's take a look at our Southwest Airlines game summary for this afternoon. It is a simple game summary. All you have to do is look at the 35 first quarter points, 63 and a half, tying some school records.
There's the story, the rushing yards.
Whew. Big time.
42 as opposed to 430. I mean, Nebraska's got 10 times the rushing yards that Iowa State does. That's the ball game.
Texas Tech, don't forget, only had 17 rushing yards against this Nebraska defense. And there is Scott Frost on the sideline. One game left in the regular season. They will go to San Antonio, however, for the Big 12 championship game on December 6th. Tickets are still available, I might add. Had to say that for Derek Fox and Bob Generelli down there in San Antonio. Make sure to get that plug in for the tickets. Having lived in San Antonio, living there now, come on down, folks. I tell you, it's a great place. You'll have a ball down there.
It's a nice city, huh?
Great city. 8:08 left to play in the ball game, 70-14.
I can't believe it. Punting again.
Second, my goodness.
Took until the fourth quarter, but Cush is now starting to get that left leg loose a little bit.
Opponents have only had 9 returns coming into this game. You can see his first effort.
That's a little better.
Much better. Wilson. Ball is loose. Let's see who's got it. I think maybe Nebraska picked it up.
They sure did.
Let's see what they say. Yes, indeed. Nebraska's got the football again.
Vandenbosch has got it.
40-yard punt to no avail because Nebraska comes up with the ball. We'll return to Memorial Stadium after this word from Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler.
These days, it seems like everything is the official something of somebody. What's next? The official soft drink, the team mascot? Look at this guy right here, and this one here, and his girlfriend, and his kid. See, they're drinking Dr. Pepper just because it tastes great. It's kind of the official soft drink of everyone else. Like this guy with the bratwurst. He executes a one-handed switch. You can't coach this stuff. It's a thing of beauty. Hey, who's doing that? I do that. What's going on? Hey.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Data, statistics, stuff of instruments, gauges, and stopwatches. What if you were to buy a car strictly with your left brain? If that car was the new Mazda 626, your right brain would be handsomely rewarded. The all-new Mazda 626. Retooled, refined, reborn.
Vandenbosch with the recovery, 70-14. Nebraska has the football, and behind him, the only sideline I've ever seen with a hot chocolate dispenser.
You gotta love that. Vandenbosch with a double-dip ice cream cone. He stripped it and recovered it. Nice play.
As we keep our food theme working for this afternoon.
It's cold for that double-dip ice cream, though.
Willie Miller, a freshman out of Omaha, Nebraska, on the carry as the clock continues to run, and unfortunately Iowa State has not been able to do that today. That has been the difference.
I'll tell you, my goal next year, though, if we have another Nebraska game, is to make pregame meal with those guys. The menu that Jim showed us, I'd like to throw down some groceries with the Huskers. That'd be a lot of fun. 7:30 in the morning, all those groceries available. Sheesh.
I'll tell you, they invited us for their Thursday night steak dinner. I like that one.
That'll work.
That dog will hunt for sure. Dancing around in the backfield, Jay Sims, not much running room. Derek Clark on the stop. Well, let's take a look at Scott Frost for this season. He could become the 10th quarterback, as Dave mentioned earlier, in NCAA history with 1,000 and 1,000. Needs 56 yards passing, 60 rushing.
That'd be outstanding. And he's more than capable of getting that done for sure. This kid is a real threat with the football in his hands two ways. I mean, he's more than adequate throwing the football. He can run with the best of them.
London on the option, keeps it himself inside the 25 to the 23-yard line. Let's take a look at our Dr. Pepper conference leaders, and it is scoring. Ricky Williams on top, averaging over 13.5 a game. Frost, Green, and Brown, 2, 3, and 4.
And Green helped himself today. 3 touchdowns today. That average is going to go up. Scott Frost's average will go up as well.
Yep.
This football team is a powerhouse. I mean, they came into this football game averaging over 45 points a game, and that'll go up.
Well, 4th down and 1, in case you're wondering why they go for it, kicking a field goal would be kind of running up the score. Now you allow Iowa State at least to stop you.
They control their own destiny.
Pitch it back to Sims. He's got the first down.
They did it earlier when Iowa State inside the 5-yard line. Instead of kicking the field goal to make it 66 when they had 63 points to the board, they said, well, if you can stop us on 4th down, you get the ball. And Iowa State did. They got the ball back.
That'll be a 1st and 10, ball on the 20 with 5:58 to play. 70-14 is our score. In case you just joined us, it was 63-7 at halftime.
And as you look in that huddle, not one starter is on the football field. I mean, they've got backups up and down the line of scrimmage and in the backfield.
Straight ahead, Ben Kingston, a sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska, number 22, only had 2 carries coming into this game for 4 yards. So he'll get his name in the books today.
You know, Ron, the amazing thing about this Nebraska team, though, even when they're redshirt freshmen, their practices are so efficient. I mean, they've got 2 offensive units and 2 defensive units taking a bunch of snaps. Repetition. Tom Osborne has his team as organized as anybody. They come on the field to play as redshirt freshmen, and they understand how to execute those plays. They've run them a bunch.
Another quarterback, Lonnie Crisco, is in the lineup.
The count.
Out of Kearney, Nebraska. 6 foot, 200-pounder.
He got sandwiched on that play. A little high-low. It's a good along the food theme.
Well, we are keeping it, aren't we?
The count will get it done. 6 feet, a couple 100 pounds.
We'll be appearing in Vegas all next week.
At Chuckles Club.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, boy.
4:35 to play. Not moving fast enough for Dan McCartney. Cristo keeps it. Looking for the end zone.
He double dribbled. He dribbled into the end zone, but he was down at about the 1-yard line.
Oh, Cristo saw his name going in the books.
Man. Nice effort. He exploded to the end zone, to the goal line, but he just got tripped up. Followed his blockers up the football field, squared up his shoulder pads, and somebody just nipped his heels. As he's, nice effort right there as he's diving for the end zone. Is that Carlos Polk?
Kevin Hudson.
Kevin Hudson that made the play, the diving play.
1st and goal from the 1. Touchdown, Nebraska. Josh Cobb.
Got their 11 touchdowns. 77 points. Woo.
Cobb's first touchdown of the year. Here's a guy that played 6-man football in high school.
It's a good place to be with your last name Cobb, Corn Husker.
Well, this is the most points most points ever scored by an opponent versus Iowa State. Previous was 73-14, Nebraska over ISU. That was back in 95. Only you come up with that one.
Oh,
that was good.
There's a lot of strewn Cobbs out there today, boy. The Cornhuskers are doing a job.
Ted Retzlaff's extra point is good. 4:04 to play in the ball game, and it's all Nebraska by a bunch.
Fort Randall Casino Hotel, where you can play Megabucks with jackpots starting at $1 million. A great place on the Great Plains. Fort Randall Casino Hotel.
Credit the playful performance of a Dodge Dakota to its quick ratio steering and precision-tuned suspension. Dakota's a blast to drive, and this lease certainly won't dampen your enthusiasm. Here's a big surprise from the truck that's full of surprises. Buy a Dodge Dakota and get a Magnum V6 at no extra charge. So to satisfy your lust for more power, see the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
To understand our dedication to keeping your car running its best, visit your team of pros at Big A Auto Parts. They'll have you back on the road in no time. Big A, America's parts pros.
See your Big A dealer at S&S Auto Parts in Gothenburg, K&K Auto Parts in Kearney, and Red Cloud Auto Supply in Red Cloud.
(77-14), Josh Anderson set to kick it away for Nebraska. 13 different players have carried the ball for Nebraska. 9 rushing touchdowns, ties a school record set back in '83 versus Minnesota. Iowa State trying to get good field position, and they will.
I love Watley. This kid won't quit.
Well, our Dr. Pepper player of the game is Ahman Green, the junior out of Omaha, Nebraska.
Jeez, look at those numbers.
9th consecutive 100-yard game, 209 on just 15 carries. Not a bad average, and here is one of the TDs.
Well, nice blocking up front. He follows that fullback's lead block, and then once he gets the open spaces, he turns the after jets on and see ya. He's a rare combination of speed, power, agility. He's got it all.
Well, Sage Rosenfels is coming to the lineup to play quarterback now for Iowa State. Jerome Evans on the carry over the left side, picks up a few yards. Well, the AP top 5 in the remaining schedules, you can see Michigan plays Wisconsin today, then of course their annual tilt with Ohio State.
I wonder if Ohio State can reverse the role. Michigan kept them from a national championship basically last year with an upset win.
Florida State big game, November 22nd at Florida. Nebraska has one more left.
Right after Thanksgiving against Colorado at Boulder.
Nebraska's still sitting in a great position to win the national championship.
No question.
Iowa State just keeping it on the bounce. Evans, who had a pretty decent game last week against Colorado, bounces his way up to the 40. That'll be good for a first down.
The one difference, I think, when you look at Michigan, you look at Florida State, they have solid defensive units in every position group. I think Nebraska has a defensive, championship defensive unit in the front line. I think the linebackers are solid. The secondary, being so young and inexperienced, though, is suspect. And if they do match up with Florida State in the Orange Bowl, if that Busby can get things going, Florida State's defensive unit being so tough, that'd be an interesting matchup.
2:50 to play. Rosenfels hands it off again to Evans. From the 40 to the 43-yard line, a gain of 3. Lauren Kaiser, a freshman out of Farewell, Nebraska, on the stop. And Tom Osborne keeps the record perfect.
He's going to have his team in position for a national championship many, many years now, even with the 85 scholarship rule, because of the continuity in the program that we've already spoken about. He's been here 25 years. He's got a bunch of assistants that have been here 15 years or more, as many as 21 years, and that says a lot.
3rd in wins among active coaches. Rosenfels tucks it in up to the 50-yard line. That'll be close to the first down as we near the 2-minute mark here of quarter number 4. You know, you talk about those assistants, Dave. They recruit in about 35 to 40 states here in Nebraska. And the coaches, if you lose 2 or 3 assistants a year, Charlie McBride and company feel that you lose 25% of your recruiting power. So they don't want to lose assistant coaches to other schools because it really hurts in their recruiting effort.
No doubt. And Charlie McBride right there, he's had offers from the Green Bay Packers, the Denver Broncos. He could be coaching the NFL. He wants to be here at Nebraska. He's exactly where he wants to be.
On 3rd and 1, Iowa State will get the first down as they cross the 50 down to about the 49-yard line of Nebraska.
And I do know that after having played with some kids that are guys that played here at Nebraska. The Dave Remingtons, I was a teammate of, and Jim Scow with the Cincinnati Bengals, a defensive end. That was a great one here for Charlie McBride. These guys, there's something about this Nebraska Cornhusker program. I mean, it's like one big extended family. Yep. Remington, Scow, they can't, I mean, I can't remember how many times they talked about Coach Osborne, Coach McBride, and the impact they had in their lives. It's amazing.
Evans, right side, another Iowa State first down as he gets down to about the 38-yard line. 63 seconds left to play in the football game. The crowd, well, they've been leaving since about midway through the third quarter. Highly unusual here at Memorial Stadium. One of the great places to do a football game. I'll tell you, our hotel and the restaurant last night, the band comes into the restaurant.
Yep.
This is a remarkable place, and Chris Anderson and everybody here in Lincoln, we thank you for your hospitality. It's been fun.
It's a great venue, a great place for college football.
45 seconds left, not moving fast enough. Rosenfeld looking for pay dirt. Pass is going to be intercepted at the 3.
Wow. Buckhalter. Was that Buckhalter that made that play?
Well, it's either Ahman Green.
Yeah, it's Finister. At any rate, it's the 8th interception of the year, I think.
Yep, that's right.
So
2 today.
Yeah, they came in with 6 and picked up 2 today. And they got a third of the interceptions that they had on the season just today. And nice play on that one. Full extension on the vertical, securing the football. Really, though, Iowa State, what you have to do if you're a receiver on that play, you have to reverse roles and you have to play defender.
Here's our sit-go stats, and you can see 584 yards, total yards for Nebraska.
Iowa State, 5 turnovers, 5 giveaways. You can't do that with a team as talented as Nebraska.
This should be the final play of the game. Nebraska will keep it on the ground up to about the 8-yard line, and that should be it. Final 30 seconds, Nebraska 77-14. Chalk one in the books for them. They will go to 10-0 on the year. 7-0 in the Big 12 Conference. They will win the North title. They are on their way to San Antonio for the Big 12 championship game.
And they have a week off to get healthy for Colorado. And they've got some guys that are banged up, so that week off should help.
Now they're going to sneak in one more play.
Number 16,
that'll do it. In front of their 220th consecutive sellout. They win again here in Lincoln.
Well, 2 things that happened Iowa State didn't want to have happen was problems in the kicking game and turning the football over. Those are 2 things that you hope you do well against Nebraska, is perform in the kicking game and secure the football. And all they did was add gasoline to the Nebraska fire, and it just raged out of control.
42 consecutive wins here at Memorial Stadium for the Huskers. They win it, and they do it in fine fashion. 77-14 is our final.
Here we are, Shorty. Let's get down to the dirty work. You know, your grandma doesn't think we can do this, but what does she know? What's this? You don't let them put that on you, do you? Is that the way that goes? Where are those pins?
Southwest Airlines low senior fares give people 65 and over the freedom to go, see, and in some cases do things they've never done before.
Great googly moogly.
The Montana Grizzlies visiting the Delaware Blue Hens in a classic 1AA matchup. The Blue Hen safety, he cuts across. He's got an interception. He's at the 40, the 45, the 50, the 47, 45, and 5/8, and 3/16, and 2/27. Okay, TV timeout.
Ahman was the man. 77-14, Nebraska wins it. Final comments, Dave.
Well, the Big 12 definitely has a national championship contender, and it's the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Their offense is probably as good as any in college football. They can run the ball with anybody. They can stop the run. The question is, will their secondary hold up if they can't pressure the quarterback enough in a national championship game? Every place else, solid as a rock, Ron.
Well, of course, they go to the championship game December 6th in San Antonio for the Huskers. Dave, for the 3rd year, thank you, my friend. We've had a lot of fun this season. Look forward to next year.
Ron, it was a blast. I couldn't have had more fun.
Well, our final Dr. Pepper Big 12 Game of the Week will be coming your way next week from Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa. Iowa State Cyclones will play host to the Kansas State Wildcats. Once again, the final score, Nebraska wins it 77-14. For Dave Lapham, Jim Knox, and our entire crew in Lincoln, Nebraska, I'm Ron Thulin. Thanks for watching, and so long, everybody.
Turn it up, love to pump, slam dunk. Inline, online, surf the net. Dr. Pepper, taste to get. Blue jean, fly machine, football hurdle, space shuttle. Free to vote. Yeah. Now is the time. Now is the time. This is the place. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Performance, it's my job. You need the right technology. You need the right skills. You need the right equipment. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right motor oil.
You need to use your 9-iron. Good thing he can drive.
Sitco says go.
This simple-looking device is the key to unlock your body's hidden potential. It can change the look and shape of every line and curve on your body. Because it's the weight, the challenge, and the secret behind one of the most effective fitness machines in the world. Introducing the Bowflex Power Pro. Bowflex uses patented power rod resistance to give you an incredibly smooth, natural feel for over 60 different health club quality exercises. With features like a built-in aerobic rowing exercise, convertible grips, and convenient folding capabilities, it's easy to see why a Bowflex was selected by Fitness Magazine as the best home gym for 1997 and was awarded a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. It's time to get the body you want with no money down and payments as low as $33 a month. Call right now for your free video and brochure. Discover the body you've always wanted with the Bowflex Power Pro.
A lot of industry experts told us that the passenger side was the best place to add a third door. We got still more advice insisting that the driver's side was the only logical choice. But as you can see, we let it all go right in one ear and out the other. Introducing the new Dodge Ram Quad Cab. The rules have changed.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
The Tom Osborne Show is brought to you in part by Pizza Hut. It's the Tom Osborne Show with two-time national championship coach Tom Osborne. Tom Osborne Show is sponsored in part by Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty. And now, here's your host, Bill Dolman.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Bill Dolman, and welcome to the Tom Osborne Show. Well, it's hard to believe, but Saturday, Nebraska played its final home game of the '97 season, and as is always the case, it was an emotional day as 23 seniors made their final appearance in Memorial Stadium, and suffice it to say, they went out in style with a 77-14 win over Iowa State. The Huskers are now a perfect 10-0 and the champions of the Big 12 North. We've got all of the highlights right here, and there are a lot of them. Seniors Jay Sims and Eric Warfield will join us a little bit later on, but first, let's bring in Husker head coach Tom Osborne. Tom, last week you went down to the last play. This one was over shortly after the first play of the game, it seemed. Were you surprised by the margin, or did you kind of expect this kind of effort after Missouri?
Well, I thought we would play well, and I thought we would probably win handily, but you never know. And Iowa State made an interesting decision. They decided to take the football to start the game, and of course most people defer, or in the case of a day like today, take the wind. But I think they felt the strongest part of their team was their offense, and it seemed like it just didn't work out for them. You know, we got some quick touchdowns early and put it away probably by the end of the first quarter.
Big margin of victory for Nebraska. We've got a lot to show you, so stay right where you are. The highlights of the first quarter are next.
To compete and win today, you need to literally outwork the competition. That's why we use the Personal Edge supplement system. Personal Edge provides great tasting energy and recovery bars and a fat metabolizer powder that helps to spare the lean muscle mass you've worked so hard to get. So whether we're training or playing our toughest rival, we want an edge. Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call toll-free now to order. 1-888-357-3343.
It seems an obvious point when choosing a way to communicate. You want to feel confident your message will get through. Sprint PCS. Wireless service with fewer system busy signals and fewer dropped calls. The replacement for cellular is here.
He's not a star on his neighborhood softball team. And his work at the annual barbecue wasn't very impressive. But around here, he's still a hometown hero. You see, he's the local Farm Bureau insurance agent. For auto, home, and property protection, and for life insurance that can help protect your family's financial security, call a Farm Bureau insurance agent today. Living beside you, working for you.
After a week of reliving and analyzing Nebraska's unforgettable win over Missouri a week earlier, it was time to come back down to earth and get back to business. It was an emotional day because it was senior day, and as is the custom, the members of the senior class were introduced to another sellout crowd at Memorial Stadium. They've got 46 wins now in 4 years, a very close group, Tom, and I think to a man they always talk about how unified the senior class is.
Well, they've had a good chemistry and a good attitude, and you know, we really had a tough time here because we miscalculated the time, and by the time we got everybody out on the field, it was under 1 minute, and we almost got penalized on the kickoff. But really great group of seniors. And on the first play, they fumbled the ball and got it back, and now they had a man open, and the ball was just slightly overthrown. And of course, into the wind, it's unusual to overthrow that ball. So we were lucky there. We kind of dodged a bullet. And first play, we ran an option, and it was well timed. And Ahman Green gets a nice gain of 13 yards and a first down.
You see this drive starting at midfield, and you had tremendous field position all day. Your average starting position was at your own 45-yard line.
Well, yeah, when you are out near midfield on most possessions, a lot of that had to do with the kicking game. Now, a wall option, and the defensive end was completely fooled and went after the fullback, and Scott is able to keep the ball here and a 15-yard gain around the left side here.
Nice job of blocking by Lance Brown there out of that wingback spot.
Yeah, I think Lance Brown, Jeff Lake were both out in front. Good fake by Joel Makovic up the middle. Ahman Green on a inside handoff and 18 yards and a touchdown. This was certainly well blocked and was what we call a power play. We had a good double team by our left guard and tackle. And the right guard, John Zadiska, came around on the linebacker, and Ahman just had clear sailing. I think the safety man came up and missed the tackle. So we score very quickly and very easily with only about 2.5 minutes or so gone in the game.
Now Darren Davis is racked up for a loss of 2 yards. That forced an Iowa State punt, and you wanted to get something special out of your special teams, and especially on punt returns, and Bobby Newcombe delivers.
Well, Bobby had some good blocks here, and of course he is a fine runner, but this was one that once he caught that ball, it seemed like he was off and running here. We probably could have gone for a punt block almost every time because the punter was catching the ball against his body and was a little slow getting it off. But here you see a good running lane and Bobby evades the last tackler there and scores very quickly, and that was a return of 53 yards on the punt return. And of course that's a part of our game that we've been trying to get better, and earlier in the season we weren't very satisfied, but lately I think it's getting as much improved.
5 minutes into the ball game, Nebraska leads Iowa State 14-0. Now Iowa State with the football once again, kind of pinned back. Heavy rush on the passer Todd Bandauer, and to a man, your defense said that they had a lot to prove today, and they came out in the first quarter and they proved a lot.
Well, they played. I think they played much better, and now Bobby Newcombe just really got nailed here, and I think they ruled a personal foul on that play. It's one thing if you interfere with the catch; it's another thing if you go down and just blast a guy. And I think Bobby might have called fair catch there.
That happened 2 or 3 times in the game.
Well, it happened twice. The second time was not ruled a personal foul. Now Ahman Green takes off on a touchdown run here, and you can see that some of these guys had angles. And that number 7 is an excellent sprinter. He's a freshman out of Ames High School, and still was not able to catch Ahman. And Ahman looked quick today. Ran very well. Had 200 yards on I think only 15 carries or so, and so he puts us in the end zone again. It seemed like we were scoring so fast that it was almost hard to keep track of things. So we're up 21-0. And I think there's only about 5 minutes gone in the game.
And Iowa State takes over now, starting this possession at their 20-yard line, and Mike Rucker gets the sack on Bandauer. It was one of 3 sacks that you had on the day.
No, Mike's hard to block, and he seems to, whenever he's in there, he seems to factor. And by that I mean he usually enters into the play, and certainly a nice play there. Now, a good job here defensively. We had good pursuit. Eric Johnson eventually came over and made the tackle. And that was a gain of 6, though, however. But with the initial loss, they had to punt it away. Now Scott Frost on a 3rd down and about 5 keeps the ball and gained 9 and got the first down.
Scott ran well, 8 carries, 88 yards on the day. He's nearing the 1,000-yard mark on the season, and Bobby Newcombe on the reverse gets a big play here inside the 5.
Well, he had some good blocks. Gained 15 yards. It looked like for a minute that he was going to score fairly easily, but the last defender there did a nice job of playing off of the block and securing Bobby. But we get down very close first to the touchdown. I think we ended up at the 4-yard line and score fairly easily. Ahman Green runs tough and bounced outside the left tight end and puts it in the end zone. And of course, that with the ensuing PAT made it 28-0, and so those points came very quickly and very easily.
5 plays, 32 yards, 1 minute and 19 seconds. That was Ahman's 3rd touchdown of the first quarter, and as Tom said, 15 carries, 209 yards. It's the 2nd straight year that Ahman has rushed for over 200 yards against Iowa State. He had 214 last year in a duel with Troy Davis. Now Iowa State getting the football back on the kickoff return. This has been an area of concern for you. They've gave up the big play again.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable, and that. And there we got, I think, a personal foul tacked on at the end. We must have hit the guy out of bounds.
That was a sideline interference call that you got.
Well, that's right. We had, I think Ralph Brown started off the sideline. He thought the guy was down and ran into the official. And so they got excellent field position. But a good play here. Chad Kelsey gets penetration. And I think Eric Warfield was also up there on the tackle. And so they lose a bunch of yards on that play.
Loss of 5 to Davis, who came in averaging 125 yards per game on the season.
Really a good hit there by Mike Brown, but Green held on to the ball, and that was a gain of 22. And now a good pass rush. Grant Wistrom
almost got an interception there.
Backed out of there and had the ball in his hands, but it's a tough catch to make. And now we just had a mistake on our coverage where we actually had that receiver bracketed, and unfortunately both defenders let the guy get deep on us.
And that made it 28-7. A good play, or a good drive for Iowa State. 7 plays on that scoring drive. Nebraska gets the ball back with 4 minutes and 52 seconds left in the first quarter, and Scott Frost with a big 20-yard gain on the option.
A good crackback block there by Chevin Wiggins, and Scott gets around the end there for plus 20. And now on a first down, we came out and threw the ball to Sheldon Jackson. Sheldon delayed into the flat. Scott finds him, and it's not a long gain, I think about 7 yards or so. But Scott was, I believe, 8 out of 9 for the day. Now an option play, Bobby Newcombe scores easily, and that was a gain of 16.
Good blocks by Kenny Cheatham and Chevin Wiggins to help Bobby into the end zone.
Well, we had, yes, both wide receivers did a great job there, and of course your option plays go only about as far as the receivers allow them to. So a well-executed play, and we've already got a fairly insurmountable lead here, I think.
Could you believe the scoreboard, 35-7?
Well, I was a little concerned because you don't want the thing to mount too fast, and it was getting to the point where you're worried about what the final score might be. Nice play here on a pass where I think Eric Warfield came up and threw Havens for a loss of 1. Now they go down the sideline, and actually Mike Brown was there, but the ball was thrown behind Green, and Green reacted back and made the catch for a gain of 24. And now Davis picks up 9 around the left end. And we should have contained him and just didn't get it done. Now they try a halfback pass. Good pressure and pretty good coverage there by Irwin Sweeney. The receiver almost picked it in. I believe that was Williams. Now we're on a blitz, and fairly good coverage there. In that case, Mike Brown was covering. And again, that was Williams on the attempted reception. And now a sack and a fumble. And Jason Peter evidently fell on the football.
Chad Kelsey got good pressure from that left side and forced the fumble. This was on a 4th down and 10 play, and so whether Nebraska or Iowa State got the football on the recovery really didn't matter. Nebraska was going to get it anyway. 6 seconds remaining in the first quarter when you get the football, and you get a big play to close out the first period.
This is a very nice throw. He hit Scott Frost, hit Bobby Newcombe right between 2 receivers. Bobby went in motion, and we started out with an option action. And that drew the defenders up, and Bobby makes a very nice play. He has good hands and good speed and good moves, and has made a lot of big plays for us.
It was a long, long first quarter. In fact, it took more than an hour to play, the first 15 minutes. When all was said and done, Nebraska had an incredible 35-7 lead. We'll come back in a moment with a look at the second quarter right after this.
Of a magnetic shockwave. I have the ferocity of a proton cannon. I have the power to inflict a psychic blast, a mystic slash, or to unleash a berserker barrage. I have the power to undo my enemies with a spider sting and destroy them with the Gamma Crush.
Marvel Superheroes, now available for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation game console.
I have the power of the Marvel Superheroes. Let's play.
How do most pharmacies react when you ask for free prescription delivery? Generic drug savings? Supermarket convenience? How about prompt service? Lowest prescription price? Won't even listen, huh? Bet they don't even know your name. Must drive you clean out of your tree. Well, if we were you, pal, we'd go to You Say Pharmacy.
Hi, I'm Jim Hine of Heartland Co-op. Buy now and save big bucks during our truckload tire sale. An 18.434 LSB is only $280 cash and carry. Or try our 18.4R38 Ag Radio 3 for $440 cash and carry. A 1016 quad is now only $73. Plus receive a $50 savings bond with the purchase of a pair of rear tractor tires. If we don't have it, we can't get it, then they don't make it.
Co-op has the right tire for you.
This is really big. It's Video Kingdom's biggest holiday sale ever. Hurry to Video Kingdom for Mitsubishi. Free till $19.99. Save on big screens, camcorders, complete home theater packages. And all Mitsubishi is free and clear for over a year from Video Kingdom. Plus, all brands of electronics are free for 6 months. But don't wait. A sale this big can't last. Hurry to Video Kingdom's biggest holiday sale ever at Video Kingdom stores across Nebraska.
In an ever-changing world, it's nice that some things remain the same, like 5 Points Bank. For Don Jelinek, it's knowing his banker is there for the long haul. Keith Jardine likes entrusting his business with people he knows. And for Barb and Jean Graves, it's the convenience of hometown banking. People you know, innovative technology. It's the best of both worlds. 5 Points Bank, member FDIC.
Show. Nebraska scored on all 5 possessions in the first quarter to take a 35-7 lead into the second quarter, and it was more of the same as the Huskers had the ball at the end of the first quarter, and it wouldn't take long after the break for the Huskers to put the ball into the end zone. You've got it in great field position here at the 24-yard line, and Ahman Green goes to work again on a fake reverse.
Well, I think we drew a few people with a reverse, and Ahman picked up 15 yards and a first down deep in their territory. Here we see the replay of that shot, and Eric Anderson was out in front of the play as well. So now Scott gives the ball to Joel Makovica, and Joel gets a nice hole off tackle and scores easily from 9 yards out. It almost got a little bit too easy here at one point, where you just almost anything you called seemed to be a big play. But that had to do with good execution, and certainly our offensive line must have played awfully well to have had the number of holes that we had.
Is it tough to call a game when you've got such a big lead?
Well, not that bad. I think toward the end you're trying to maybe not score too much, and sometimes that's difficult. There they ran a reverse, and we played it fairly well, but they still picked up about 9. Now Davis loses 4, and that was Kyle Vandenbosch and Brian Shaw in making the play. Vandenbosch got some penetration, and Brian Shaw also came in there and assisted in the tackle.
Kyle's a true freshman from Iowa, so he was probably more motivated as much as anybody in the ballgame.
Well, he always plays well. It seems like he's motivated against everybody. There actually, Mike Brown had a chance to pick one off and take it in. The ball was in his hands, but it was a difficult catch. And there, Bobby Newcombe gets hit very hard again just as he catches the ball. And of course, the receiver, the punt receiver, is protected. And that was only a 5-yard penalty on that play. And now Correll Buckhalter's in. We're giving Ahman Green a little bit of a rest, and he picked up 11. And now Scott Frost on a 3rd down and 9 picks up 24 yards on a counter trap, and it was a nice run and very well blocked. And you see in that case we had our left guard and left tackle out in front. They were going to the right, and as we said, a 24-yard gain. Now first down, Scott is able to find Kenny Cheatham out in the flat. Kenny does a nice job of running, gain of 16, and of course Kenny has speed. He's deceptively fast, and that he's a big guy with kind of a long stride, but he's moving very quickly.
He had a great end of the Missouri game. Those 3 catches on that drive that Nebraska put the ball game into overtime. Now Scott will go in from 1 yard out for the touchdown here to make the score 49-7. Getting back to the passing game, just 9 of 12, didn't throw the ball a whole lot, but you were still very efficient.
Well, that's the main thing. You want to be effective when you throw it, and running as well as we were and having as many good first down plays, we didn't have to throw it a whole lot. There's Darren Davis for a gain of 1. Tony Ortiz was in on the tackle along with Jay Foreman. And now we get the ball knocked loose, and Chad Kelsey comes up with the ball. And Derek Allen apparently was the guy who knocked it loose. So we get the ball with great field position at the 5-yard line. And you see Derek Allen coming in there from the side, from the blind side of the quarterback, and stripping the ball, and Chad Kelsey is a little bit like Rucker. He seems to be in the right place at the right time a lot, and so great field position offensively. Now Scott Frost rolls out, hits Sheldon Jackson crossing in the back of the end zone, and so in one play we put it in, and with that extra point the score now becomes 56-7, and we're still only halfway through the second quarter. So that was an unbelievable amount of point production in a short time.
Sheldon Jackson's become a pretty good big play receiver for you. He's got 3 catches on the day.
Yeah, he's a steady receiver and a very good player. And now Steve Warren, I believe, in the game, knocked the pass down.
You've already got a ton of reserves in the game.
Well, we've started substituting fairly liberally about this point. Now Darren Davis catches that ball for a gain of 12. And now an incomplete pass to Green. I believe it was caught out of bounds. And so it's 2nd down and 10 at this point, and Davis finds some running room and gets off tackle there for a gain of 9. And that brought up a 3rd and 1, and really a nice play by Tony Ortiz. And they're stopped short of the first down. I think actually lost a little bit on the play. And you see here Tony filling, and actually there was initial contact by one of our linemen first. So we did a good job at the point of attack, and Iowa State at that point had to punt the ball away. So we get the ball here and kind of deep in our own territory. Now a nice job on the option here, and Ahman Green picks up 12 and a first down.
And this drive beginning with 4 minutes and 6 seconds to go in the first half, and unlike last week, you did have all of your timeouts to work here at this final drive.
Well, it's nice to have them if you need them. Now, on that play there, Ahman gained 8, and then Scott Frost picked up 13 around the right end on an option. That was a 2nd down and 2, and I think that was about the only time we ran the sprint option out of this particular formation during the day. And now a first down. And a nice pass completion here where Scott Frost hits Sheldon Jackson, and really a good catch because that ball was a little bit low and behind, and Sheldon came back and picked the ball off the turf, and a gain of 20 on the play. They committed their safeties to try to stop the run, and as a result we had Sheldon open in a crossing pattern. Now Joel Makovica for a gain of 6 and another first down. And now Scott Frost hits Lance Brown on an option action play and a gain of 15. And so we were getting pretty big chunks of yardage here, it seemed like, on every play.
We mentioned the efficiency that you had in passing. Scott missed his first pass attempt of the day, but then completed his last 8. Then you get down to the final seconds of the first half and just sneak it in.
Well, believe it or not, we were not trying to score here. We were at 2 yards out. And I figured against the goal line defense, we probably would not score on a quarterback sneak. But we did get in the end zone at that point, and the score at the half was 63-7.
At the halftime, it was all Nebraska. In fact, the Huskers tie a school record with 63 first-half points to lead it 63-7. We're going to take a break and make room for our player guest. And first up, I-back Jay Sims.
Of all the great conveniences found in America's best-selling minivan, here's one you rarely get to enjoy, a very generous $1,000 cash back on Grand Caravan. Or you can choose this Dodge Caravan, which includes all this at no extra charge. And after $750 cash back, the price drops to an exceptionally low $17,245. But hurry, because numbers this good get carried away rather quickly. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
It's funny what a lot of pizza places call a pizza. Now, this is what Valentino's calls a pizza. At Valentino's, we take great pride in creating perfect pizzas. We use absolutely the finest ingredients in making our award-winning pizza dough and sauces. So no matter what kind of pizza you order from Valentino's, you can count on it being perfectly delicious every time. Valentino's, the best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
Oh, bill time. We need a home equity loan.
Not another loan.
A smart loan. Our interest rate and our monthly payment will be lower. It's tax deductible, and we can write one check instead of...
Come on, I'm late for school. You've been in there 45 minutes. We gotta go home. Need another bathroom.
No closing fee. Tax-deductible home equity loans from Norwest.
If you haven't seen every Tom Osborne milestone victory, you need glasses. Introducing the Tom Osborne Milestone Victory Glasses from Phillips 66.
Each victory glass commemorates a different coaching milestone, starting with our first win in 1973. Stop by any participating Phillips 66 throughout the season and start collecting all 6 glasses. Only $1.66 with each fill.
Hurry into Phillips 66, because when these glasses are gone, they're history.
Ever since he walked on at Nebraska a couple of years ago, Jay Sims has proven to be one of the top athletes to ever wear a Husker uniform. He's set numerous strength and conditioning records at NU, and while that hasn't translated into as many carries as he'd probably like, he's proven to be a true team player as well, and a solid backup to Ahman Green. And Jay is with Tom and me this week. Jay, a couple of years ago, you were an unknown when you walked on at Nebraska. What's your experience as a Husker been like?
I've just learned to persevere and learn to be a team player, learn that you get a bunch of guys that stick together to believe in one thing and get a lot of things done.
Jay, you were out of high school, what, 2, 3, 4 years?
Yeah.
You were working? Where all did you work before you came here?
Well, I moved around a couple of different places. I moved to Milwaukee for a little while, and then I moved to Chicago with some of my relatives. And I eventually made my way back to Nebraska and worked at Snap-on Tools in Omaha for a little bit, and then came to school.
We knew about you when you were at Central, and then I think I kind of lost track of you, and then all of a sudden, here you were, and you're almost old as I am now.
Getting close, getting close.
Not that bad.
Not that bad.
But you know, the thing I've always been interested in, Jay, it seems like no matter what you do, you know, you might not have worked out for 2 weeks, you might have been hurt. It seems like every time we test in any type of conditioning, you go out there and you're the top scorer. And it seems like, do you find that working out isn't something that you need to do a lot to?
No, I need to work
well?
out. I think that for me, when I first got here, I just needed something to sort of catch the eye of the coaches. And when I went in to test out, that was my way of catching your eye and let you know that, you know, I might be a guy that might be able to do something to help the team. And so whereas most guys, one guy might be a starter and just might go in and not really test as hard. It's like a track meet to me, and I go in and put everything I had into testing. And after a while, you know, I started, you know, coming out on top and just wanted to be on top all the time.
We sure have done that. And you've been handicapped this year with some kind of untimely injuries. It seemed like every time you kind of get things going and you'd be number 2 on the depth chart, and then something would happen. And you maybe could talk to the fans a little bit about the 2 setbacks you've had this year.
I originally had an MCL sprain, and that set me back for about 5 weeks. That happened during the first scrimmage of fall camp. And just when I was getting over that, I had just taken my brace off. In the Kansas game, I got a PCL tear. And I'm just now recovering from that. And so, yeah, the injuries have been a little untimely and gets a little disheartening, but you know, if you persevere and just keep going, you know, I think you can just overcome anything.
Well, Jay, I was going to say, Jay, I know your teammates really appreciate your attitude and all you've done for them, and best of luck down the road.
Thank you.
That's Nebraska running back Jay Sims. Tom and I will come back in a moment and be joined by safety Eric Warfield. We'll be right back.
We Americans need a good night's sleep and a shower that works.
The power shower. The French King Tut.
You got a ton of work to do, mon ami, and it better be ready, because I know the sponsor. Yeah, well, at least it's quiet.
College Sports Media would like to congratulate Coach Osborne on 25 years of coaching excellence. In conjunction with Coach Osborne's 25th year, College Sports Media is proud to offer a line of apparel and gifts commemorating an era of excellence. Call 1-800-230-3831 for a free catalog or visit your local Big Red retailer.
To compete and win today, you need to literally outwork the competition. That's why we use the Personal Edge supplement system. Personal Edge provides great tasting energy and recovery bars and a fat metabolizer powder that helps to spare the lean muscle mass you've worked so hard to get. So whether we're training or playing our toughest rival, we want an edge. Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call toll-free now to order. 1-888-357-3343.
Morning, bud.
He did. Dad, what's a nincompoop?
In 1997, Nebraska has assembled one of the youngest secondaries in the nation with 2 sophomores and a true freshman in the starting lineup. The 4th starter is the old man of the group, senior Eric Warfield, who has quietly put together an outstanding career at Nebraska. Saturday, the Arkansas native was one of 23 seniors who played his final game at Memorial Stadium. Eric joins us now. Eric, what were your emotions and those of your teammates as you took to the field for the last time against Iowa State?
It was very hard to go out there and say goodbye to all the fans that have been there, you know, for us during all the bad times and the good times. With the 2 games that we lost last year, you know, the fans kept filling up the stadium and continued to support us. So it was very hard to go and say goodbye to those people, and hopefully we can pay them back by getting them back down to Miami.
I hope there haven't been too many bad times. It sounded like maybe we lost half our games lately. So. But anyway, Eric, you know, your experience has been really important, and even though you were not listed as a returning starter, I kind of felt like you were because you played an awful lot the last couple of years. And do you feel like the secondary has come along this year and doing pretty well, or how do you feel about it?
Yeah, we kind of started the season out slow, gave up a lot of yardage through there, and after the 3rd game, I think the defense started to come together as one unit, and we started to play well together, and we had a couple of shutouts mid-season, and been playing really well, and went down to Missouri, and I guess we sort of fell into a slump, but we picked it up this week through practice and played well against Iowa State.
You said you were trying to stop the run against Missouri, is that right?
Yeah.
Came out of coverage a little bit.
Yeah, telling Coach about the secondary being a bit too aggressive, and I think that's what kind of happened to our secondary in the Missouri game. We were trying to overplay the run so much, and we're getting beat for the passes.
Well, let's make sure that doesn't happen against Colorado.
That's right.
Hey, Eric, congratulations on a great game against Iowa State and a great career at Nebraska.
Thanks.
That's Eric Warfield. He and Jay Sims have been our guests this week. We'll take another time out and come back with a look at the second half in just a moment.
If you've ever dreamed of sneaking into the Huskers locker room in search of authentic Husker apparel, look no further. Huskers Authentic is the new store for real Husker team wear, including Adidas, Fila, and Champion. We have everything from authentic team outfits to coaches wear. Don't wait until game time. Stop by Huskers Authentic weekdays between 10 and 7 and on Saturdays between 10 and 5. Get real. Get your own authentic Big Red team wear now. Visit Huskers Authentic at the Stadium Drive parking garage just west of Memorial Stadium.
It's a little chilly today. Could you get me a jacket?
I'll take care of it, Coach. Let's see, who do I have available? J.C. Penney, and make it snappy.
Do you want the red one or the black one?
J.C. Penney's. Nice job, Little Red.
Of all the great conveniences found in America's best-selling minivan, here's one you rarely get to enjoy. A very generous $1,000 cash back on Grand Caravan. Or you can choose this Dodge Caravan, which includes all this at no extra charge. And after $750 cash back, the price drops to an exceptionally low $17,245. But hurry, because numbers this good get carried away rather quickly. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
She may not have mastered the finer points of hedge trimming. And she didn't get the lead in the musical put on by the community playhouse. But around here, she's still a star. You see, she's the local Farm Bureau insurance agent for auto, home, and property protection, and for life insurance that can help protect your family's financial security. Call your Farm Bureau insurance agent today. Living beside you, working for you.
With Tom Osborne, I'm Bill Dolman. Nebraska leads Iowa State 63-7 as we head to the third quarter. Saturday was the 220th consecutive sellout at Memorial Stadium, and among those in attendance was 95-year-old Art Friesen of Jansen, Nebraska, who has been attending Husker home games since 1923. And by the way, he is my uncle. And I know, Tom, that you've been around for a long time. You think you'll match that record?
Well, I don't think so. Art's got to be pretty tough at that age and that kind of weather. And on the opening play of the second half here, after the kickoff, Ahman Green carried the ball on a counter trap, gain of 13. Nice throw here by Scott Frost, hits Vershawn Jackson, and Vershawn didn't hang on to the ball. And so one thing we'd wanted to do was to go through this game without a turnover, and here we start off second half with a turnover, and Iowa State now with the ball, gain of 3 with Davis. Little swing pass here. Davis does a nice job of maintaining his balance.
How similar is he to his brother Troy?
Well, he looks very similar. He's not the tallest guy in the world. Seems to be pretty strong. Nice play there by Ralph Brown on the deflection of the pass.
You turned the ball over a moment ago, and you get one right back. A great interception by Mike Brown.
Well, Mike really played that ball well. He stepped in front of the receiver, and as you see, we got pressure on the quarterback. We had two of our linebackers blitzing, and of course Mike's entitled to that football, and so he got in front and made a nice play. Now a gain of 8 here, Ahman Green on a draw play, and now we had a pitch play here, and Ahman really accelerated. Nice job out in front there by Vershawn Jackson, and Ahman was stopped just short of the touchdown, and but gained 46 yards on the play.
And with this carry, he goes over the 200-yard mark. Ahman now has 1,496 yards this season and is number 2 all-time at Nebraska. He is probably the most, unheralded running back in the country this season, and he ranks among the top 5.
Well, now we have another turnover here. Frankie London looks like he's going to score easily, and the ball got stripped, and they recovered 15 yards back further. And if we didn't have a lead of 63-7 or whatever, you'd feel pretty bad at that point. There's an incomplete pass, and Mike Brown coming up, making the tackle, knocking the ball loose. That was Joe Parmentier, I believe, who was trying to catch the pass. And now we see an excellent play by Eric Johnson, who blitzed from the outside, was almost on the ground, managed to maintain his balance, and sacked Bandauer for a loss of 8. Eric is very, very fast and can make plays like this, and so when you get Eric Johnson and Tony Ortiz in there, you've got a couple guys with great speed. I would say somewhere in the vicinity of 500 meter guys, and of course that can make some things happen.
That forced an Iowa State punt. Nebraska, again, great field position. Here's a first down play from the Husker 47-yard line, and now you've got Jay Sims in there at running back, and he picks up 11 yards.
It was a nice run by Jay, and really this is Jay's first action since the Kansas game. That's where he had a knee injury and was held out for a couple of weeks. Now an option play. Frankie London ducks up and was able to pick up 7 and got another first down, and now a pass to Cheatham and a gain of 10, and their coverage was generally pretty loose all day long, and I'm sure we could have thrown that type of pass maybe even more frequently than we did.
You talked about how physically gifted Kenny Cheatham is, but the last few weeks he seems to be playing with much more confidence than he has in the past.
Well, the big thing about Kenny is he's finally well. He had a pulled quadricep muscle that seemed to bother him for about 5 or 6 weeks, and so he wasn't running full speed, and now Jay Sims pulls in the option pitch here, and that was a gain of 8 after Billy Legate had picked up 7 earlier. They were trying to get a touchdown to Tim Carpenter.
Trying to get a pass to Tim Carpenter.
Just a pass, and we didn't get it done. And so then that was a 3rd down and 1, and then Frankie loses a yard here. So we really, I guess one way or another, we managed to stay out of the end zone. And not that we were trying to, but on the other hand, we weren't really breaking our necks to get it in there either. We probably wouldn't have normally thrown that pass to Tim Carpenter if we were just trying to score.
Well, Tim said you got 3 more games to get it done.
Well, we're going to try. There, Davis loses 1. That was Mike Polk and Carlos Polk and Mike Rucker who made the play. And it was almost safety. And of course, about this time you knew they were going to throw it deep, and pretty good coverage there. That's Brandon Quint, a walk-on player from Scotts Bluff who was back there deep. Now they throw the ball to Davis, and on that play, Brandon Harrison came up. Brandon had been hit in the head in the first half, and then got back in, and now Chevin Wiggins makes a real nice return and almost puts it in the end zone. And that was a 35-yard return, and actually a 39-yard return on a 35-yard punt. And so we end up at the 4-yard line, and it's going to take us one play to score from that point.
And Frankie London, the quarterback, he will take it in from the 4 yards out. This will make it Nebraska 70 and Iowa State 7, and time now running out in the third quarter of play.
Well, it's a lot of points for 3 quarters, and a good job here by Willie Miller, who was out in front as the fullback, and also I believe John Zadiska might have made the block pulling from the guard position on the defensive end.
So for all intents and purposes, this one is all Nebraska. The Huskers add another touchdown during a relatively quiet third quarter, and they extend the lead to 70-7 with 15 minutes left to play. And the fourth quarter highlights are coming your way next.
It seems obvious, really, that the people who created the nation's first fiber optic network would be the ones making wireless clearer. Sprint PCS. With 100% digital clarity nationwide and a simpler approach to doing business. It's the clear alternative to cellular. Or maybe you've already heard.
It's funny what a lot of pizza places call a buffet. Now this is what Valentino's calls a buffet. Valentino's lunch and dinner buffets have more than 60 homemade entrees and salad bar items, lasagna, spaghetti, and other pasta dishes, fresh salads, desserts, and of course our award-winning pizza. So stop by for lunch or dinner today. The only thing small about our buffet is the price. Valentino's, the best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
Shopping early for the holidays pays off big time at Ernie's in Ceresco, where you don't pay a dime till 99 for America's top brands of total home furnishings, all on sale. During Ernie's Early Bird Thanksgiving sale going on now, gobble up king-size savings on fine furniture and big screen TVs and pay not a dime till 99. Interest-free. Appliances, carpet, electronics are all sale priced with 1 full year interest-free. And you still get free delivery. And where else but Ernie's in Ceresco.
My love must be a kind of blind love. I can't see anyone but you. I only have
Norman Feeney, Pepsi drinker for life. Pepsi, Generation Next.
Time now to get back to the game. With 15 minutes remaining, there would be no overtime, unlike last week in which Husker fans were on the edge of their seats. This one had long been decided by the time the fourth quarter rolled around. The starters were done early in the third quarter. You had 105 Huskers playing this ball game. That's got to help morale a little bit.
Well, I think so. It's always nice to play, and particularly in the last home game. And Ben Butenbach and Brian Shaw made the tackle on Davis, and now a pass to Eric Williams for a first down. And now Davis picks up 13 yards around the left side and actually just barely got tripped up by Julius Jackson. And now Davis is stopped by Kyle Vandenbosch, no gain, and Julius Jackson also was in on the play.
This was Iowa State's best drive of the day, by the way.
There's an incomplete pass intended to Eric Williams. Julius Jackson got a hand on it, and now a 27-yard gain. This was a fourth down and 18 actually, and Watley was able to run a corner pattern, and then in this point here Davis shows his strength. Nice stiff arm there, which you don't see much anymore in college football, and scores from 5 yards out, and that made the score 70-14.
That was a 10-play drive that took 64 yards and 4.5 minutes off the clock. That was a quarter of Iowa State's total yards in the game. They had 228. And Tom, you had 594 yards in the ball game, and that was even more impressive given the fact that you had such short field to work with.
Well, and we had a lot of return yards, and that always shortens the amount of offensive production. There, Frankie London tried to hit Billy Hafke on a sideline pattern, missed him, and so that was the first punt of the game. And Jesse Cush punts for 40 yards. Watley returns at 12. And then Kyle Vandenbosch knocked the ball loose and recovered it. And Kyle really impresses you. He plays hard when he gets in there, and he does a great job in the kicking game. Now Jay Sims is tripped up, gain of 4. And Monte Cristo is now in the game at quarterback. Does a nice job of running here, gains 13. And looked like he almost scored, and they marked him down about a yard away. And you see it again here. Good block there by Ben Kingston at fullback out in front. And now Josh Cobb is going to come into the game. Josh is one of those guys that plays two positions. He plays both I-back and fullback. And there he takes the ball on the ISO play and scores to make it 77-14 with the ensuing kick. And I believe Ted Retzloff came in and they kicked the extra point. Ted is our holder normally, but he's also a very good kicker. And now we're going to see the final play of the game. A nice interception there by Damon Finister. Damon's a young man from New Orleans by way of Boys Town, and really jumped up there and showed good hands and good athleticism and made a nice play.
And that was all of the highlights in a day filled of highlights as Nebraska beats Iowa State 77-14. It took a long time, more than 3 hours to play. When all was said and done, the Huskers won it big. Well, stay with us. Coming up next, we're going to go back in time to a great moment in Husker history. We don't have to go back all that far. The catch is next.
I have the power. I have the power of a magnetic shockwave. I have the ferocity of a proton cannon. I have the power to inflict a psychic blast, a mystic slash, or to unleash a berserker barrage. I have the power to undo my enemies with a spider sting and destroy them with the Gamma Crush.
Marvel Superheroes, now available for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation game console.
I have the power of the Marvel superheroes. Let's play.
Farming used to be a lot simpler. You got up early, worked hard, and reaped the rewards of your labor. But today, things move a whole lot faster than they used to. At First National Bank of Minden, we know what you need to be successful in the business of agriculture. Let us serve you with a full line of financial products. First National Bank and Trust Company of Minden, member FDIC. The quality bank for how you live today.
Culligan has water softeners for even the smallest household budget. Culligan, water for life.
Purchase a Culligan water treatment system and the installation warranty, salt, and turkey are free.
Hey, Culligan man!
Looking for incredible prices on Lazy Boy reclining chairs? Try these out for size at Earlings and Hastings. Buy 2 for 1 low price. Only $4.88 for 2. Other Lazy Boy styles at both Rock and Recline, only $5.88 for 2. Get delivery at no extra charge up to 60 miles and use your good credit in Earling's own credit department. Some plans with no interest at the Busy Store, Earling's in downtown Hastings.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Try any of the Edge recipe pizzas and get a second medium for only $6, only at Pizza Hut.
There have been many memorable moments in the 108-year history of Nebraska football, but few can top the final 62 seconds of regulation in the Huskers' win over Missouri last Saturday. And few plays in college football history can top the catch. Brandon Verzel has more on a dream that became a reality for Nebraska.
It's the kind of dream shared by every young boy growing up in the state of Nebraska. 7 seconds left. The Huskers down by a touchdown. Only one play left to tie the game and send it into overtime. Late in the fourth quarter last Saturday at Missouri, the improbable scenario materialized, though victory seemed like an impossibility for NU. The Cornhuskers had battled the Tigers for nearly 59 minutes, but trailed by 7 with just 62 seconds left on the clock. With an offense that is patterned on the rush, the Huskers' last chance hinged on covering the final 67 yards through the air. With no timeouts, their prospects seemed dim, but in the huddle, there was still hope.
I was really calm because the way I felt, I didn't think people would probably expect us to be able to do it, but we were going to get a chance. And so I didn't really feel any pressure, any emotion, anything. I was just trying to do the job.
Frost was cool as he completed 4 passes, 3 of them to Kenny Cheatham, which put the Huskers at the Missouri 12-yard line with just 7 seconds to play. What happened next will go down as one of the most incredible plays in the history of Nebraska and all of college football.
I can't even remember what I was thinking before the play. I was just, trying to stay focused, I guess. Lance Brown was signaling the signals over to me from Coach Brown, and I was on the opposite side of the field as a bench. So I was kind of out there on an island, I guess.
We decided to run the double slant, which is 2 people slanting from both sides. We called 99, so I looked to the left first. Lance was open on the inside on the left, but I didn't think he'd get in the end zone if I got him the ball. So I kind of looked out at Matt Davison. He was covered, and I turned and looked back to my right. 7 was open, streaking toward the end zone.
The play was designed to go to me and Lance. And by the time I looked back to Scott the first time, he was already looking to his right. And so I was just trying to get across the field, get into his vision. And then he threw the ball and hit Shevin a couple of times. And I saw the ball getting ready to hit the ground, and I thought, just for a split second, oh no, and I started to stop, kind of paused for a minute, and then boom, he kicks it up, and the ball's in slow motion, just floating like a punt, end over end. And, I guess instinct takes over from there.
At first I thought Shevin caught it from where I was. I couldn't tell for sure, but then I saw the ball bouncing around, and at that point, I was thinking the game was over. But then I saw the referee come in from the right as if he was about to make a call. I saw Matt Davison holding up the ball, and then I saw the referee's arms go up, and it was an unbelievable feeling of relief.
There was no doubt in my mind that I caught it, but I wanted to see the officials put their arms up before I was going to celebrate anything. So I kind of showed them the ball, and I saw them put their arms up, and I didn't realize I started running down the field, and then Lance tackles me there about the 30, and I don't know if I've dreamed anything, this great happening to me, I guess everybody dreams about it, but you don't expect it to happen to you, It's just one of those things. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
And as a result of the miraculous play made by Frost, Wiggins, and Davison, kids throughout the state will relive the moment and continue to dream that one day they too may be in the right place at the right time. Reporting for the Tom Osborne Show, I'm Brandon Verzel.
Just like you drew it up, right?
Well, a lot of good fortune there, but we won it, and we won big against Iowa State, and looking forward to playing Colorado.
As you look back on that ball game, how much did that close call against Missouri help this team out, do you think?
Well, it obviously put us undefeated.
But it changed the focus, intensify things?
Well, if you want to win a national championship at some point, you usually have to win a close one somewhere, and we were able to get it done.
Can you say Husker magic? I don't know. Tom and I will come back to close out the show right after this.
Husker Video is proud to bring you the entire 1997 season, Coach Osborne's 25th year as a video cassette subscription. Each week you will receive the previous Saturday's game in its entirety, including the radio broadcast. Also from Husker Video, the Husker 5-Pack. The 5-Pack contains the biggest wins in Husker history, all 4 national championship games, and the game of the century in a handsome gift box. Call 1-800-230-3831 to order or to receive a free catalog.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Champion Checking. Visit any Norwest Nebraska office, open a new checking account, and get a free commemorative checkbook cover.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make one a winner.
If you haven't seen every Tom Osborne milestone victory, you need glasses. Introducing the Tom Osborne Milestone Victory Glasses from Phillips 66.
Each victory glass commemorates a different coaching milestone, starting with our first win in 1973. Stop by any participating Phillips 66 throughout the season and start collecting all 6 glasses. Only $1.66 with each fill.
Hurry into Phillips 66, because when these glasses are gone, they're history.
To compete and win today, you need to literally outwork the competition. That's why we use the Personal Edge supplement system. Personal Edge provides great tasting energy and recovery bars and a fat metabolizer powder that helps to spare the lean muscle mass you've worked so hard to get. So whether we're training or playing our toughest rival, we want an edge. Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call toll-free now to order. 1-888-357-3343.
The Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine physicians are committed to giving patients the finest in orthopedic care. Athletes at the University of Nebraska have been under their care for over 24 years. The staff of 8 physicians have years of surgical experience to get you back on the field of competition or merely back to enjoying your evening walks. Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, proud to be your Husker team physicians.
Nebraska is now 10-0 and 7-0 in conference play. The Huskers are the champions of the Big 12's Northern Division. They now have a week off before taking on Colorado in Boulder later this month. And Tom, you got a week off. You going to do some fishing now?
Well, I'd like to, but first of all the ponds are frozen, and secondly, we need to practice. We'll try to, not beat anybody up and ease off a little bit, but we need to focus hard on Colorado, and we'll be working Sunday just like we always do to get ready for a game, even though it's 2 weeks away. Is this a good time of year to have an open week? I know you didn't want one earlier. We really don't have a lot of players really beat up badly. We have a lot of little minor things which will help get healed up, but it isn't like we need a week to get Jason Peter or Grant Wistrom or Scott Frost back. And so it wouldn't be real bad for us to have to play next week, but there's nothing we can do about the schedule, so we'll try to prepare well and play well in 2 weeks.
Well, congratulations on the win over Iowa State and the Big 12 North Championship.
Well, thank you.
That's all the time we have for this week's show. We want to remind you that you can still catch up with the coach on the kickoff show, and next week we'll have a special Tom Osborne show. We'll take a look back at the '97 campaign. Now for the coach and the crew, I'm Bill Dolman. So long, everybody.
Tom Osborne's wardrobe has been provided by Gary Michaels Clothiers. The Tom Osborne Show was sponsored in part by Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty.
Big G Auto Service Center Hastings and Bob's Total of Kearney are your Goodyear tire dealers. They carry every trustworthy Goodyear tire available. Eagles, Wranglers, season radials, performance radials, off-road tires, regattas, passenger radials, light truck radials, and Goodyear Aquatreads. And each are always at their everyday low price. Put the tires on your vehicle with the name you can trust. Goodyear, from Big G Auto Service Center Hastings and Bob's Total Kearney.
I have the power. I have the power of a magnetic shockwave. I have the ferocity of a proton cannon. I have the power to inflict a psychic blast, a mystic slash, or to unleash a berserker barrage. I have the power to undo my enemies with a spider sting and destroy them with the Gamma Crush.
Marvel Superheroes, now available for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation game console.
I have the power of the Marvel superheroes. Let's play.
Life in the Midlands provides a wealth of weather experience, and we want to share some of yours. Send us any of your weather-related photographs, and we'll feature it during the 10 o'clock weather segment. Include your name, hometown, and a brief description of the photo and where it was shot. Experiencing the beauty of our ever-changing weather. Catch